Hello friends. Welcome to the fictional vortex. How are you all? So in this video, we will see. What if Naruto unleashed his legacy as the son of the sorceress? But before we start, if you want more amazing stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Also, if possible, share this video with your friends. Now without wasting any more time, let's begin the story. It was a cold summer night in Konoha, quite unusual given the area they were in. The land of fire was not known to have very cold weather at all. It was even coincidental given that the day was a commemoration of the defeat of the Kyuubi. Hide, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, gave his life to defeat the fox. Though that is a lie, what very few people know was that he had given his life to seal the fox within a young boy born that day. Even fewer knew that the boy was his son Uzumaki Naruto. This is his story. Since his birth, he was hated by the populace of Konoha. Since his birth coincided with the death of the Kyuubi, they thought the boy to be his reincarnation. They hated the boy for things beyond his control. Stores threw him out as soon as he entered. The few that served him gave him the expired or rotten food that they held on just to sell to him at triple their usual rates. And as soon as he turned 4, the orphanage threw him out into the streets, saying that he didn't deserve to have parents at all. Worst of all, they formed mobs at least once a week to organize a fox hunt wherein they chase Naruto all over Konoha and beat him an inch to death if they caught him. Hospitals were no better, as they refused to heal Naruto, often giving the bare needed care, doing surgery if he needed without anesthetic, or closing up his wounds without applying disinfectant. It was hell for Naruto. Where was all the people supposed to watch him, you ask? The Anbu who were assigned to watch him often let the mobs form, and often did nothing to help Naruto at all, and just stayed on the sidelines and watched with a morbid fascination. The only few who did watch him were 2 purple-haired Anbu codenamed Neko and Habi, whose real names were Azuki Yugo and Mitarashi Anko respectively. They were 2 of the few Konoha citizens who held no ill will toward Naruto at all. Instead, they pitied him. They helped him out by restocking his refrigerator and pulling him out of the way of mobs. Though this was not very often, as the civilian council knew of this and often sent them on long-term missions out of Konoha, leaving Naruto to fend for himself. Those who knew Naruto was the son of the 4th did nothing as well. The 3rd Hokage secretly blamed Naruto for the death of his wife, who was Kushina's midwife during his birth and was killed during the release of the Kyuubi. The only surviving student of the 4th, Hitaki Kakashi, blamed Naruto for the death of the 4th and was the one who secretly organized the mobs who hunted Naruto. This was the life of Naruto for the whole 6 years of his life, but I digress. This cold day on October 10 was the remembrance of the Kyuubi's defeat and Naruto's birth. You could hear the people celebrating merrily. If you were a passerby, you would think this to be a happy place to settle, tricked by the facade of Konoha's mirth. His night was not so special to 2 people. One was Naruto, another was a woman who is a goddess who had lost her husband this day. She had decided to visit Konoha this day to pay her respects to her husband and see how her son was doing. Damnable ancient laws, if only they never existed, I could have raised you like I wanted. Sochi, the woman thought to herself as she kept herself disguised with the mist, a force she created to help those connected to supernatural realm. Hearing a commotion in an alleyway, she decided to investigate since she had nothing but time on her hands. As soon as she arrived, what she saw horrified her immensely. There in the alleyway was a young boy with yellow hair, no older than 6, covered in his own blood. What horrified her more was the 6 whisker-like marks on his cheeks, which was what had made her son very recognizable to her. This was her son in the alley, covered in his own blood, dumped there as if he was garbage. Running towards her son, she materialized pieces of golden food known as ambrosia, the food of the gods with healing properties. She made sure not to give him too much, as those without full godhood die when they consume too much. Placing his head on her lap, she began to stroke his hair, removing the dried pieces of blood caked in his hair. "Oh Sochi, I'm so sorry for leaving you here in this place. I should have brought you with me at least," the woman said as she looked over her son, getting angrier by the second. She had found wounds that had yet to close. Some were infected and pus-ridden. It didn't help that it looked like Naruto was malnourished, since she could see his bones sticking out from under his skin. "Hey lady, don't you know who that is? Why don't you leave him there and come with me? I can show you a good time," she heard a man say from the entrance of the alleyway, obviously drunk. "Back of, I'm in no mood to talk with the likes of you," the woman said angrily as she cradled Naruto's head closer to her chest. "Hey, come on, just leave that piece of shit and come already, ya damn bitch," the man said, unknowingly angering the goddess, who began flaring her godly energy, which shone like a bright light shimmering around her. Startled, the man began backpedaling until he fell over a garbage can he didn't know was behind him. "Hey, I was just kidding, you know," the man said pitifully as he backed up against the wall. "I fear the woman who was exuding godly energy." "Yes, and this is also a joke," the woman said as she created a few blades made out of the mist that hovered in midair, which just as suddenly as it appeared launched at the man, impaling him, killing him on the spot with the blades turning back into mist. "Hey, who are you and why do you have the Jinchuriki in your arms?" The woman heard a new voice enter the alleyway, looking to see the third Hokage and a few Anbu with him. "Here is, and you know I left my son in your charge and this is how you treat him," the woman said to the old man who was the third Hokage. "Who are you, woman?" the third Hokage demanded of the woman. Dropping the mist disguise revealing who she was, the Anbu with the third Hokage knelt down on one knee and said as one, "Lady Hecate, welcome back." This shocked the third Hokage as he knew who this woman was and how powerful she was, and immediately fell prostrate as well. Ignoring the pleas of the third, she just simply stated, "I care not for your excuses, old man. If I had my way I would level this place to the ground, but Minato would not want that, so I will simply take Naruto away from this place to my own home. Farewell, third Hokage, hope that our paths never meet again," Hecate said as she and Naruto vanished in a flash of light, leaving the third and Anbu alone in the alleyway, never to be seen again. Back in some forest with the hunters of Artemis. "Milady, what hast thou so bothered?" a woman in her teens asked a young girl barely in her teens. "It's nothing, Zoe, I'm just waiting for Hecate to arrive. She said she has a favor to ask of me," the girl said just as a bright light flashed in front of them, revealing Hecate and a bloodied boy in her arms. "Hecate, it's good to see you, but why have you brought a boy to my camp?" the girl asked Hecate. "Please Artemis, it's my son," Hecate told Artemis. "Your son? Then why is he here instead of that camp?" the now identified Artemis asked. "Please watch his memories first," Hecate begged Artemis, nearly at tears. "Sigh, very well, but I will want my hunters to watch it as well," Artemis said finally. Nodding in agreement, she waited till all the hunters were gathered around before showing the memories of her son, in hopes of getting Artemis to agree with what she was going to ask. Finally viewing the memories, Artemis and her hunters had found a renewed hatred for men, but also a pity for Naruto, who was being cradled in his mother's arms. "How dare they do that to a child? Milady, let us take action against those men." Those were some of the cries being echoed out in Artemis's camp at the moment. "So Artemis, here is the favor I wished to ask of you. Would you please look after my son until he is old enough to survive the world on his own, as I cannot raise him myself?" Hecate asked Artemis, which stunned everyone at the hunters' camp. "Very well, Hecate, I will watch over I am as well as my hunters. I believe we can mold I am into a good man, won't we, girls?" Artemis said, which received a "Of course, Lady Artemis," from the hunters. "Thanks, Artemis, I leave him with you then," Hecate said as she handed Naruto over to a now older-looking Artemis, who received Naruto into her arms. "Goodbye, Sochi, I'll see you again soon," Hecate said before flashing away to some other area. "Well, Zoe, looks like we have a child to raise, doesn't it?" Artemis said as she smiled at the prone form of Naruto. She had a different opinion of Naruto from other males, since he was very respectful from what she saw of his memories, unlike other men. "Indeed, milady, I believe all thine sisters wish to care for Lady Hecate's child," Zoe said respectfully as she watched the boy snuggled in Artemis's arms. "Well, shall I take Naruto to my tent for now? He has need for companionship," Zoe asked Artemis. "No, I shall take him for now," Artemis said as she went to her tent to lay Naruto down and get some rest herself. "It's bound to be a fun time for the hunters with Naruto around now," Artemis thought to herself as she closed her eyes, not realizing what she had thought couldn't be farther from the truth. It was the middle of the day in the forest. Here we see the camp of the hunters as they went about their duties. Some were hunting for breakfast, the others were practicing their archery, while some were just idle and were talking to each other. Their leader Artemis was nowhere to be seen this morning, seeing as her second in command and Lieutenant Zoe was searching for her. "Has thou seen milady?" Zoe asked one of the other hunters who was not doing anything at the moment. "I'm sorry, Zoe, but I have yet to see Lady Artemis exit her tent from last night," the hunter answered as she left Zoe to another part of the camp. Hearing this, Zoe left for Artemis's tent, which was located in the middle of the camp right next to the campfire, and as she approached the front of the tent she called out to Artemis if she was awake. Getting no response, she decided to enter. Lifting the flaps of Artemis's tent, she entered only to see a still asleep Artemis who had eye bags under her eyes and a wide-awake little blonde boy who was now seated and was staring at the new arrival in the tent. "Ah, I see thou must have tired milady out, huh?" Zoe said with a smile as she approached the young Naruto with a smile on her face, getting a tilted head for a response. She held her hand out for Naruto to take, only for him to back away. "I am not going to hurt thee, I swear," Zoe said as she continued to smile while still extending her hand towards Naruto, who eventually took her extended hand. "Come on, I believe thine sisters wish to see thee," Zoe said in her usual Shakespearean way of speaking while she gently dragged Naruto along out of Artemis's tent. As Zoe exited Artemis's tent, she was bombarded by the other hunters who saw her enter their lady's tent, only to see her exit with Naruto in tow, whom they now saw as their younger brother due to his sad and painful past. Naruto himself was confused and a little afraid due to the amount of people who seemed to want to hug him. It was his first time to be near many people and they weren't hurting him at all. Zoe noticed his shocked face and decided to ask, "What has thou so shocked, brother?" "I'm not used to being near many people," Naruto answered as he looked down at the ground only to receive a hug from Zoe and a pat on the back from the other hunters. "Why are you being so nice to me? No one is never nice to me," Naruto asked with tears starting to leak out of the corners of his eyes. "Thy mother showed us thine life until now. We saw how thou were treated in that place and thine mother asked us to watch over thou, so we see thou as a brother," Zoe answered as she continued to hug Naruto. "My mother, is she here? The old man told me she died," Naruto asked, his interest now perked since his mother was mentioned. "No, your mother is still alive and well, and before you think she abandoned you, our family has rules that say we cannot raise our own children, and so when your mother went back to the elemental nations and found you in an awful state, she healed you and brought you to me." Naruto heard someone answer from behind him, looking to see the lady who he woke up beside. Who are you?" Naruto asked with a tilted head, which the hunters and Artemis found cute. "My name is Artemis, the goddess of the hunt and wilderness, chastity and maidenhood, and of the moon, young Naruto," Artemis answered. "Whoa, that's cool. So mom left me with a goddess," Naruto remarked. "But where is mom? You said she left me with you, so is she here?" Naruto digressed. "Sai, your mother could not raise you due to our laws, and so she left you with me for now," Artemis answered. "I see, that sucks," Naruto said with a downcast look on his face, only to receive a slap to the back of his head. "Ouch, what was that for?" Naruto asked the perpetrator, who was Zoe. "Mind thy language," Zoe said with a slight glare. "Sorry," Naruto said while looking down at the ground. "Well, art thou hungry?" Zoe asked with a smile on her face. Naruto only nodded as his answer, making Zoe chuckle and motion for Naruto to follow her. Time skip. Naruto age 10. "Is this right?" Naruto asked Zoe, who was in charge of teaching Naruto archery since Artemis was at a meeting. "Yes, though thou might want to pull thy arm further back a bit," Zoe said as she watched Naruto improve his archery stance. Letting go of the arrow, Naruto watched as it hit near the center target. "Very good, brother, just keep trying some more," Zoe said as she encouraged Naruto to try some more. "Okay, I'll try some more," Naruto said as he picked up another arrow that was set beside him. He tried for another 4 shots with only half hitting the bullseye. "That's enough for now, rest for a bit, then we'll work on thy skill with the hunting dagger," Zoe told Naruto as she handed him a canteen of water. Resting for several minutes, Naruto finally got up and brought out the hunting daggers that were strapped to his back into a fighting position, with Zoe doing the same. The spar went relatively fast as Naruto lunged at Zoe, only for her to dodge to the side and smash the hilt of her dagger into Naruto's rib. Stunned from the hit, Zoe followed up with a slash to Naruto's hand, which Naruto barely blocked with his own dagger, only for Zoe to kick it out of his hand, then proceeded to pin his other arm to his side and point her remaining dagger at Naruto's neck. "I win again," Zoe said with a smile as she separated from Naruto. "You, it sure seems so," Naruto says as he gets into another fighting stance. Both continued to practice for the whole afternoon until it was time to eat. The next day, here we find Naruto walking through the forest looking for something to shoot with his bow and arrow, hoping to impress his sisters and his aunt figure Artemis. Trudging through the forest, he had yet to find a single animal beyond a few birds which he shot down and trudged along with him, and a few deers which are sacred to Artemis, so he can't and will not harm those. Hearing a rustle among the bushes, he readied his bow, thinking a big game had come along. Throwing a rock into the bushes to lure out whatever was hiding behind them, he was shocked to hear a yelp of pain. Ouch! Who the hell threw that? Naruto heard as a tall blonde boy around 10 years of age come out behind the bush holding his head in pain. Sorry, I thought you were a wild animal hiding behind a bush. Ignoring that, what are you doing in these woods? Naruto asked cautiously as his sisters told him not to interact with other males for this time and he should be cautious around them. Hey, no need to be aggressive here, I'm just passing by his forest with my companions. Besides, shouldn't a kid like you be with your parents, and who lets a kid carry a bow anyway? The boy replied to Naruto. I am here with my sisters who trained me to use my bow. Now where are your so-called companions? Naruto said suspiciously, getting ready to attack should the other male prove violent. They're over there behind you, the boy said as he pointed behind Naruto, and as Naruto looked behind him he came face to face with the business end of a spear held by what appeared to be a goth girl. Hey Luke, who is the brat? The girl asked the boy. I dunno, Talia, he just came out of nowhere, Luke answered. Hey brat, where did you come from? Talia said as she kept the spear pointed at Naruto's neck. Put down your spear or we'll fill you with arrows, girl. Naruto heard Phoebe say from the trees behind him, looking to see that Phoebe was indeed there with a few other hunters, scaring Luke and Talia, who promptly backed off from Naruto. Naruto, are you alright? Phoebe asked the now safe Naruto. Yes, I'm fine, thanks for the save, sis, Naruto said as he wiped some sweat that was on his forehead. Now what are you two doing here, and is the girl down by the stream with you? Phoebe interrogated Luke and Talia. We're here just passing by looking for Camp Half-Blood, and yes, we are with the girl by the river. Where is she? Luke answered. She is fine, we saved her from being eaten by a crocodile due to your negligence, Phoebe said as she glared at both Luke and Talia, pointing at the girl who was asleep in one of the hunter's arms. Since you're here, come with us, our lady wishes to speak to you, Phoebe said as the hunters surrounded the duo, forcing them to follow Phoebe and Naruto back to the hunters' camp. Stopping at the front of the central tent where Artemis resides most of the time, they came face to face with Zoe, who saw the group approach the camp. Phoebe, who art these outsiders? Zoe asked. We saved the young one while the older two were threatening Naruto, Phoebe answered honestly, making several hunters who did go with the group tighten their grip of their bows as they were all fond of Naruto. I see, then why art they here? Zoe asked once more as she glared at the outsiders. We believed that Lady Artemis would like to see them first, Phoebe answered. Fine, but the boy stays out here, Zoe said as she glared at Luke. What, why should I all go with them? Luke tried to insist but was stopped by the sound of several arrows being aimed at him. Or I can stay out here, Luke said, putting his hands up in surrender. Come, Zoe said as Phoebe and Naruto entered Artemis's tent with Talia and a still asleep girl. Zoe, who are they? Artemis asked as soon as she saw the two girls whom she did not recognize. They are the ones whom my sisters have come across. They appear to be demigods looking for Camp Half-Blood, Zoe answered as she bowed to Artemis. I see, wake the girl, she must be awake for what I offer, Artemis said, nodding in understanding. Hearing this, Talia gently shook the girl awake. Talia, where are we? Who are they? The girl asked as she rubbed the sleep out of her eyes. We're in Lady Artemis' camp and they are her hunters and Lady Artemis herself, Annabeth, Talia answered as she helped Annabeth into a more comfortable position. Now that you're awake, I offer you a chance to join me and my hunters to be trained and live a free life, not fearing the monsters that hunt demigods as you will be if you go to the camp of demigods, Artemis offered to the two girls. That's a nice offer, but there must be a downside, right? Talia asked, just to be sure since the deal sounded too good to be true. Indeed, you must swear off men for the rest of your life or you will be forced to leave the camp, Artemis said, with both Zoe and Phoebe nodding. What, but I can leave, Luke, we've been together for a while now and we've always helped each other, Talia said in shock at the thought of having to abandon her friend whom she was starting to develop a crush on. Thy mind will change soon enough, all men aside from our brother all betray thee in time, Zoe said. Luke will never betray us, Talia said while glaring at Zoe. Zoe, that's enough, it appears they will not join us for now while that boy is around, show them out please. Naruto, please stay, Artemis said as she dismissed the group. Naruto, are you alright? Artemis asked Naruto as he remained seated. Yes, I'm sorry for being such a burden, Naruto said as he was disappointed in himself for being caught unaware by Taliah. Moving closer to Naruto, she enveloped him in a hug. It's not your fault, Naruto. Now we only have a few years left together before my father begins to notice a male at my camp. Artemis tells Naruto gently as Sei soothes his worry. I know, Auntie, I wish this lasted longer though, Naruto said as he was now relaxed. Don't worry though, every time you come across us on your journey you can stay with us for a while before you have to leave, or I can have my hunters come to Camp Half-Blood should you ever choose to be there, Artemis said. Well, come on, it's almost time for dinner. I believe Zoe managed to catch a bear, Artemis says to Naruto as she leaves her tent with Naruto in tow. It has been a few months since Naruto was released from the hunter's camp. It was a tearful day for them all, and shockingly enough even for Artemis. She had grown attached to Naruto and saw him as her son, and appropriately Naruto was allowed to call her mother as well. He had left the camp of the hunters with a few promises that he was allowed to stay with them should he encounter them on his travels, or they would visit Camp Half-Blood more often if he joined. So now here he was wandering the streets of New York and looking at the fine establishments of the area, making sure to pay proper respects to its deity benefactor as he was taught by Artemis and Hecate, who often came to visit Naruto and train him in magic and manipulation of mist. He was dressed in a regular pair of dark jeans with a pair of sneakers on his feet. He was wearing a silver shirt which was mostly covered by a dark jacket he got as a gift from Hecate, which allowed him to become invisible at will. So here he was walking down the street until he came across a museum of ancient Greece. Finding himself interested, he entered the museum in search of artifacts belonging to his mothers. And here we have a statue of the memory of the story of the gods. Mr. Jackson, can you tell me what this statue is about? Naruto heard a voice far ahead of him say, must be a tour group or something, might as well check it out, Naruto thought to himself. That's a statue of Kronos devouring his kids, right? Naruto saw a young boy a year younger than him answer. He had black hair and green eyes. Yes, can you tell me why? The man asked again. Because he was afraid of his kids ruling over him? Naruto answered for the kid when he saw the clueless look on his face. Yes, that's correct. Though who are you? I don't recognize you. Naruto saw the man who was asking questions. He appeared to be in his late 40s and was bound in a wheelchair, which he saw quite a lot of mist surrounding it. Must be a blessed item then, Naruto thought as he took note of the wheelchair the man was in. Oh, I'm sorry, was this a class or something? I thought it was a tour group, Naruto answered while scratching his cheek in embarrassment. Oh, quite all right, young man, it's nice to see people still interested in these sort of things, the man said with a gentle smile on his face. Class dismissed for now, please take your break outside, the man said as he showed the class away. Now my name is Mr. Brunner. What's yours, young man? The teacher introduced himself. Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto said as he extended his hand for the teacher to shake. Now can you tell me why your chair is surrounded by mist? Naruto asked, to which the teacher's eyes widened in shock. How did you? The teacher started but was cut off. I'm a demigod, Naruto answered. I see, then you may use my real name, Chiron. Chiron said to Naruto, getting out of his chair while making sure nobody was around. I see, so you're the camp director of Camp Half-Blood, right? Naruto asked. Yes, that's right. Will you be coming? Chiron replied. Maybe. I am fine with wandering around though, Naruto answered with a shrug. Well, if you aren't too busy, may I ask a favor of you? Chiron asked Naruto in all seriousness. Do I get something out of it? Naruto inquired. Yes, I will give you some golden drachmas for your trouble, Chiron said. Very well, what is this favor? Naruto asked. Please watch over Percy, for now he is the kid whom you answered for. Chiron said as the two went deeper in the museum with Chiron in his wheelchair again. I see, so he is a demigod as well, huh? Naruto said, stating the obvious. Yes, probably one of the big three, but I still don't know which one, Chiron said as he rubbed his chin in thought. Probably Poseidon, as they look alike. From what I can remember when I visited Olympus, they have the same green eyes, Naruto says as they move on, shocking Chiron once again. You've been to Olympus? Chiron asks. To be sure. Yeah, ever since Lord Zeus learned of me I have been summoned once in a while for a quest from one of the Olympians or Lady Hestia. Sometimes even the minor gods as well call for me, Naruto answers, which Chiron widens his eyes at. Ah, so you're the one who gets all their quests. Now I was wondering who they were going to. Chiron mumbles as he had noticed quests had not gone to the camp for quite some time since Luke had failed his quest. Chiron was aware gods were very fond of giving quests, and since they were not given to the camp, he now knew they were given to Naruto, which spoke highly of his abilities as well as his stature if the gods were willing to give quests to him alone. "Sorry about that," Naruto says as he rubs the back of his neck. "No problem at all, you didn't know," Chiron replies. As they walked on, they heard a shout down the hall running, or in Chiron's case wheeling down the hall. They saw a Fury attacking Percy. "Where is it? Give it to me," the Fury says to Percy as he dodges a swipe from the Fury's claws. "What ho, Percy," Chiron shouts as he threw a ballpen at Percy, which he catches. "What is this supposed to do?" Percy questions as he clicks the pen, which transforms it into a sword before his very eyes. Seeing that it had become a sword, he went on swiping at the Fury blindly in an uncontrollable manner, somehow managing to kill the Fury, who exploded in a shower of golden dust. Seeing this, Naruto and Chiron left the room to make the mist more convincing when it made a random story up. "Well, this is where we part ways for now. Don't worry, I will keep an eye on Percy," Naruto says as he walks away out of sight. "Ah, Percy, there you are, please bring your own writing utensils next time," Naruto hears Chiron say before he got out of earshot. A few days later, we find Naruto following Percy like a professional stalker. He somehow kept track of Percy's activities while keeping his distance. Naruto had used his mother's gift to keep himself invisible from Percy, but as for his friend Grover, Naruto was sure Grover had looked right at him, but his worry was relieved when he realized that Grover was just jumpy from the Fury attack. Yes, Naruto could see that Grover was a satyr through the mist. Anyway, back to Naruto. He was now watching as Percy was reviewing for his exam, so instead of just doing something else, he decided to play a prank on Percy. Naruto then proceeded to use the mist to reword the book of mythology Percy was studying, making it hard to understand. For example, he switched descriptions of names or outright changed them. For example, Chiron read Horseman who trains heroes. Chiron read Greedy Old Scrooge. Hercules now read Biggest Jerk of all time. Needless to say, Percy got frustrated and threw his book across the room. "Sigh, I guess I should ask Mr. Brunner for help," Percy tells himself as he picked up his book with Naruto following him invisibly. As soon as Percy reached the office of Mr. Brunner, which was near his dorm room, Percy heard both Mr. Brunner and his friend Grover talking to each other in somewhat hushed tones. "Sir, he saw a kindly one. A kindly one, he's asking too many questions and I don't think I can hide it any longer," Percy and Naruto heard Grover say to Mr. Brunner. "It's just his imagination for now. The mist will hide it up. It will appear to him sooner or later. He was just imagining it," Mr. Brunner replied. "But what about this summer? We have to get him to camp soon before the summer solstice deadline," Grover pleaded. "Don't worry, there is another watching over Percy as well. Let him enjoy his peace for now. It will turn strange soon enough," Mr. Brunner says to Grover, who calms down slightly. It was at this point the book Percy was holding slipped and fell from his arms, making a loud thud on the floor. Alarmed, Percy picked it up and ran as quietly as he could back to the dorm. "What was that?" Grover asked as both he and Mr. Brunner exited his office. "Nothing, just my nerves. They haven't been the same since," Mr. Brunner says to Grover. "Oh, that wasn't nothing. It was Percy spying on you too," Naruto says as he releases his invisibility, shocking Grover and Chiron. "Oh, Naruto, I assume that's an ability you gained from your godly parent?" Chiron asked. "No, it's an ability I get when I wear my jacket, which was a gift from my mother," Naruto explains. "Ah, I see, so it's your mother who's your godly parent," Chiron confirms, to which Naruto nods. "Excuse me, but who are you?" Grover asks, not sure of the person before him. "You'll find out in time, little satyr," Naruto says as he becomes invisible once more. "Sir, is that the one you told me who is watching over Percy?" Grover asks Chiron. "Yes, he will watch over Percy as well, so for now go back to your dorm room, you have an exam tomorrow," Chiron reminds Grover. Grumbles as he walks back to the dorm room he shares with Percy. The next day. It was boring for Naruto watching more than 20 students take the test Chiron made for them. As he was so bored, Naruto decided to get a paper discreetly from Chiron's desk and answer it himself in 30 minutes. Replacing it on Chiron's desk with his name, which shocked Chiron. When he saw it, he decided to check it, thinking Naruto wanted to see how he did. To their surprise, Naruto got a perfect score. Too bad he wasn't a student there. After that little entertainment, Naruto went back to watching over Percy, looking over his shoulder to see what Percy had written for his answers, only to be irritated slightly when he saw Percy guessing on a lot of answers. After the test was finished, Naruto found Percy packing his things into his bag, to which he told Grover he was going home to his mother's apartment with Smelly Gabe, to which Grover gave him the calling card of Camp Half-Blood. "What's Camp Half-Blue?" Percy started to say but was cut off by Grover. "Don't say its name, Percy, and it's my summer home, just call if you need help," Grover says to Percy reassuringly. The rest of the rip went uneventful except for when the bus they were on stopped in the middle of nowhere, and as the students go out, Naruto saw a shack appear out of nowhere with 3 old ladies sewing what appeared to be a sock. Although Naruto knew better, these were the 3 Fates: Nona, Dakuma, and Morta. They were staring right at Percy when Morta clipped a thread, which Naruto and Grover meant death was in the future of Percy. Startled by the Fates' declaration, Grover went to the front of the bus and kicked it as hard as he could, which got the engine starting. Again. The students cheered and the driver patted his back in congratulations. "Darn right. Good thinking, kid, everyone back on the bus," the driver yelled out as he got the bus started again with everyone aboard. Percy, noticing the subtle differences in his friend, decided to ask him, only to be avoided by Grover's ramblings, which Percy could not understand. So when the group reached their stop in New York, Percy did something which irritated Naruto to no end. He ditched Grover as soon as he went to the bathroom. Being raised by the hunters, Naruto could barely tolerate being around so many men, and now here was Percy ditching his friend like a typical male, as Zoe would say, and frankly Percy was proving the beliefs of the hunters right. "Sigh, even if I hate this, I got to at least follow Chiron's wish through. As long as he does nothing else wrong, I can at least tolerate this to some extent, since Grover was acting weird," Naruto thought to himself as he followed Percy to his apartment building. Entering the apartment complex where Percy lived, Naruto immediately took note that it was a rather run-down building, most likely something a person won in game of poker from the lack of repairs in its run-down signboard. Following Percy through the hallways, Naruto found it was unsurprisingly almost devoid of life, only one person every few floors. Finally reaching Percy's room, Percy was the first to enter, and before he could close the door, Naruto followed him in. Peering inside, Naruto was disgusted by the sight before him. Inside were 3 fat men, each looking morbidly obese, playing poker, and by the look of it they had been there the whole day. The TV was even on, although no one was watching at all. "So you're back again, huh, kid?" one of the men asked Percy. "Where's my mom?" Percy asked back, not answering or ignoring the man's question. "Working. Got any cash?" the man asked once more. "I don't have any," Percy answered back. "You took a taxi from the bus station. You have $6-7 in change. Somebody who expects to live under this roof ought to carry his own weight. Am I right, Eddie?" the man asked one of his companions. "Come on, Gabe, kid, just got back and all," Eddie answered. "Am I right?" Gabe repeated, this time with more force. Eddie, however, didn't answer, instead passed gas with the other friend in synchrony, disgusting Naruto how grown men could live like this. "Fine," Percy said as he scowled and pulled out the change he got from his cab ride. "I wouldn't act so high and mighty if I were you. Your report card game in bird brain," Gabe said, not even looking up from his card game. Leaving Gabe and his buddies behind, Naruto followed Percy to what seemed to be Percy's room, only to find the place filled with empty beer bottles and car magazines. "Home sweet home," Percy said as he put his suitcase down. "Percy, are you home?" Naruto heard a woman's voice come out. "Oh my, you've grown since Christmas," the woman Naruto now identified as Percy's mother came into Percy's room and gave him a hug as she looked him over. This made Naruto smile. He was fond of watching sons connect with their mothers, as they reminded him of his time with either Hecate or Artemis. "Hey Sally, how about getting us some bean dip, huh?" Naruto heard Gabe shout across the room, and he could hear Percy's teeth grit in annoyance of Gabe's treatment of his mother. Naruto was no better of, as he hated those who mistreated women. "Percy, is there something wrong?" Percy's mother asked. "No," Percy lied through his teeth. "Well, I have a surprise for you. We're going to the beach," Percy heard his mother say. "Montauk?" Percy asked. "Yes, same cabin, 3 nights," Sally confirmed for Percy. "When are we going?" Percy asked. "After I get dressed," his mother answered. "Hey Sally, didn't you hear me?" Gabe said as he appeared at the doorway of Percy's room. "I was on my way, dear. I was just telling Percy about the trip," she told Gabe. "The trip? You mean you were serious about that?" Gabe's eyes squinted in slight anger. "I knew it. He won't let us go," Naruto heard Percy mutter under his breath. "Of course he will. Your stepfather is just worried about money. That's all. Besides, Gabriel won't have to settle for bean dip. I'll make him enough 7-layer dip for the whole weekend, guacamole. Sour cream, the works. Naruto heard Percy's mother say. So this money for your trip, it comes out of your clothes budget, right? Gabe asked, making sure he was not spending a cent on this trip. Yes dear, Percy heard his mother answer. And you won't take my car anywhere but there and back, Gabe confirmed. We'll be very careful, Percy's mother answered. Maybe if you hurry with that 7-layer dip, and maybe if the kid apologizes for interrupting my poker game, Gabe said. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry I interrupted your incredibly important poker game. Please go back to it right now, Percy said half-heartedly. Yeah, whatever, Gabe said as he left. Thank you, Percy. Once we get to Montauk, we'll talk more about whatever you've forgotten to tell me, okay? Percy's mom said to him. Naruto watched as the mother and son duo went to get ready for their trip. Even Gabe stopped playing poker for a while to give some warning to Percy. Not a scratch on this cardboard brain, not one little scratch, Gabe threatened Percy. As Naruto watched Percy and his mother drive off, he immediately turned off his invisibility and quietly snuck up on Gabe as he was about to go back to his game. Grabbing Gabe from behind, shocking him slightly, Naruto went and gave a warning of his own. You know that woman deserves more than you, so does her son, and if I see you doing something like that again, I will end your miserable mortal life, understand? Naruto threatened, to which Gabe nodded. Not wanting to let Gabe off easily, Naruto knocked him out, leaving him on the stairwell. Now how to get there? Naruto thought to himself as he searched for his way to Montauk. Montauk later that night. Damn it, where could they be? Naruto thought to himself as he searched for signs of Percy and his mother. Finally locating the car they borrowed from Gabe, suddenly the winds started to pick up, the sure telltale signs of a storm. Seeing something moving in the distance, Naruto moved to follow it, finding it to be Grover in full satyr form. Running through the rain that had just started to fall to start of a heavy downpour, as Naruto would notice. Casting a minor spell to keep the rain from touching his skin, Naruto followed Grover. It looks like rain falls on him, but it slips past his body so he stays dry. Following Grover, he managed to find him approach a hut by the sea where he found Gabe's car, which Percy and his mother borrowed from Gabe. Approaching the hut, he found that they were wide awake. From Grover's entrance he could see that Percy's mother and Grover were running to the car and that they had left him behind as they headed for Camp Half-Blood. Damn, took me a few hours to find them and now I was ditched, Aga and Naruto thought as he followed them to Camp Half-Blood, only to stop as he heard a large bellow from behind him. Looking behind to see a minotaur coming out of the woods just behind him. Interesting, Naruto thought as he jumped out of the way of the minotaur, who charged straight at him. Before the minotaur could turn around and charge at him again, he merely chanted out, "Astrape! Lightning!" which allowed Naruto to manipulate the already present lightning and focus it into a giant beam of electricity and sent it straight at the minotaur's chest, killing it instantly. Of course Naruto could generate his own electricity, but it was better to use the already present electricity to save power. Watching as the minotaur dissolved into gold dust, Naruto approached to pick up his spoil of which was the minotaur's horns. Finally reaching the camp via short teleportation spell, he found that another minotaur was already there and had engaged the group in battle. Moving closer to help Percy, he found that the minotaur had grabbed Percy's mother. "Percy, run!" he heard Percy's mother say just before she was engulfed in golden powder, signifying that someone had taken her. "Mom!" Percy yelled as he went into a rage. Percy in a rage charged at the minotaur, managing to break one of its horns before he was sent flying back from a backhand from the minotaur. That's enough, Naruto thought as he materialized from the mist a bow and arrow. Aiming carefully, he released the arrow, which hit the minotaur right at its forehead. Bullseye, Naruto thought as he approached the fading form of the minotaur to pick up the other horn. He would let Percy keep the other since he did help somewhat. Moving towards Percy, he found Grover face first on the ground, unconscious. Moving to pick him up, Grover let out a few moans. "Food," Grover said weakly as he was hefted on to Naruto's shoulder. Moving to Percy, Naruto found that he was already attended to by a girl around Percy's age with Chiron right behind her. "I believe you lost this one," Naruto said jokingly as he approached the three. "Grover, what did you do to him?" the blonde girl asked, bringing out a dagger ready to fight. "Whoa there, I didn't do anything, he was already unconscious," Naruto said calmly. "Fighting was going to do no good here."
Annabeth, stand down, he is friendly. Naruto, I see you have arrived as well. Kairon said as he strutted over to Naruto.
Not too soon to save his mother, Naruto said, looking a bit disappointed with himself. Things like that happen, Kairon said as he helped Naruto with Grover so Naruto could help Annabeth carry Percy. Where should we bring them? Naruto asked as he walked down the hill with Annabeth and Kairon. Over there, we will let Percy rest in the medical house for now, Kairon said as he pointed over to a hut near the tallest building. Entering, Naruto helped Annabeth put Percy onto a cot while Kairon did the same for Grover. Well, if that's it, I'll see you guys in the morning, Naruto said as he climbed into a cot, falling asleep almost instantly. Kairon, who is he? Annabeth asked Kairon. A most surprising demigod, I believe he himself will tell you, but for now let them rest, it's not like they will leave suddenly, Kairon said jokingly as he escorted Annabeth out. The next morning, Naruto had finally woken up. He was in full health, he was merely tired from overusing his teleportation spell yesterday. Good morning, Naruto said as he greeted Annabeth, who was in the room tending to Percy. Ah, good morning, how are you awake? You should be asleep, Annabeth asked bluntly. It's a gift from my birth, I have always been able to heal very quickly, Naruto answered, not bothered by the bluntness of the question. Since we haven't really introduced ourselves yesterday, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto said as he stood up from the cot. Annabeth Chase, your name sounds Japanese, Annabeth replied. Yeah, you could say I was born in place where we spoke a similar dialect, Naruto said, confusing Annabeth a bit. What do you mean? Annabeth asked. Oh, you'll find out. Where's Kairon? Naruto asked as he walked to the door. He's at the big house next to this hut, Annabeth said as she went back to tending for Percy, all the while planning to find out what Naruto was hiding and why did he look familiar to her. Reaching the big house, Naruto saw that Kairon was playing a game with another man. Lord Dionysus, it's a pleasure to see you here, Naruto said when he recognized the other man who was wearing his distinguishing leopard spot Hawaiian shirt. Oh Brad Goody, you're here, perhaps now the camp won't be as dull, Dionysus said with a grin on his face. I'll try not to disappoint, Naruto said with an equally large grin on his face. So it is true you do quests for the gods, Kairon said as he stroked his chin in thought. Yeah, the Brad is the only demigod the 12 of us like to use for quests. The Brad is trustworthy like that, Dionysus said as he took a sip of his coke. Well, now what do I get, a tour or something? Naruto asked Kairon, who brought out a sack of drachma as per their agreement and handed it to Naruto. Here's your payment and I will have a camper show you around, follow me, Kairon said as he gestured for Naruto to follow him.
Clarice, Kairon shouted out to one of the girls who was passing by and gestured for her to come closer.
Yeah, what do you need, Kairon? Clarice said gruffly.
Please show Mr. Uzumaki around the camp, one have a master's class to manage, Kairon said as he left Naruto with Clarice. Well, newbie, follow me, Clarice said roughly as she walked away, meaning for Naruto to follow.
Well, that's one way to give a tour, Naruto thought sarcastically. Naruto followed Clarice around as she showed him around Camp Half-Blood, eventually stopping over in the middle beside the hearth. All right, listen up, I'm only going to say this once. The first two cabins belong to Zeus and Hera respectively, followed by the third, which belonged to Poseidon, the fourth belongs to Demeter, the fifth belongs to Ares, the sixth belongs to Athena, the seventh belongs to Apollo, the eighth belongs to Artemis, the ninth belongs to Hephaestus, the 10th belongs to Aphrodite, the 11th belongs to Hermes, and the 12th belongs to Dionysus. Over there where we came from is the big house, and beside it is the medical hut. Over there is the training ground where we train, and there's the dock where we have canoe races, and finally the dining pavilion where we have our meals. Got all that? Clarice said as she pointed out the places one by one for Naruto. Yeah, got it. So which is your cabin? Naruto asked curiously. Cabin 5, Clarice answered.
Also your Lord Ares' child, huh? Not bad, I hope we can have a spar sometime, Naruto said thoughtfully.
Hey, thanks, but flattery won't get you anywhere. After all, I still have to initiate you, Clarice said with a sadistic grin on her face.
Just as she said that, she moved to put Naruto into a headlock only to grab air. Falling forward, she stumbled to the ground.
How? Clarice asked, shocked at Naruto's skill. You'll see eventually, Naruto said as he helped Clarice up. So where will I stay for now? Naruto asked Clarice after she had gotten over her shock.
Over there in cabin 11 until you are claimed, Clarice answered.
Thanks, though I am looking forward to a spar, Naruto said as he walked away. You better be serious or I'll pound you into dust, Clarice threatened lightly. I'll keep that in mind, wargirl, Naruto said as he left to go to cabin 11. It was a short walk to cabin 11 and what Naruto saw was disheartening. He knew that some gods did not claim their children, but this was ridiculous. Naruto could see that the cabin was past its maximum living capacity, seeing as almost every inch had someone sleeping on it. Hey, are you new here? Naruto saw a tall blonde around his age approach him, remembering his name to be Luke from the time he and his friend Talia had visited his surrogate mother's camp. Been a while, huh, Luke? Naruto said in greeting. Whoa, have we met? Luke asked Naruto. Yes, you and your friend Talia visited my mother's camp a few years back, Naruto answered. N. Naruto sees Artemis and two other as his mothers as well as with Hecate, so he sees 4 women as his mothers. Wait a minute, you're that scrawny kid who was with the hunt, right? Luke finally recalled. Yes, my name is Naruto and I'm not scrawny, Naruto answered with a slight glare. Ah, I see, then why are you here? Shouldn't you be in cabin 8? Luke asked. You see, until they claim me I have to stay here for now, as not to disrespect my mothers, as they will also decide where I will stay. Naruto answered truthfully with an exasperated look on his face. Mothers as in more than one? Luke asked, shocked at the knowledge of Naruto having more than one mother. Yes, I will not explain for now, you will see with the rest when I am claimed, Naruto said, not wanting to explain more. Ah, that's all right, well, pick a spot for now, Luke said as he welcomed Naruto in. Peering inside, Naruto decided not to lie down on the floor, so he jumped up, grabbing one of the support beams and climbed on top of it, laying down on it. Found it, Naruto said sarcastically as everyone looked at him in wonder. Show off, Luke muttered with a smile. Just as he said that, a loud conk sound could be heard and everyone stood up and went outside the cabin. Cabin 11, fall in, Luke ordered as the cabin members fell into an orderly line with Naruto making up the rear. Naruto followed them all to the dining pavilion, which he remembered from Clarice's tour. Entering, he followed the group to a table which was far too small to support their group, so some, included Naruto, opted to seat on the ground. All right there, buddy? Luke asked Naruto, to which he received a nod. After a few minutes, a few wood nymphs went around and served each of them a blank plate or bowl, which then filled with what they wanted to eat. Naruto was shocked by this, since he was used to hunting for his own food. He was also then handed an empty cup, to which Luke told him to name a drink and then the cup will provide it, so Naruto had a cup of Earl Grey which he picked up from one of his mothers. Alright brats, listen up, I'll only say this once, we have 2 new campers, one is still unconscious and the other is here with us. Naruto Uzumaki, he single-handedly defeated the Minotaurs that approached us last night, Dionysus said in a bored tone, though if one were listening attentively one could tell he was waiting for something to happen. While the rest of the campers looked at him with respect, and while the children of Ares looked a bit jealous, though they still had looks of respect on their faces. Just as everyone looked at Naruto, a bright light flashed above his head, and when it cleared he could hear all the demigods gasp. Just as Naruto suspected, they would claim him as soon as he entered the camp anyway. Above him were 4 symbols. The biggest was a dark crescent moon with a torch in the middle, and the other smaller 3 was a crescent moon with a bow and arrow, a hearth, and finally an olive tree with an owl and serpent. Hail Naruto Uzumaki, son of Hecate, also claimed by Artemis, Athena, and Hestia, Chiron said as he got out of his shock, and was chorused by the rest of the demigods as they bowed to Naruto. Is it that shocking? Naruto asked, confused. Yes, it is, Brad. No one would expect those 3 to claim you as well if you weren't their child, Dionysus answered with a voice that implied. You don't say. Ah, I see, Naruto said with a sweat drop. How is this possible? He can't be related to them, Naruto heard a camper say. Hold it, Sai, you see, when I was younger I was orphaned, so when my birth mother brought me out of where I formerly lived, she brought me to Lady Artemis to be raised, and so I was, and when I left, Lady Artemis decided to give me some of her blood so I could be a part of the hunt if I see them on my travels. As for Lady Athena and Lady Hestia, they saw how my past was and they took pity on me, so they spoke with my mother and she agreed, so they also gave me their blood, making me around 2/3 divine, and because of that happening they also told me to address them as mother as well, Naruto said, explaining to the demigods, who nodded in understanding. Wait, what was your past like to make them adopt you like that? A demigod asked. Here, I'll show you probole tes nemes, memory viewing, Naruto said as he created a portal which showed flashes of his life before Hecate came to rescue him. The whole camp watched when Naruto was a child. They saw as he was tossed out of the orphanage how he was beaten on most days by a mob of villagers and the fact he dove into trash cans for his meals. Naruto cut it off before they reached the part where his mother rescued him from the village. Looking at the assembled demigods, he could see that they had tears in their eyes and some were outright crying like the girls from the Aphrodite table. Needless to say, everyone pitied Naruto and they could not find any reason to hate him. Well, sad story aside, let us eat before the food grows cold to the gods, Chiron said as he lightened the mood from its gloom and sadness to one of feasting. To the gods. The demigods and Naruto shouted back as they wiped the tears from their eyes as they opened their meal. All of them standing to move towards a cauldron where they seemed to give a portion of their meals to their patron god or goddess, with Naruto following everyone's lead. After the meal had finished eating, Dionysus had one more shocking news for them. Oh yes, before I forget, the council has decided to test its current champion against the camp, so this capture the flag game will be the camp versus Naruto by himself, Dionysus said half-heartedly as he left the dining pavilion, leaving everyone in shock. He can't be that good, can he? Punk thinks he can take on the whole camp, huh? Damn, I need to think of a new strategy. These were the majority of what everyone was thinking as Dionysus left them. So Naruto, what are you planning to do now with your living arrangements? Chiron asked as he approached Naruto, who had moved to the empty table of Artemis. I plan to sleep in Artemis's cabin for tonight, though I may interchange between hers and Athena's, Naruto said as he finished his meal. I see, and what of your activities since you are the new counselor of Cabin 8? Chiron asked seriously. I don't plan on joining any class to hide my skills for now, though I will use the training grounds to keep in practice until the capture the flag game, Naruto answered earnestly. Well, if that's all, Chiron, I'm for now, Naruto said as he excused himself, heading out of the dining pavilion, ignoring the longing gazes the Aphrodite cabin was giving him. As Naruto exited the dining pavilion, he immediately turned towards the woods where he found a secluded area to train and practice his magic until night fell, where he only appeared to take his meal and left once again to train. It was near midnight when Naruto finished his training. He then approached Cabin 8, to which he noticed a few people still awake, staring out their windows, or in Grover's case hiding poorly behind a bush. I can see you guys, Naruto said loud enough to be heard, when suddenly a few harpies heard the noise and started to flock towards him to devour him as per camp rules. Seeing this, Naruto decided to show of as little as possible and just charged up his fists with holder magic. The same magic as Bazet Fraga Macremitz. This magic allowed him to strengthen his fists and feet, allowing him to reach strengths comparable to Hercale's. As the harpies neared, Naruto punched the closest one in the head, causing the harpy's head to come clean off its shoulders. The rest of the harpies, seeing this, decided to converge on Naruto all at once, only for Naruto to jump high in the air and start kicking the harpies, which caused them to explode when he hit them. Seeing no harpies left, Naruto deactivated his holder magic and proceeded to enter Cabin 8, ignoring the awestruck looks of the campers who were wide awake and Grover, who was shivering in fright at Naruto's skill. Finally reaching the door of his mother's cabin, Naruto entered and found the inside to be like his mother's camp, with designs of the forest on the walls as well as small paintings that look like the hunters themselves. Naruto ventured in further, finding it to be like a camp style, with the beds orderly aligned and had trunks at the foot of each bed, most likely for the hunters' things. Seeing that all the beds were obviously occupied, Naruto went in further, only to stop when a bright light appeared at the end of the room, to which, when it faded, revealed a door with a note attached to it. Grabbing the note, it read out, "Dear Naruto, I made this room for you in the off chance you ever went to Camp Half-Blood. I hope you find it to your liking. I apologize as well for the late claiming, but your birth mother wanted it to be special and seen by the whole camp, so we decided to claim you at your next meal there. Take care of yourself. P.S. Athena said it's fine if you don't sleep at her cabin as long as you connect with your siblings there. Love, Mom." Naruto had tears in his eyes at the end of the heartfelt letter. "It's okay, Mom, I didn't mind your late claiming at all. Thanks for the room," Naruto prayed out to Artemis as he entered the room. It was painted black and silver, showing signs of him being the son of two goddesses of two phases of the moon. It had a wardrobe, to which Naruto found a male version of the hunter's outfit, which was a silver hooded jacket with dark pants and army-style brown boots.
There was also a trophy case which was filled with Naruto's many
kills on his quests. The bed was king-sized. It had silver bed sheets which reminded Naruto of the times he slept with Artemis. Thanks Mom, all to you and my other mothers proud during the capture the flag game, Naruto thought as he finally took his rest, not noticing that the moon had shined even brighter that night. It was the next morning after Naruto had been claimed by his mothers. He had slept in a wonderful bed provided by Artemis. Stepping out of bed, he checked the clock to make sure he had woken up as usual, which was at 5:30 in the morning. Once he had confirmed that, he quickly made sure to fix his bed before going about his morning exercise, which was to meditate for a few minutes every morning to ensure that his magic would not backfire and could be used at full potential. Followed by a full workout which allows him to remain in top shape for wielding weapons, though he really didn't need to do this. Finally, when he was done, Naruto stepped out of his mother's cabin and walked around camp towards the big house, where he found Percy speaking with Dionysus and Chiron. "Good morning, Chiron. Lord Dionysus, what has Percy done now?" Naruto asked after he had greeted both Chiron and Dionysus, who had a large scowl on his face. "The boy dared to call me by name without any respect at all, unlike you," Dionysus said while still scowling at Percy before he took a drink of his Diet Coke. "I see. Well, Percy, you see, it is very improper to call gods by their name without any honorifics like lord or lady, and even then you need their permission to use it like I do," Naruto explained to Percy, who rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. "This can't be real, can it?" Percy asked Chiron, who merely sighed. "Yes, it is, Percy. All this is real. All gods and goddesses you once thought to be myth or real proof is right in front of you," Chiron explained to Percy in a professional tone of voice, like a teacher would tell a student. "A god, him, really?" Percy pointed at Dionysus while looking incredulous. "Are you testing me, boy?" Dionysus threatened, with his godly energy leaking out from his body in a slightly silver mist-like way. "No," Percy said almost instantly when he felt a huge weight bearing down upon him. "Well, I'll show you around for now," Chiron said as he spotted Annabeth walk near the big house. As he said this, both Percy and Naruto followed after Chiron. He began to show Percy the different parts of the camp. Sure enough, they had passed by the front door, from which the second floor of the big house could be seen. "What's up there?" Percy asked Chiron. "Oh, nothing living. Come along, more to see," Chiron said hurriedly, making Naruto suspicious. "Nothing living, huh?" Naruto thought to himself. As they moved along, Percy had finally asked what was bugging for a while now since leaving the big house. "Grover won't get in too much trouble, will he?" Percy asked, concerned for his friend.
Chiron sighed. "Grover has big dreams, Percy, perhaps bigger than are reasonable. To reach his goal, he must first demonstrate great courage by succeeding as a keeper, finding a new camper and bringing him safely to Half-Blood Hill."
"But he did that," Percy insisted. "I might agree with you, but it is not my place to judge. Dionysus and the Council of Cloven Elders must decide. I'm afraid they might not see this assignment as a success. After all, Grover lost you in New York. Then there's the unfortunate fate of your mother. And the fact that Grover was unconscious when Naruto dragged you both over the property line. The council might question whether this shows any courage on Grover's part," Chiron said sadly.
"He'll get a second chance, won't he?" Percy asked, hopeful.
"I'm afraid that was Grover's second chance, Percy. The council was not anxious to give him another, either, after what happened the first time, 5 years ago. Olympus knows, I advised him to wait longer before trying again. He's still so small for his age," Chiron answered sadly, with Naruto perking at that information. So it was Grover who led Luke and his friends to camp, Naruto thought to himself. "How old is he?" Percy asked, interested. 28, Chiron said offhandedly. "What? And he's in 6th grade? Percy exclaimed. He would go nuts if he had to do that. Satyrs mature half as fast as humans, Percy. Grover has been the equivalent of a middle school student for the past 6 years, Chiron explained. "That's horrible," Percy said. "Quite at any rate, Grover is a late bloomer, even by satyr standards, and not yet very accomplished at woodland magic. Alas, he was anxious to pursue his dream. Perhaps now he will find some other career," Chiron said. "That's not fair. What happened the first time? Was it really so bad?" Percy asked. "Let's move along, shall we?" Chiron said, not wanting to reminisce on that topic. "Chiron, if the gods and Olympus and all that are real," Percy started. Yes, child? Does that mean the underworld is real, too? Percy asked with interest. Chiron's expression darkened. Yes, child, there is a place where spirits go after death, but for now, until we know more, I would urge you to put that out of your mind, Chiron warned. What do you mean, until we know more? Percy asked, irritated by all the secrecy. Come, Percy. Let's see the woods, Chiron said, changing the subject. The woods are stocked, if you care to try your luck, but go armed, Chiron explained. Stocked with what? Armed with what? Percy asked, confused. You'll see. Capture the flag is Friday night, it's bound to be interesting this time around. Do you have your own sword and shield? Chiron asked. My own what? Percy said, confused. Who the hell owns a sword these days? Don't need to carry any, Naruto simply answered. No, I don't suppose you do. I think a size 5 will do. I'll visit the armory later, Chiron said. So Chiron proceeded to show Percy the rest of the camp while Naruto tagged along. Finally Chiron showed Percy the cabins. There were 12 of them, nestled in the woods by the lake. They were arranged in a U, with 2 at the base and 5 in a row on either side. Except for the fact that each had a large brass number above the door, they looked absolutely nothing alike. Number 9 had smokestacks, like a tiny factory. Number 4 had tomato vines on the walls and a roof made out of real grass. 7 seemed to be made of solid gold, which gleamed so much in the sunlight it was almost impossible to look at. In the center of the field was a huge stone-lined fire pit. Even though it was a warm afternoon, the hearth smoldered. A girl about 9 years old was tending the flames, poking the coals with a stick. Seeing this, Naruto approached the girl quietly. Hi Mom, Naruto said with a bow to the girl. Hearing this, the girl turned around and brought Naruto into a hug. Naruto, I'm glad you made it here safe. The girl said. This was the 8-year-old form of Hestia, one of the adoptive mothers of Naruto. Well, I'm here, thanks for claiming me, Naruto said. Nonsense, we would have done it regardless, Hestia said calmingly. Well, that's all my time for now, see you soon my son, Hestia said before she turned to fire and faded into the hearth. Bye Mom, see you later, Naruto said as he walked back to Chiron and Percy. You said your name was Chiron. Are you really? Naruto heard Percy ask Chiron when he approached. The Chiron from the stories? Trainer of Hercules and all that? Yes, Percy, I am. Chiron answered proudly. But, shouldn't you be dead? Percy asked. I honestly don't know about should be. The truth is, I can't be dead. You see, eons ago the gods granted my wish. I could continue the work I loved. I could be a teacher of heroes as long as humanity needed me. I gained much from that wish, and I gave up much. But I'm still here, so I can only assume I'm still needed, Chiron said. Doesn't it ever get boring? Percy asked. No, horribly depressing, at times, but never boring. Chiron said. Why depressing? Percy asked without any tact at all. Oh, look, Annabeth is waiting for us, Chiron said, changing subject again. Annabeth, would you mind taking Percy from here? I have a master's class that needs teaching, Chiron asked as they approached her. She was reading in front of cabin 11. Sure, Chiron, Annabeth answered coolly while she observed Percy. Naruto could tell that Percy was developing a bit of a crush on Annabeth by the way he watched her stare at him before she broke him out of it. You drool in you sleep, Annabeth said in a deadpan tone which caused Percy to deflate and Naruto to burst out in laughter. You're my brother, right? I'm Annabeth. Where did you sleep last night? We were hoping to talk to you after what you showed us last night, Annabeth said as she turned to look at Naruto. Yes, I'm your new brother, though as to where I slept at cabin 8, and as for that talk we can have it after you show Percy around if that's fine with you, Naruto said as he started to walk with Annabeth, with Percy following the 2 blondes as they went towards the 11th cabin. I stood in the doorway, looking at the kids. They weren't bowing anymore. They were staring at me, sizing me up. I knew this routine. I'd gone through it at enough schools. Well, go on. Annabeth rushed Percy on. So naturally Percy tripped coming in the door and made a total fool of himself. There were some snickers from the campers, but none of them said anything. Percy Jackson, meet cabin 11. Annabeth said dully. Regular or undetermined? Somebody asked. Undetermined, Annabeth answered for Percy. Everybody in the cabin groaned in annoyance. A guy who was a little older than the rest came forward. Now, campers. That's what we're here for. Welcome, Percy. You can have that spot on the floor, right over there, Luke said as he pointed towards an empty spot. This is Luke, he's your counselor for now, Annabeth said with a slight blush on her cheeks which Naruto noticed. For now? Percy asked confused. You're undetermined, they don't know what cabin to put you in, so you're here. Cabin 11 takes all newcomers, all visitors. Naturally, we would. Hermes, our patron, is the god of travelers, Luke explained. Though honestly it should be my mother's cabin that does this if they gave her a cabin, seeing as she is the goddess of crossroads. Naruto put his 2 cents in. How long will I be here? Percy asked worriedly when he saw the other cabin members stare at him as if figuring out what to steal from him first. Good question, until you're determined, Luke said sadly. How long will that take? Percy asked, to which the members of cabin 11 laughed. Come on, I'll show you the volleyball court, Annabeth said blankly, ignoring Percy's question. I've already seen it. Percy insisted. Come on, Annabeth said as she grabbed Percy's wrist and dragged him outside. Percy could hear the kids of cabin 11 and Naruto laughing behind me. Jackson, you have to do better than that, Annabeth said as she rounded on Percy when they were out of earshot from cabin 11. What? Percy asked confused. I can't believe I thought you were the one. Annabeth sounded disappointed. What's your problem? All I know is, I kill some bull guy, Percy said, sounding a bit angry. Don't talk like that. You know how many kids at this camp wish they'd had your chance? Annabeth said back with anger laced in her voice. To get killed? Percy asked, offended. To fight the Minotaur. What do you think we trained for? Annabeth answered angrily. Look, if the thing I fought really was the Minotaur, the same one in the stories, Percy started. Yes. Then there's only one, Percy finished. Yes. And he died, like, a long time ago, right? Theseus killed him in the labyrinth. So, Percy said. Monsters don't die, Percy, they reform over time, and if you're lucky you only face them once per lifetime, Annabeth explained. You mean if I killed one, accidentally, with a sword, Percy said. The fur, I mean, your math teacher. That's right. She's still out there. You just made her very, very mad. Annabeth answered Percy's unfinished question. How did you know about Mrs. Dodds? Percy asked. You talk in your sleep, causing Naruto to sweat drop. You almost called her something. A fury? They're Hades' torturers, right? Percy asked. You shouldn't call them by name, even here. We call them the kindly ones, if we have to speak of them at all, Annabeth said. Looking fearful. Not true at all, fear is what gives them power in the first place, only the weak really fear them, those like us should not fear them but call them out, for we alone have the power to defeat them. Naruto explained, making Annabeth nod a bit in understanding though confusing Percy. Why do I have to stay in cabin 11, anyway? Why is everybody so crowded together? There are plenty of empty bunks right over there, Percy asked as he noticed empty cabins. You don't just choose a cabin, Percy. It depends on who your parents are or your parent, Annabeth said, looking fearful again. My mom is Sally Jackson, she works at the candy store in Grand Central Station. At least, she used to, Percy said, causing Naruto to facepalm. I'm sorry about your mom, Percy, but that's not what I mean. I'm talking about your other parent. Your dad. Annabeth elaborated further. He's dead. I never knew him, Percy answered quickly. Your father's not dead, Percy, Annabeth said with a sigh. How can you say that? You know him? Percy asked, intrigued. No, of course not, Annabeth answered quickly. Then how can you say that? Percy asked. Because I know you wouldn't be here if you weren't one of us, Annabeth said. You don't know anything about me, Percy said defensively. No, I bet you moved around from school to school. I bet you were kicked out of a lot of them, Annabeth said, causing Percy to reel back in shock. Diagnosed with dyslexia. Probably ADHD, too, Annabeth finished. What does that have to do with anything? Percy asked, embarrassed. That's because those are signs of being a demigod, a child of the gods, and humans, the monsters, see us for what we are, only here we are safe, Annabeth explained. You sound like you went through the same thing? Percy said softly. Most of the kids here did. If you weren't like us, you couldn't have survived the Minotaur, much less the ambrosia and nectar, Annabeth said. Percy looked confused at that, so Naruto pitched in. If you were human, drinking ambrosia and nectar would kill you, Naruto said simply. Well, if it isn't the mage and the newbie, Naruto heard Clarice say from behind them. Clarice, why don't you go polish your spear or something? Annabeth said, obviously annoyed. Sure. Princess Sai can run you through with it Friday night. Oh wait, I can't cause we're teamed up, Clarice retorted. Ere es Korakas, Annabeth said, which Percy somehow understood was Greek for, go to the crows. Who's this little scamp? Clarice asked, pointing at Percy. Percy Jackson, me Clarice, daughter of Ares, Annabeth said. Like, the war god? Percy asked. You got a problem with that? Clarice looked offended. No, it explains the bad smell, Percy said, causing Naruto to twitch his eye in annoyance for his obvious lack of respect for others. We got an initiation ceremony for newbies, Prissy, Clarice said, grabbing Percy's shirt. Percy insisted. Whatever. Come on, I'll show you, Clarice said as she dragged him towards the toilets. Stay out of it, wise girl, Clarice said when she saw Annabeth about to speak. Naruto, you have to help him, Annabeth insisted. Nope, he needs to learn how to respect people, Naruto said simply. Just as suddenly a huge explosion could be heard from the toilets. Somehow all the pipes ruptured and soaked Clarice and Annabeth, but somehow sparing Percy and Naruto. Here, let me, Naruto said when he noticed Clarice and Annabeth were wet. Snapping his fingers, their clothes suddenly dried and was clean as could be, as if they had just gotten dressed. How? Annabeth asked. Son of Hestia as well, remember, Naruto said, making Clarice and Annabeth nod in understanding. And that was the end of Percy's tour, to which he continually pestered Annabeth for an apology, to which she simply ignored him and told him to drop it. Of course Percy went and asked he about her own parents, which caused her to be more irritated at him ending the tour. Naruto followed Annabeth to her cabin, where he was introduced to his new siblings, to which they asked him many questions which he patiently answered, most avoiding some to hide his skills for the upcoming game. Then dinner came along, allowing Chiron to announce the camp's first all-versus-one capture the flag, causing Percy to ask, is he that good? Causing Naruto to glare at him, making Percy spill his drink over himself. It was the morning of Friday, the start of preparations for the capture the flag game. You can see the campers rushing around the camp. The Athena cabin was making all sorts of plans concerning surrounding Naruto. Frankly, it seemed like they were planning a blitzkrieg strike. The Ares cabin were practicing with their swords, spears, and axes, though you could tell they were exited for this, as they were the front liners along with the Hermes cabin. The Hermes cabin was well planting traps for their side of the creek to defend their flag. The Apollo cabin was cleaning their bows and sharpening their arrows. The Hephaestus cabin seemed to be making a few war instruments such as trebuchets and catapults, along with their ammo of Greek fire and heavy boulders. The other cabins were not participating and only stayed to the sides watching the whole thing unfold, some helping with preparations. Percy, on the other hand, looked confused and was being shoved around by the Ares and Hephaestus cabin members, who were moving around carrying and distributing weapons to other cabins. Seeing this, Grover took pity on Percy and brought him towards their pier, where no one would bother them, or so they think. Seated there in the middle of the lake was Naruto. He was sitting on top of the water in a meditative pose, though no one seemed to notice due to them being busy. Standing up from his meditation, Naruto came face to face with Grover and Percy. How did you do that? Is it your demigod power or something? Percy asked. Naruto stared at him blankly. You don't know the meaning of tact, do you? Naruto said plainly. Sorry, Percy said, embarrassed. Well, to answer your question, yes and no. I merely used my power to allow me to place runes on myself to be protected from water no matter how deep. Naruto answered. N. Servant skill, water protection. Oh, that's cool, Percy admitted. So were you raised in the hunt? Grover asked meekly. Yes, it was fun, but I had to leave because I was male, Naruto said sadly, remembering the fun times he had with his sisters. Sorry, Grover said. Don't worry about it, I'm fine, Naruto said, walking off towards cabin 8. Hey, how are you planning to survive? Everyone is planning ways to kill you, Percy asked before Naruto got out of hearing range. Never question the king, boy, Naruto said in a slightly arrogant tone, not even looking behind him, leaving both Percy and Grover confused. When he reached his mother's cabin, Naruto immediately knelt down, offering a prayer for strength from his mother's, for Athena to guide him, Artemis for his aim, Hestia for protection from flame, and Hecate to strengthen his magic. Up in Olympus same time, all the gods were interested in this particular game, with all of them watching events in the camp. All the males were gathered in Hermes' temple, where he materialized sofas for them to sit on. Even Hades was there watching with them. And all the gods had a bottle of Coke and a bucket of popcorn with them. All of them were also placing bets on which camper would be able to take down Naruto, as they all thought that they had a chance since they outnumbered Naruto nearly 200 to 1, with only Hades betting on Naruto. The goddesses on the other hand were in Hera's temple watching the events of the camp. Even Hera was unusually interested in this game as compared to her usual nonchalant attitude. Hecate herself was invited to watch with them, as they had Iris form them a window to watch from. Camp Half-Blood. It was nearly time to start the game, and everyone was waiting anxiously in the dining pavilion, waiting for instructions from Chiron. "Alright, I see you're all ready. I believe it's time to start the game. As per instructions from the gods, this will be all out. The only rules are no killing. Naruto, wear your armor," Chiron said as he noticed Naruto's lack of armor. Should I wear it now?" Naruto asked, looking at Chiron from his spot as he leaned against a support beam. "Yes, please do," Chiron said, expecting him to head towards his cabin only to receive a shock. Naruto just simply snapped his fingers as golden dust began to form around him, signifying he was manipulating the mist. Starting from the feet going up, it formed on him a golden armor with a red cloth at the back of it. Naruto even formed rectangular earrings on his ears. A.N. Gilgamesh's armor from Fate, 0. "Is this more satisfactory?" Naruto asked as he slicked his hair back, getting ready for the game. At this point everyone was shocked at Naruto's appearance, though some, namely the Aphrodite cabin, was looking at him in lust, some even licking their lips sensually. Yes, fine, let us start. Naruto, please head to the far side of the woods just past the creek. That's your side and you must start from there. Do you have a flag with you?" Chiron said, getting out of his shock. Naruto only nodded at this, and from the mist materialized a flag with a wooden pole. The flag was red in color with silver highlights. In the center was a torch, beside it was a moon and an owl, below these was a hearth. "I'll be heading of now," Naruto said as he left the room. "I think we're doomed," voice a camper. "Hey, don't worry, we got more than enough firepower here with this," a Hephaestus cabin member said as he pointed at the stuff they just made. Now it's time you prepare your base as well," Chiron said as he shooed them out of the dining pavilion. As planned by the Athena cabin, the Ares and Hermes cabin members would lead the front lines, while the Hephaestus cabin members would follow with the heavy artillery, as well as the Apollo cabin members, who would be their long-range support, leaving the flag to be guarded by the Athena cabin. Olympus. At Hermes' temple. "Oh, look, it's starting," Hermes said excitedly, making everyone focus on the Iris message screen that showed the camp. At Hera's temple. Let's see how well this boy of yours does." Hecate, Hera said as they anticipated the start of the game. Camp Half-Blood. As soon as the conch horn sounded, the Ares and Hermes cabin members rushed forward past the creek towards the area where Naruto would be. Only to be shocked, as Naruto was indeed there, only he was many feet of the ground in some sort of flying device. It was golden in color, with its wings being green. A.N. Vamana from Fate, 0. Seated on it was a throne-like chair, and on it was Naruto looking bored, his head leaning on his left fist. The flag was in front of him at his feet. Seeing the Ares and Hermes cabin, he raised his right hand into the air just above Naruto. Golden dust clamped together in circular formations with blades in the center, all aimed at the members of the Ares and Hermes cabin. "Run, spread out," Luke shouted as he dashed around looking for a way to get behind Naruto and grab the flag while he was distracted from fighting the Ares and Hermes cabin members. "Maya," Luke said as his shoes sprouted wings, allowing him to fly. Luke slowly went behind the ship of Naruto. On the other hand, the members of Ares and Hermes were not doing well. Already more than half of them were incapacitated and out of the game. Only around a handful of survivors littered the battlefield. Naruto, seeing that most of them had lost, began to forward the Vamana at a sedate pace, giving them a chance to win if they had it in them. Sensing movement from behind him, Naruto saw Luke flying at his level coming from behind. "Think you can steal from me?" "I think not," Naruto said as he redirected the weapons forward from mist at Luke, who dodged most of them as he was faster in the air. "Oh, try this, thief," Naruto said as he gathered golden mist at his hand, creating a chain which he launched at Luke, knocking him from the air as it was faster than the weapons. With Luke now out, Naruto proceeded to fly forward only to halt when a rock nearly hit the Vimana. Naruto sounded out, intrigued at what almost hit him, looking to see the Hephaestus cabin loading more rocks into the trebuchets and catapults and the Apollo cabin aiming bows at him. Foolishness, Naruto said as he formed the golden dust around the trebuchets and catapults. And from the golden dust came chains which constricted around the catapults and trebuchets, destroying them. That's not all, eat this, Charlie Beckendorf shouted. He was the leader of the Hephaestus cabin. As he said this, the Hephaestus cabin grabbed a hold of some large cylindrical-looking balls and threw them at Naruto, only for him to move Vimana out of the way, though one ball did land on it, setting it on fire. Greek fire, huh, interesting, Naruto said as he grabbed the flag with his left hand before jumping of Vimana and dispelling the Vimana over the Apollo cabin, causing the Greek fire to fall near them, causing them to fall into disarray. Finally got you on the ground, Charlie said as he charged forward towards Naruto with a battle cry, while Naruto was launching his mist-created blades at the other members and at Charlie himself. Surprisingly, Charlie took a sword to his shoulder and a spear to his leg and still kept charging at Naruto, impressing him greatly. Finally reaching Naruto, Charlie raised his sword above his head to strike Naruto down, only to find his arm couldn't move. Looking behind him, he saw that the golden mists were now forming chains holding him back from moving, and behind him were the members of the Hephaestus and Apollo cabins, all knocked out. Hey, keeping on performing strange things one after another, Charlie said as he coughed up some blood. Very impressive, son of Hephaestus, Naruto said as he punched Charlie in the gut, knocking him out. Dispelling the golden mist, he pressed on forward now that he was on their side of the creek, and because of the rules he had to create a barrier around his flag, which he protected it with a barrier, letting it fly above his side of the creek. Moving forward towards the side of his opponents, he saw that the flag was guarded by the Athena cabin as well as Percy, who charged at him blindly, only for Naruto to backhand him into the creek. You're out of your league, boy, Naruto said as he walked forward, materializing a sword in his hand. Seeing this, the Athena cabin charged forward, and while they were many they had no skill in using swords, so Naruto easily beat them all, and as soon as he grabbed the flag he felt something grab the flag before him and ran off into the forest with it. Seeing no point in running after the flag, he simply manipulated the golden mist once more and launched the chains, capturing the flag and whoever held it. To Naruto's surprise, it was Annabeth. Her hat had fallen off her head when the chains surrounded her, causing her to return to normal visibility. Grabbing the flag, Naruto simply kept the chains on her as he was near the creek, so he couldn't spend too much energy on this. Only to find Percy in front of him with his sword poised to strike Naruto, who simply blocked it with his own sword. His strength and speed increased. How? Naruto thought as he simply kept defending against Percy's onslaught. Ignoring the need to see Percy's full potential, Naruto formed blades floating in midair to help him guard against Percy. Eventually Naruto managed to disarm Percy and knock him backward just as Naruto crossed over to his side of the creek, making the flag transform into a copy of his own. A conch horn echoed as Chiron came into sight. Victory is Naruto's, Chiron announced as the members of the Hephaestus, Apollo, Ares, Hermes, and Athena came toward them, limping, some still unconscious, being carried by the others. Just as they were about to say something, a large hellhound came from behind the bush, causing Chiron to fumble about for his bow to shoot it dead, only for Naruto to stab it just as it rushed forward to maim Percy. As it exploded into golden dust, Annabeth, who was now free of the chains, saw Percy's wound. Percy, what is that? Annabeth asked. Sword wound, Percy answered. Step in the water, Annabeth said as Percy complied, and as he did a large circle flashed above his head. It was a trident. Hail Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon, Chiron shouted as he kneeled every camper, including Naruto, to copy his actions. Was all Percy could think. Olympus, Hermes' temple? I win, pay up, Hades said as he smiled, causing all the other gods to groan at losing the bet. Whoa, what the? Apollo said as he saw a hellhound appear on screen, only for it to be killed by Naruto and a circle to appear over Percy's head. Poseidon, explained this now, Zeus demanded as he shook with anger. The thunder heard in the distance, showing his anger to the human world. Hera's temple. See, I told you he could do it, Hecate said as she smiled at her son's achievement. He's our son too, you know, Athena said, for both Artemis and Hestia as well. Oh, my brother is not going to be happy about this, Hestia said as she saw Percy being claimed by Poseidon. All the goddesses shook their heads. This will only serve to increase Zeus's temper tantrums for a whole while. A few mere minutes after the capture the flag game, which turned into a one-sided slaughter, Percy had been claimed, and by someone who was not supposed to have a demigod child. Percy was a son of Poseidon. So here Percy was sitting by himself as he waited near the hearth at the center of the camp, right beside Naruto, who was conversing with a young girl who Percy had not seen before. So Percy decided to listen in to the conversation, as it was a better alternative than watch others stare at him. "So Naruto, did you have fun?" Percy heard the girl ask with mirth in her voice. "Humph, as if they offered much. Slightly entertaining, I admit. However, the other camp gave me a better challenge," Naruto answered gruffly, though he had a smile on his face. "Hee, well, me and your other mothers just wanted to congratulate you and warn you not to let it go to your head," the girl said with a smile as she placed a hand on Naruto's cheek. "Mothers? How the heck does a guy have more than one mother?" Percy thought to himself. "Of course I know. If I did, both you and Lady Artemis would beat it out of me," Naruto said with a slight chuckle. "And don't you forget it. Oh, and before I forget, my brother wants you to keep an eye on Percy for him," the girl said seriously. "Sure," Naruto said, to which the girl nodded. "Well, that's all for now. See you later, my dear boy," the girl said as she walked towards the fire and vanished into it. "See you too, Mom," Naruto said as he stood up and turned to glare at Percy. "You know it is quite rude to listen in on private conversations, right?" Naruto said with a glare at Percy. Sorry, I couldn't help myself," Percy said, shivering at Naruto's glare. "Sigh, fine, but if I see you do it again I will make you wish you were dead. Are we clear?" Naruto threatened. "Why, yes," Percy sputtered out. "Good now, good night," Naruto said as he turned to leave. "Wait, who was that?" Percy asked, curious. "My mother, Hestia," Naruto said as he continued walking towards his cabin, not looking back at Percy. "Percy, it's time to move to your new cabin," Chiron said, bringing Percy out of his thoughts. "Oh, okay, which is it?" Percy asked as he followed Chiron. "Cabin 3, Chiron said as he pointed it out to Percy. "Good night, Percy," Chiron said as he left Percy to enter on his own. "Home sweet home," Percy said as he went inside and fell asleep. The next day. This morning when Naruto woke up, he knew things would go wrong very quickly and felt as if Percy would be in the center of it. So going about his morning routine as usual, he found that his magic reserves had somehow increased overnight, making his meditation longer than usual. Finally, when he had finished, he left his cabin, finding a few campers awake, and he spotted Grover dragging Percy out of his cabin towards the big house. Quickly grabbing his jacket, which can make him invisible, he activated its ability and moved towards the big house. "What, I haven't stolen anything. Zeus is crazy," Naruto heard Percy say defensively. Entering discreetly, he saw that Annabeth was there as well, and she was invisible, same as him. For you see, those invisible are invisible to all except magic users who cast sight clarity spells, those with enhanced sense, and other invisible people. Seeing Annabeth notice him, Naruto placed a finger to his lips, signifying that they would watch the proceedings quietly. It was amusing the two children of Athena could be very stealthy just to acquire knowledge. Looking back at the occupants of the big house, namely Chiron, Grover and Dionysus, Naruto could see that they were looking a bit fearful at Percy, though Dionysus was looking at him in annoyance rather than fear. Percy buddy, we don't use the C word to describe the king of Olympus," Grover said to Percy. "Anyway, it has come to the belief of Lord Zeus that you have stolen his master bolt and have delivered it to you, Father Lord Poseidon, to be mass-produced to overthrow him," Chiron explained, seeing as it was no use to tell Percy how to address the gods at the moment. Naruto almost snorted at this. It was known to him that Zeus was very paranoid and trusted very few people. "What, but I haven't done any of that," Percy insisted. "I know, but in order to prove your innocence, what better than to have you deliver the master bolt back to Zeus," Chiron said. "How will I do that?" Percy questioned. "Consult the oracle, she is upstairs," Chiron said as he let Percy move towards the attic. And so Naruto moved towards Annabeth, silently telling her to stay put as he followed Percy up the stairs. Moving behind Percy, he watched as a corpse came to life and green smoke exited the corpse's mouth and formed into an illusion. Naruto could see that it formed into Gabe and his 3 buddies. "You shall go west, and face the god who has turned. You shall find what was stolen, and see it safely returned. You shall be betrayed by one who calls you a friend. And you shall fail to save what matters most. In the end, the son of many will join thee and aid thee, and will come to face his sister's thief. And with that the mist receded back, leaving a dazed Percy who went down the stairs with Naruto following. Naruto knew full well what the prophecy meant for him. He would face that man who stole his most precious sister's gift. Clencing his fist, he went beside Annabeth, who noticed this and placed a calming hand on his shoulder. Naruto gave her a grateful nod at this. Percy, who had just finished explaining what the oracle had told him but left out the last 4 lines of the prophecy. Chiron had told I am to find companions for his journey. Hearing this, Annabeth and Naruto went visible once more, shocking Percy. I shall go. I don't trust a son of Poseidon to accomplish this properly, Annabeth said seriously, though Naruto could tell that she was yearning to leave the camp for an adventure. And I shall accompany my sister on this quest, though I was also given an order from Lord Zeus to keep an eye on Percy, Naruto said, getting a nod from Dionysus, while Grover and Chiron looked slightly afraid. Relax, I won't kill him unless he proved to be the thief, Naruto says, calming Chiron and Grover somewhat. And with that the team of 4 went to prepare for the quest. Percy went to his cabin and got properly dressed. Annabeth went and got her already prepared bag for when a quest would be issued, as well as said her goodbyes to her cabin mates. Grover went towards the woodlands for something. Naruto simply went to his cabin and offered a few prayers for blessing from his mothers. When he was done, he simply left the cabin with the clothes on his back. After all, Naruto had access to a pocket dimension for storage of all his things. As he moved towards the hill where they would meet, he was ambushed by a group of wood nymphs who wanted to wish him good luck on his quest, which Naruto humbly accepted. If he had bothered to look around, he could see looks of jealousy coming from the other campers who were awake and were watching the nymphs surround Naruto. It was simple and plain jealousy, and who could fault them by their very own nature? Nymphs were well-endowed women who were often the subject of lust and affection from gods and men alike. Though this was not the case for Naruto, who was raised in the hunt and would occasionally be taken care of by nymphs when all of the hunt had to take care of a few monsters, and due to the flighty nature of the nymphs some had traveled long and far. Which was why Naruto could see a few familiar faces from the nymphs who wished him good luck. After accepting it, he then proceeded towards the top of the hill. When he reached the top of the hill, he could sense a strong magical presence from the tree beside him. Is this an enchanted tree? Or is it something more than that? Somehow I feel a living presence from it, Naruto thought as he analyzed his tree. Naruto, I didn't know you were here already, Annabeth asked from behind him, shocking him slightly at how he didn't notice her presence. Yay, is there something with this tree? I feel something from it, Naruto asked, pointing at the tree behind him. Yeah, it is the tree of Talia. When she died, Zeus turned her into a tree that now protects the camp, Annabeth said sadly. Talia? You mean the girl that traveled with you and Luke? Naruto asked. Yeah, Annabeth answered. Just then Percy, Grover and Chiron came along up the hill, joining them. So Percy, hold on to this, it's a gift from your father, just click in it. Will become a sword. Don't worry about losing it, it will always return to your pocket, Chiron said as he handed Percy a pen. Anaclosmos riptide, Percy said in awe when he clicked the pen, which transformed into a sword when he did. Indeed, it has a long and sad history which we won't go into today, Chiron said sadly, at which Naruto clenched his fist tightly, remembering the particular history of that sword. Naruto would have at one point taken it as his own, however he discovered it was best held by those with connections to the sea like Percy, so he would leave it in his hands. Indeed, Percy, it is a good blade, wield it well and treat it properly. If you don't, I might take it from you, Naruto said as he stared off into the distance. Even though his voice contained a threatening tone, his face looked wistful in thought. I will, Percy said honestly. He could hear the proud tone of how Naruto described the blade, and this coming from the guy with many weapons, it sounded like the highest form of praise for a weapon. Well, shall we? Annabeth said anxiously. She was really itching to go on this quest. Wait. They all heard Luke shout from behind them, carrying a shoebox. Oh good, you haven't left yet. I have something for you, Luke said as he opened the box and handed it to Percy. Looking inside, they all saw that it held shoes. What's this do? Percy asked, confused. Maya, Luke said, and as he did, the shoes grew wings and started to fly. These are shoes from my father, and since I don't use them too often, I thought I should leave them with you, Luke said thoughtfully. Cool, I guess I could fly with them, right? Percy said, looking at his companions for the quest, only to receive deadpan looks and a facepalm from Naruto. Percy, how to put this lightly, you're wanted dead by Zeus and you want to fly in the sky, which is his domain. Do you see where this is going? Naruto said, slightly irritated at his cluelessness. Oh, sorry. Percy said, embarrassed. Well, how about you use them, Grover? Percy asked, handing the shoes to Grover. I guess I could. Grover said bashfully. Well, that's all I came here for. Take care, Naruto. Annabeth, Luke said before he walked off. Looking at Annabeth, Naruto saw a hint of pink on her cheeks. Must have a crush, I guess, Naruto thought as he shrugged. It was none of his business anyway. This is Argus and he's here to keep an eye on things, Chiron said as he introduced Percy to Argus, making Annabeth and Naruto deadpan at the awful pun. Well, let's go, shall we? Naruto said as he walked with Annabeth towards the van that was at the bottom of the hill. Percy and Grover followed with Argus after them. During the car ride towards the bus station, it was a tense atmosphere in the car and Percy couldn't stand it any longer, so he tried to boost morale. We're making good time, huh? No monster attacks yet, Percy said out loud, to which Annabeth turned to glare at him. Don't say that, you'll only jinx us, Annabeth said, blankly remembering Murphy's Law. Don't bother, any monster coming after us would have a hard time. After all, only the higher tier monsters will come after us for now, so don't worry about the small fries, Naruto said, trying to calm Annabeth down. What that means, only the stronger ones will come after us, Annabeth said, heading into a panic mode. Yes, though with our team we should be fine, Naruto said, placing a calming hand on Annabeth's shoulders. Oh, that's right, thanks, Annabeth said, grateful he was here. A few minutes later, Argus stopped in front of the bus stand, letting the quest members to exit before heading off. Waiting for the bus, Annabeth asked Naruto a few questions. So what was that ship thing you used in the game? Annabeth asked, getting the interest of Percy and Grover as they wanted to know as well. It is called Vimana, an ancient craft made in ancient India. Don't ask how, I'm not sure as well. I found it on my journeys, as being the son of Hecate allowed me to travel far and wide across the globe, Naruto answered Annabeth, earning a nod from her. And those golden mist things? Annabeth asked once more. Oh, those were simply mist manipulation to the highest level. It pales in comparison to my 3 main treasures, though, Naruto answered. 3 main treasures? Annabeth asked, intrigued. You'll find out. Here's the bus now, Naruto said as he stood up, helping Annabeth up as well. The bus ride was uneventful for a few hours until it was late night and the bus had picked up 3 more riders, which Percy recognized, one as Ms. Dodds, or rather the Fury. What are they doing here? Percy asked in a low voice as he watched the 3 take seats right next to each other. I don't know, we have to be cautious about this, Annabeth said as she was formulating a plan in her head. Hold on to your thoughts first, Annabeth, let me try something first, Naruto said as he stood up when he saw Annabeth's thinking face. Ignoring their weak protests, Naruto sat down on the empty chair next to the 3 Furies. Greeting, Lady Electo, Lady Tisiphone, Lady Megara. May I ask what you 3 ladies are doing here? Naruto greeted as he sat down next to them, earning shocked looks from the Fury sisters. Why do you pay respect to us? Most half-bloods don't, and they all fear us, Electo said as she stared at Naruto. I was taught to respect women, and so I do well most anyway, Naruto answered, earning nods from the sisters. Some women were total bitches and held no respect for themselves or others. I see. Well, we are here to retrieve the helm of Lord Hades from the son of Poseidon, Electo said with a hiss. I am sorry to say, but none of my companions or I possess the helm of Lord Hades. I swear this on the river Styx, Naruto said, and as he did, thunder could be heard in the distance. I see. Well, you best retrieve it to appease Lord Hades, Electo said in resignation, as Naruto was not lying to her at all. They possessed not the helm of Hades. We will find it for you, and when we do I will return it myself, Naruto said, earning nods from the sisters. You best get of here then. You are meant to make journey on foot from here as decreed by the fates, Electo said as they vanished in a flash of light. Naruto made sure to manipulate the mist to make sure no one remembered them. Moving back to the back where Annabeth and Grover had shocked faces as they saw him interact with the Furies. We need to leave now, Naruto said as he grabbed his bag and pulled the emergency stop of the bus. What, why? Annabeth asked. No time, I'll explain later, come on, Naruto said as he exited the bus, not before apologizing to the driver for the sudden stop in the middle of nowhere. And so the 4 exited the bus and headed toward the forest where they would spend the night. So let me get this straight. You talked to the kindly ones, then they told you to get off the bus after they found out you didn't have the Helm of Darkness, and now we have to look for it. Did I leave anything out?" Annabeth said as she summarized what Naruto had just explained to them. "Yep, that's about it," Naruto nodded. "Okay, now our quest just got harder thanks to that side quest," Annabeth complained. "No, not really. I have a feeling that both the Master Bolt and the Helm of Darkness were taken by the same person," Naruto said as he explained to Annabeth. I guess you could be right," Annabeth nodded as she grasped his idea. "Whoa guys, hold up, I'm kinda hungry. Can we stop to look for a place to eat or something?" Percy said as he tried to catch up to the talking blondes. "Why, what did you want to eat?" Naruto asked as they stopped by the side of the road. Why are we stopping here?" Percy asked. "Just tell me," Naruto said plainly. "A burger or something, I guess," Percy said, and just as he did, Naruto snapped his fingers and a burger with some fires appeared along with a plate. How did you do that?" Percy asked, amazed. Annabeth looked interested as well, but since Percy already asked, she didn't want to be redundant. "As a son of Hestia, I am able to make home-cooked meals appear right away and at a 5-star approval rate," Naruto answered as Annabeth nodded. It made sense for a son of Hestia to be able to do this. "Can I have a burger as well?" Annabeth asked as Naruto made another for her and just materialized a can of Coke for himself. Grover seemed to be fine eating the cans from his pack. "Well, let's get going, shall we?" Naruto said after they had rested a few minutes after eating their meals. "Yeah, thanks for the food, man," Percy said, thanking Naruto. "Yeah, thanks bro," Annabeth said, trying the word out. After all, he was older than her and they were related. "Anything for my little sis," Naruto said, smiling at her. And so the four began to trudge down the path. Eventually they came to a small store by the side of the road, and because of their dyslexia none of them but Grover could read the sign. Though it seemed Naruto knew the place, seeing as he looked a bit nostalgic at seeing the place. Guys, it reads Auntie M's Garden Gnome Emporium," Grover said to the group. "Why don't we check it out?" Percy said. "Not a bad idea, seaweed brain," Annabeth said chidingly. "Hey," Percy said, indignant. He was not that slow at the upkeep, was he? Any further banter was cut short as Naruto entered the place followed by Grover. Seeing no point in waiting outside, Annabeth and Percy followed them in. "Whoa, these look so realistic," Percy said as he admired the statues that littered the outer dome of the place. "That looks like Uncle Ferdinand," Grover said as he saw a satyr statue. "This place feels weird," Annabeth said as all the statues looked so lifelike they might as well be staring at you, not to mention the terrified faces of the statues themselves. Naruto made no comment as he ventured in towards a door where he found a reception desk. "Excuse me, anyone here?" Percy yelled out and rang the bell on the counter. Hearing no answer, they decided to wait for someone to arrive. Maybe the employees were busy or something. "There is no one here anymore," Naruto said as he moved over to a box on the side, grabbing the few drachma coins that were in them. "What do you mean no one is here? Who would leave all this?" Percy asked, while Annabeth was intrigued. She never thought Naruto would be so knowledgeable about this specific place. "The owner is, shall we say, is earning her forgiveness," Naruto said cryptically. "Who is the owner?" Annabeth asked, no longer able to hold back her curiosity. "That's a secret for now. You might meet her eventually," Naruto said, sadly remembering her alternative punishment given when he broke the curse upon her. "Okay, so what now?" Annabeth asked, dropping the subject. "We'll go as far as we can and hope to make it to the next town to catch the train somehow," Naruto said as he let them rest first before they moved to leave again. They managed to end up in the forest just beside the town, and since they had no money they decided to camp out in the woods. Gathering kindling, Naruto set a fire for them to warm up for the night. "Thank goodness you're here. I don't know what we would be doing if you weren't here," Percy said as he sat down beside Naruto in front of the fire. "Indeed, thanks a lot brother. Can I have some soup?" Annabeth asked, making Naruto smile as he made some hot soup for Annabeth. "Anything for you, Percy?" Naruto asked Percy. Some barbecue would be good," Percy said again. Naruto had 3 sticks appear for Percy. "And you, Grover?" Naruto said, turning his attention to the satyr. "Enchiladas please," Grover said, making Annabeth and Percy giggle a bit at him asking for his favorite meal. And so Naruto made an enchilada for Grover and some ramen for himself. After their meal, Annabeth, who was tired out from their walk, fell asleep promptly, leaving the 3 boys awake. I'll take first watch, Percy offered. No need Percy, this will do for now, Naruto said as he erected a barrier which kept their scent from spreading through the area, hiding them from monsters. Whoa, that's cool, Percy said, amazed at all of Naruto's skills. Just how are you doing this at the camp? You even wielded many weapons without holding most of them? Percy asked. He just had to know. Hee, you really have no sense of tact, do you? But I can do these things simply because I'm the son of Hecate, meaning I can wield magic and the very mist which hides the supernatural world from humans. However, I am also the son of 3 other goddesses, Athena, Artemis, and Hestia, who have mixed their blood with mine, giving me some of their gifts as well. Naruto answered Percy as he made sure the barrier would last them the night. Wait, if you're the son of Hestia, couldn't you have put out the fire on the Vamana during Capture the Flag? Grover asked, noticing this. Only for Naruto to tap his nose while keeping quiet. Could he have put out the fire himself, or did he just dispel the Vamana so he could fight them on the ground? Grover couldn't figure Naruto out at all, but he did realize Naruto went easy on them during the game, way easy. Shaking his head to clear his mind, he then saw a few feet from him scattered pieces of garbage littered on the ground. You know guys, this makes me sad. It seems humans have lost all touch with nature, Grover said as he tried to clean up the mess, and when Naruto saw this, joined him as well. Not all, Grover, not all, some still try to help as much as they can, Naruto said, earning a thankful nod from Grover. Though I do miss the old stars, you can't see them all anymore, Grover said when he finished cleaning, lying down on the earth. Indeed, when I was with my sisters in the hunt, I remember the stories they told me of the old constellations that can no longer be seen thanks to man's so-called development, Naruto agreed. I take it you guys are environmentalists, huh? Percy said out loud, only to receive deadpan stares from the two. Only humans don't care, well, most anyway, Grover said, looking at Naruto at the last part, who gave a thankful nod. With all this mess, how will we ever find Pan? Grover said out loud. Pan, huh? Well, from what I have heard, it will be a while. No one has found clues to his location yet. Cheer up, though not every place has been searched yet, you will find him eventually, Naruto said calmingly. Pam? The cooking spray? Percy asked, out of place. Sometimes, Percy, I wonder if you paid attention to Chiron's classes at all, since those were mostly verbal teachings, not something you read, Naruto said in a deadpan voice. Sorry, Percy mumbled out, embarrassed. Don't sweat it, you'll learn eventually. Anyway, Pan is the god of the wild and wild things, Naruto explained, getting a look of understanding from Percy. So why are they looking for him? He is a god, isn't he? Percy asked. He disappeared. All we know is that a sailor of the coast of Ephesus said that he was dead, and since then humans have been plundering his kingdom, Grover said. I see. Well then, which should get to sleep, huh? Good night, Percy said, getting good nights from Grover and Naruto as well. Grover and Percy fell asleep right away, though Naruto stayed up a bit to listen for monsters, only to hear teeth chattering from the cold. Standing up, he saw that Annabeth herself was cold and shivering, her single blanket not enough for her. He made a blanket appear out of nowhere and gave it to her, stopping her shivering, making her curl up even more to absorb more heat. Good night, little sister, Naruto said as he stroked a single strand of Annabeth's hair behind her ear, then went to rest himself. Unbeknownst to the 4 out of the hearth, a girl manifested from the flames. Hestia herself had come to watch them in person. Oh Naruto, you always forget to watch over yourself. Remember, a king is still human after all, Hestia said as she made a blanket for Naruto before kissing him in the forehead and vanishing back into the flames. In Olympus, the council had gathered at Zeus's request, and they have yet to speak about anything at all. And so as Hestia returned, she had to sweat drop at the sight of her family. Zeus and Poseidon were having a shouting match over who was Ray's favorite, and so on and so forth. Hades was not there as he was not invited. Hera was simply reading a book, trying to drown out the noise Zeus and Poseidon were making. Demeter was talking Hermes' ear about adding more cereal into his diet. Apollo seemed to be writing music. Hephaestus was arguing with Ares over some weapon shipments or another. Aphrodite was reading a fashion magazine, giggling occasionally. Athena was reading as well. Artemis looked like she wanted to be somewhere else other than her, as could be noticed by her tapping fingers. Where have you been? Zeus asked Hestia when he noticed her retake her spot by the hearth. Oh, just visiting my son, who went on the quest with his sister Annabeth and a satyr named Grover, as well as Poseidon's son Percy. All the gods felt relieved that Naruto was on this quest. They had grown to like the blonde and he was very successful on the quests they give him, so with him there it helping Percy they felt relieved. Athena though was on a different boat, muttering about how her children might be corrupted by the sea spawn. Artemis however looked a bit antsy. Is he doing well? Artemis asked. Oh yes, he was helping out his sister quite a bit while constantly correcting Percy on his mistakes. It seems you rubbed off on him quite a bit, Artemis. Hestia said while Artemis blushed at the last part. Not my fault at all, Hecate asked me and my hunters to raise him after all. Artemis said, still blushing a bit as she was indeed the closest to Naruto amongst his adoptive mothers. HMPH, at least the quest should go smoothly now that he is there helping the sea spawn out, Athena said. What did you call my son? Poseidon said, slightly angry. Sea spawn, or did you not hear fish head? Athena said, glaring at Poseidon while he glared back at her. It was no mystery that the two hated each other. Well, now that the quest has been given, all we can do is wait.
Dismissed, Zeus said, halting further argument between the two, and left in a flash of lightning, causing Poseidon to mutter, "Show off," under his breath.
With that the council was dismissed. The next day, as the new day broke out, Naruto, who woke with the sun, checked to make sure his traveling companions were safe, and when he had checked over them all he could find was that they were still fast asleep. Finished checking over them, he then proceeded to go over his morning routine, where he would meditate. Finding a secluded place, he managed to find one near the tree he was under. Deciding to stay there, he failed to notice that Grover had already woken up and left in search of something. By the time Naruto finished his meditation, he found that Grover had found a poodle, a pink poodle. Grover, what's with the poodle? Naruto asked. Oh, there was a reward for her return, so we can use those for our train tickets, Grover explained. When Naruto heard the word train, everything else went mute for Naruto. Train? Naruto asked, to be sure. Yeah, why? Grover asked, now confused. Oh, thank you, I haven't ridden on a train yet, you know, Naruto admitted, and he was excited for it. Being with the hunt, all he had ridden was a car, and he often flew on Vimana to get to other countries and such. He had never rode on a train yet. Okay, Grover said with a slight sweat drop. Well, this is Gladiola, say hello, Grover said, pointing at the poodle. Hello, Naruto said, to which he got a bark. Hello human, you smell like alcohol, Naruto heard the dog bark. Oh, that's because I keep a huge amount of it in my storage dimension that I occasionally smell like it, Naruto answered. You can understand Gladiola? Grover asked, amazed. Yeah, it's a gift I got from being in the hunt, as well as an adopted son of Lady Artemis. I can speak to animals, Naruto said, answering Grover's question. Good morning, Grover, Naruto. What's with the dog? Annabeth said as she woke up. Good morning, Annabeth. Grover said there was a reward for this dog, so he decided to find it, I guess, Naruto answered. Oh, I see, Annabeth said as she petted the dog. Hello, little guy, Annabeth said as she played with the dog a bit. That was not relaxing. I slept on a stone, Percy whined as he woke up. Hey Percy, over here, say hello to Gladiola, Grover said, presenting the dog to Percy. Why, it's just a dog, Percy said offhandedly. Percy, I said hello to the dog, you say hello to the dog, Annabeth said sternly. Fine, hello Gladiola, Percy said reluctantly. Well, what now? Percy asked as just then his stomach grumbled. The day went by. They had found the owner of Gladiola, a kind old lady who gave them their payment and a little extra. Well, at least she gave extra, Grover commented as they had finally gotten their tickets and were now on their way towards the train. I agree, it will be useful in acquiring some more necessary items for our quest. Naruto agreed wholeheartedly. Having money was a big help in quests. Well, come on guys, we'll miss the train, Annabeth yelled as she broke into a run towards an open space which was right before the train station proper where passengers board. Seeing this, they broke into a run as well, only to stop when they saw her stop just in front of them, looking at the open space. Hey Annabeth, what's wrong? Percy asked as they neared her. Nemean lion, Annabeth said shakily as she looked at the biggest lion you would ever see. It was easily as tall as a truck. Whoa, hey guys, let's find another way around, Grover said as he backed away in fear of the lion. As far as anyone knew, it only died once, and at the hands of Heracles, who had strangled it to death. No time, we best face it now before we miss our train, Naruto said as he advanced forward. Are you crazy? We can't beat that thing, Annabeth said she couldn't believe that anyone would willingly fight the Nemean lion. Are you sure? Naruto said challengingly. And as he did, golden portals appeared around the Nemean lion surrounding it. And by that point chains came out from the portals binding the Nemean lion. And as Percy, Annabeth and Grover watched, they saw that the Nemean lion struggled to even get up, let alone move. It was totally bound and could not move much at all.
Moving towards the Nemean lion, a portal appeared just above Naruto's shoulder with a hilt sticking out of it. It was colored red.
Pulling it out, it turned out to be the shaft of a spear colored like the shaft. It was a bloody red in color.
Twirling it around in his hand, it gained a few sparks which flew of the spear blade, and strangely enough it was blood red in color as well. It's your end, beast guy bold. Naruto shouted out the name of his weapon as he thrust it at the ground, only for it to rebound and thrust the lion exactly where its heart was, from the underside of its belly, meaning that it pierced through the soft skin. As the lion dissolved into golden dust, Naruto dissolved his spear in a flash of golden light, and he turned to face his companions. He was greeted with the slack-jawed looks of the three mixed with awe and amazement.
How did you? Annabeth stuttered out, unable to comprehend what just happened. The Nemean lion was one of the toughest monsters there was, which took Heracles a while to defeat, and here Naruto was standing without a sweat as he defeated the Nemean lion like it was an ordinary monster. Whoa, that was so cool! Percy and Grover shouted out as they saw what Naruto just did, earning them a chuckle from Naruto, who picked up the vest left by the Nemean lion and replaced it in his pocket dimension.
Well, come along, I doubt we will make our train if we stand here with your mouths open like that, Naruto said humorously as he headed for the train, followed by a still dazed Annabeth and an ecstatic Grover and Percy. If they had him here, the quest was going to be a piece of cake.
On board the train, Naruto was busy looking at the scenery from his carriage window. It was after all his first train ride and he wanted to make the most out of it. Hey Naruto, can you answer a question of mine? Annabeth asked, getting Naruto's attention. Sure, what do you want to know? Naruto obliged her. How did you do that, and what was that weapon? Annabeth asked, getting Grover, who was awake, to listen as well to the blonde's conversation. Percy, on the other hand, was already fast asleep and drooling on the armrest he was leaning on.
Oh, you mean the chains, right? Naruto confirmed, receiving a nod.
Well, those were a gift to me by my mother Hecate, the chains of the ancient king Gilgamesh, which she uses as well from time to time.
Both me and my mother are the only ones who can use it properly for now due to our magic reserves. Its name is Enkidu, the chains of heaven, named after Gilgamesh's only friend in life. The chains themselves can bind anything, even gods. The more connections to the divine you have, the more impossible it is to escape. The chains themselves are a part of my pocket dimension, which my mother told me to call it the Gate of Babylon in honor of the king. It is the second of my three main treasures, Naruto said, which amazed Annabeth. Chains that can bind anything, the more divine. So it would mean gods themselves could never escape on their own. And that spear you used to kill him? Annabeth asked once more. Oh, that one is a spear I got from my travels to Ireland. Its name is Guy Bulb, the legendary spear wielded by Cu Chulainn of Ireland. The spear was enchanted by a powerful witch to always pierce the heart of an enemy. I keep this in my first great treasure, the Gate of Babylon. I got it from the clan Macremets. Come to think about it, I have to fetch the clan head's daughter to join me in my travels as I promised, Naruto said. Gate of Babylon? Annabeth questioned. Yes, it is a pocket dimension I use to keep all of my treasures, Naruto explained, making Annabeth jealous at having an infinite storage space that is portable for its user. Then a thought came to Annabeth. Wait, you can travel around? Annabeth said, taking notice. Yeah, of course I can travel around. My mom is the goddess of crossroads, so I can travel wherever I want, Naruto said proudly. His birth mom was awesome. It allowed him to leave the influence of the gods and travel around. Wow, that must be nice visiting other countries, Annabeth said happily. Yeah, thanks to our mother being the same, I also gained an appreciation for architecture as well, so if you want I can take you with me if Lady Athena allows it, Naruto offered kindly. Thank you, Annabeth said as she hugged Naruto in gratitude. She had always wanted to travel abroad. Yeah, it's no problem at all. Now let me be, I want to enjoy my time on this train, Naruto said as he went back to watching the window. It's really your first time, huh? Grover asked. What do you mean, Grover? Annabeth asked the satyr. Oh, Naruto said it was his first time riding a train or something, Grover said offhandedly, answering Annabeth's question. What, we can't have that. Come on Naruto, we have to explore everything then,
Annabeth said sternly, surprising Naruto as she dragged him up to explore the different compartments of the train. Up on Olympus, the four goddess Hecate, Hestia, Artemis, and Athena were watching happily as they watched Naruto and Annabeth explore the train via iris message. "So it's really his first time to ride a train, huh?" Athena noted. "Yeah, he usually uses the Vimana when he goes abroad," Hecate said, weighing in. "Yeah, even when he's with my hunters they usually ride in a car. We have yet to take a train anywhere," Artemis said as well. "I see. Well then at least he gets to experience it for now while he can," Hestia said with a smile on her face. "Indeed. Well, let's get back to work before my brother notices us slacking off," Hestia says as she vanishes in a burst of flames, followed by the other three goddesses in their own respect element. Back on the train, and that brings us to the end of our tour, Annabeth said, sounding like a tour guide as she led him throughout the train and its compartments. "Well, as unnecessary as that was, thank you for the tour, Annabeth. I appreciated it," Naruto said with a soft smile on his face, making Annabeth smile in return, happy she was able to please her older sibling. As the two approached Percy and Grover, they could see that the two were in a deep discussion about something. "Hey, what are you guys talking about?" Naruto asked as he neared the two boys. "Oh, nothing, just explaining to Percy a few things," Grover said a bit nervously. "I see. Well then, would any of you like something to eat?" Naruto said in a kind voice. Yeah, some snacks would be nice," Percy said humbly, getting nods from the other two as well. "I see. Well then, please sit back and enjoy the ride," Naruto said as he made them a bucket of popcorn each, which they happily took and enjoyed the rest of the train ride. "When we got off the train we immediately went towards the city square where there was a whole lot of people, which unnerved Naruto greatly." "What's wrong, Naruto?" Annabeth asked, noticing his nervousness. "Oh, it's nothing, I just hate crowds," Naruto answered, getting a nod from Annabeth, who understood that his childhood trauma still affected him somewhat. Percy, on the other hand, seemed nervous as he just saw on the television Gabe Ugolino offer a reward for the capture of Percy and the return of his Camaro and Sally. Needless to say, this pissed off Naruto and saddened Percy. "Don't worry, you won't have to live with him after this," Naruto said reassuringly, calming Percy down a bit. "Thanks man," Percy said. "Don't worry too much, seaweed brain humans can never find us," Annabeth said as she comforted and insulted him at the same time. "Oh look, the arch, could we go there please?" Annabeth said as she noticed the arch, which was a feat of engineering Naruto could not bring himself to say no to her pleading face. "Oh alright, let's just make it quick, alright?" Naruto said authoritatively. Getting an excited nod for his answer, Annabeth proceeded to drag him towards the arch, with Grover and Percy struggling to keep up with her pace of walking in the tight space they were given with the crowd. "Hey Annabeth, you might want to slow down a bit, it isn't going anywhere," Naruto said right before he noticed a strange smell from the crowd. Ignoring it for now, Annabeth, Grover and Percy got on the elevator with a strange woman with a chihuahua, leaving Naruto up above by accident. "Come on baby, just calm down a bit, you will get to eat soon enough," the woman said, calming the dog a bit. "Is everything all right, ma'am?" Grover asked in concern. "Yes, it's all right, he's just hungry for food," the woman said while looking at Grover, Percy and Annabeth. "Yes, Chimera will be very happy to eat you three," the woman said strangely. Ma'am, did you just call that dog Chimera?" Grover noted. "Why yes, for I am the mother of all monsters, Echidna," the woman said as she shed her human guise in favor of her monstrous form. "It is rare for Zeus to allow me to test a demigod, you know, so have it you," Echidna said as both she and the chihuahua, now turned Chimera, lunged at the demigod trio. "Well, this is some mess you got yourselves into," Naruto said as he rescued the three demigods from certain death by capturing Echidna and Chimera in chains. "Naruto, thank the gods you're here," Annabeth said along with Percy and Grover.
HMPH, this should teach you guys not to get separated from each other during a quest," Naruto said as he opened up the gate of Babylon behind him, aiming all of its contents at Echidna and the Chimera.
"Any last words, beast?" Naruto asked Echidna. "Die, you half-blooded scum," Echidna roared out. "Very well, the king has judged you guilty and the sentence is death," Naruto said sternly as the swords started to fire at Echidna and the Chimera, who could do nothing to dodge or block the attack.
But before the Chimera faded, it managed to sting its snake-like tail at Percy, knocking him into a well which led to a stream below. "Percy!" Annabeth and Grover yelled in concern. It will be fine. Percy will survive. Poseidon will not let his son die in a body of water, Naruto said as he picked up the spoils of war, a bottle of poison from the Chimera and a sharp scale from Echidna.
So what do we do? Grover asked Naruto. We wait for him to surface, Naruto said as he sat down on an undamaged bench to wait for Percy, followed by Annabeth and Grover. It took a few minutes for Percy to emerge from the well he was in. He had also relayed to them that an agent from his father told them to head to Santa Monica, where his father would give them something to help with the quest. Shaking it off for now, they decided to walk towards town, where they would look for a place to message the camp. Eventually they came across a closed car wash station where they decided to break in to get inside. Guys, should we be doing this? Percy asked as he saw his buddies just break into the car wash as if it were the most normal thing to do. Remember, Percy, we are on a quest. Most rules of mortals do not apply to us any longer. The mist covers it up with a more reasonable thing for them to perceive, so worry not about doing anything strange during quests. However, off quests we simply try to behave like mortals, but we are not like them. We are different. We simply try to blend in for their sake, if nothing else. Remember that, Naruto explained as Annabeth and Grover went to look for something to make a spray of water. Found it. Ah darn, I need some coins. Do any of you have any? Grover said as he held up a spray connected to a machine with various options. Naruto then handed him a quarter, which Grover graciously took and used it to set the spray to find mist.
Hey guys, what are you doing with a hose? Percy asked. I am Ing, Annabeth answered simply.
Instant messaging? Percy asked cluelessly. No, Iris messaging. Iris is the goddess of rainbows, and she allows gods and demigods to use rainbows for communication for a small price. Annabeth explained as she threw a drachma into the mist.
Camp Half-Blood, please, Annabeth asked just as the spray of water shimmered before showing them a view of the camp.
Hey Luke. Annabeth called out with a slight blush as she saw Luke pass by the IM mist. Hey guys, been a while. We were beginning to get worried over here, Luke said with a smile as he turned to face the IM mist.
Luke, where's Chiron? We need to talk to him, Annabeth asked. Oh, he's busy settling some fights between the Ares and Hermes cabin at the moment. It seems the details of your quest was leaked and the whole camp is picking sides. The Athena, Hermes, Demeter, Apollo and Aphrodite cabins have allied with Poseidon. Ares, Hephaestus, and Dionysus cabins have gone with Zeus, so it's kinda messy back here. I hope you guys find his master bolt soon, Luke explained to the four.
I see. Well then I guess we better hurry, Naruto said seriously. Just then a car moved near the car wash, blasting their tunes out for a whole block to hear their irritating mix. I'll take care of this, please finish relaying our status, Naruto said as he moved towards the offending car. It was there he saw it was a simple car that had two men in it listening to their music without a care in the world. It was times like this Naruto had to agree with his sisters in the hunt that men really were scum with no care for anything other than themselves. Excuse, you're disturbing everyone. Mind turning it down? Naruto asked politely, holding back his irritation. Screw you kid, why don't you just walk away and go back to your mommy, huh? The guy in the driver's seat answered rudely. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said turn it down please, Naruto said a little more forceful this time. And I said screw you. Now since you don't want to leave, why don't me and my buddy teach y'all some manners? The driver said as he got out, as well as his buddy, both opening a switch knife. That's all you have? Pathetic mongrels, Naruto said angrily, having been flipped of twice and now they come at him with knives? Oh, the insult, if only they knew. Moving quickly for them to see, he grabbed the hand of the driver which held the knife and threw a punch to the driver's gut, making him keel over in pain and drop the knife he was holding. Hey Maurice, you alright? Damn it kid, I ain't going easy on you now, the other guy said as he tried to stab Naruto from behind. Emphasis on tried. Naruto simply sidestepped the attack, and as he passed by, Naruto simply extended his foot outwards, making the guy trip and fumble to the ground, dropping the knife somewhere on the pavement. Standing up, the guy then tried to punch Naruto out, only for Naruto to knee him in the gut, making him double over in pain, clutching his stomach. Seeing his opponents defeated, Naruto looked through the open door and shut off the music from the radio. You see, if you simply turned it down, this wouldn't have happened, stupid mongrels. Naruto spat as he walked away, his objective finished. Was there any problems? Annabeth asked as she noticed Naruto's return, as they had finished telling Luke what had happened so far. No problem, come on, let's get to a diner to get something to eat for now, huh? Naruto said as he led the three into a nearby diner. Hello, how may I help you? A waitress asked the group as they entered. A table for 4, please, Naruto said nicely with a smile, making the waitress blush at his attractiveness. Right, this way, please follow me. The waitress said with a still present blush on her face as she led them to a nearby table that overlooked the street. Please call me when you're ready to order. The waitress said as she walked away from the group, probably to serve more costumers. Just as the group was about to order, a Harley motorcycle pulled up onto the driveway parking near the diner, and as he got out, Annabeth, Grover looked confused as he had the same energy as a god, but they did not recognize him. Naruto on the other took one look at him and balled up his fists and growled loudly, making the other 3 flinch away from him slightly. They had never seen Naruto this angry before. Entering the diner, the motorcyclist saw the 4 demigods and pulled up a chair nearby to sit with them.
What are you doing here, Heracles? Naruto asked angrily, with a lot of venom laced into his words. Shocking the other demigods, the man before them was Heracles, the legendary demigod. And to
Percy's man, he was a hero, making it seem strange why Naruto was treating him with such anger. Now Brad, I haven't even introduced myself yet, you spoiled my entrance, Heracles said with a smile on his face, evident that he was aware he was pissing Naruto off by the second. Get to the point, you thieving mongrel, I shouldn't have time to waste with you unless it was to finally kill you, Naruto said with such anger, making Annabeth and Grover worry for Naruto since he was pissing off a minor god but still powerful enough to kill mortals. Hey, still got your balls on you, huh? I woulda thought your time with those sluts of Artemis would have taken them away. I guess I was wrong, Heracles said, sounding praising yet insulting at the same time. Don't you dare speak about my sisters that way. Now tell us why you're here, or I swear on the river Styx I will make you fade here and now, Naruto said, full of anger. Hey, good, you'll need all your energy for this. I want you 3 to go fetch my Kanabo at the water park, Heracles said, ignoring Naruto, making him angrier. Fine, we'll fetch your stupid Kanabo, it's not like you'll get anything better, Naruto said, standing up from the table, followed by Annabeth, Percy and Grover. You know I will strike you down one day for your insults, Heracles said before he vanished. Damn mongrel, Naruto cursed as he walked out of the diner, followed by a confused Annabeth, Percy and Grover. Hey Naruto, wait up, what was that all about? Annabeth asked as she placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, turning him around. Taking a calming breath, Naruto answered her. He is the cause of all my strife and problems when I was a kid, and now I found out he was also the cause of my sister losing her natural immortality, Naruto answered. What? Annabeth asked, still confused. Remember when I showed you my memories? Naruto asked, getting a nod. Well, the Kyuubi that my father sealed into me was not an accident. The Kyuubi was set loose on Konoha by Heracles, my birth mother, Lady Hecate, before she left the dimension. Checked the dwelling place of the Kyuubi only to find it wrecked, and the only thing she could find was pieces of lion hair and the dead corpses of the Kyuubi's maid and children. How does this lead to Heracles, you ask? Well, he is known to constantly wear the vest made from the Nemean lion's defeat as a trophy, and the fact the Kyuubi's maid and children looked like they were bludgeoned to death by a high-impact weapon. That is all Mother needed to know. It was him. He caused all the hatred directed at me as a child simply because he had grown bored of the game in this world. Another thing was that the Kyuubi remembers the smell of his family's killer, and he pointed out it was Heracles when we met before. And just recently I found out he stole my sister's weapon, which she forged from her own divine power, rendering her mortal from his theft until Lady Artemis found her. I will never forgive Heracles, and he is the only god I will never tolerate for whatever reason, Naruto answered as they walked to the water park.
No one had it in them to tell Naruto to calm down, as his story had put Heracles before a jury's stand, marking him guilty on all counts.
As the group arrived at the gates of the water park, they saw a woman standing there waiting for them.
Lady Hera, what do we owe this pleasure? Naruto said as he bowed, as did Annabeth and Grover, while Percy had to be dragged down to kneel.
Rise, Naruto, had I known Heracles was going to come to you I wouldn't have done this. I am the one who took his Kanabo in hopes he would get it himself, though now I see he was just as cowardly now as he was then, Hera said in a shockingly kind tone directed at Naruto, making Annabeth and Grover wonder what was the deal with Naruto and the gods. Well, it was no problem at all. I hate the bastard, and I would do anything to annoy him as well, so I would have done the same in your shoes, Lady Hera. So if it's fine, may I have the bastard's Kanabo back so I may return it to its stupid owner? Naruto said with respect to Hera, all the while cursing Heracles since he could not do anything to Naruto even if he heard Naruto due to Hera's presence.
Hera on the other hand was smiling at the young demigod. It was nice to know there was a demigod who was not taken aback with Heracles' achievements and saw him as he was a bastard and a thief.
Of course, young Naruto, I shall give you his weapon back. In return I want you to do something for me, Hera said as she handed the kanabo to Naruto.
Of course, Lady Hera, what is your wish? Naruto asked. I want you to throw it as hard as you can to his testicles, Hera said with a sadistic smile on her face which was matched by Naruto. I would be very happy to, Lady Hera, Naruto said as he bowed in glee.
Now take care, you lot, Hera said as she vanished into thin air, making Annabeth and Grover gape at how friendly Hera was being to them.
Well, let's get going, shall we? Naruto said as he started walking back to the diner, whistling a happy tune as he did. Naruto, what was that? Annabeth asked. Oh, I guess our mutual hatred for the bastard makes her like me or something. I'm not sure yet, Naruto answered as he was confused as well. Annabeth only nodded, not wanting to get any more confused than she already was. Arriving at the diner, they saw Heracles standing by his motorcycle.
Here you go, mongrel, Naruto said as he threw the kanabo with his full strength at Heracles' crotch as per request of Hera, making Heracles keel over, holding his crotch in pain. That was from Lady Hera, by the way, Naruto said, glaring at Heracles. Damn punk, I will get you back for that. Now take your reward and leave, there's your ride, Heracles said as he vanished, leaving a backpack, and looking where he was pointing was a trailer truck. Well, let's go, I guess, Grover said as he picked up the backpack, followed by Percy. Fine, Naruto said as he and Annabeth walked up to the trailer, followed by Percy and Grover.
The three other demigods, still reeling from the events of today, meeting two different gods, one who was unnatural kind and another who turned out to be a jerk.
Who knew being a demigod let you learn more than what was written in mythology books? Surely not them.
It took them no time at all to break the lock on the trailer and enter through the truck doors, making sure to secure the doors behind them when they entered the truck.
Looking at the inside of the truck, they saw something that shocked them. In the truck were several cages with animals in them, and it looked like they were not even fed properly. The antelope had burger steaks in its bowl and several wads of gum stuck on its fur. The lion had vegetables on its bowl and it looked extremely starved out. And in the back corner, Naruto could swear he saw a pair of lion cubs who had no food in their cage at all. What the hell is this? Grover was the first to recover from the shock and was the first to rant about the injustice of it all. Seeing no point in adding to the stress already present, Naruto decided to help the lion while Annabeth and Percy tended to the antelope, while Grover checked the other crates to make sure there was no other animal in them. When Annabeth and Percy had finished cleaning the antelope, Naruto had handed them the vegetables found in the lion's cage, and they exchanged the bowls so the animals could have a decent meal. Though Naruto took one of the burger steaks and brought it with him to the back of the truck. Naruto, I know we missed dinner, but isn't that a bit much? Percy said as Naruto passed by him only to be ignored. Seeing Naruto's blank response, both Percy and Annabeth followed Naruto to the back only to see him opening a cage, letting out two lion cubs. Naruto, what are you doing? Annabeth asked. They looked hungry, so I am letting them eat, Naruto answered as he placed the burger steak at the feet of the cubs and watched as the cubs ate the meat. I see that, but why did you let them out? Annabeth elaborated. Cubs should always be free, and besides I plan to keep them as my companions, Saber and Nero, Naruto said as he pointed to the cubs. Saber was a lioness cub with shiny yellow coat to it, while Nero, also a lioness cub, had a slightly red tint to it. Wait, you're keeping them? Percy asked incredulously. Of course, it's far better than leaving them here to starve or worse, Naruto answered resolutely. Seeing that Naruto would not change his mind, Annabeth just decided to go with it. So where will you keep them? Annabeth asked out of curiosity. In the Artemis cabin for now, though I may have to ask you guys in the Athena cabin to watch them from time to time when I leave them. In camp, Naruto answered. Wait, you're not staying in camp as a year-rounder? With most of your blood being divine, a lot of monsters will go after you, Annabeth protested. That's why I was raised in the hunt. I can fight all the monsters and come out with a few injuries, or I can just run away, which is why after we finish this quest I'm headed off to London to pick up my traveling companion my birth mother told me to get, Naruto said. London? Why London? Annabeth asked. As far as she knew, no god aside from Artemis and Apollo left the security of the West, and even then they did not have any demigod children outside the West.
It's because that's where the Magus society is. My mother bestowed her gift of magic to man and they all come to gather at the clock tower in London. Since the mist does not extend that far, they have a huge grip on the government to cover up their existence, Naruto explained, amazing Annabeth and Percy, who were still listening. Who knew there was such a world outside the West where they were forced to stay?
I wish I could go that far, Annabeth said sadly. My offer for you to accompany me is still open, Naruto said as he brought Annabeth into a one-armed hug, comforting her greatly. Thanks, Annabeth said, closing her eyes, feeling tired from all the events to the day and promptly falling asleep on Naruto's shoulder. Hey, can I come with? Percy said when he saw Annabeth fall asleep, though he did feel a tad bit jealous when he saw Annabeth open up so easily with Naruto. Sorry, I can only bring one, Naruto said plainly. Okay then, Percy said, slightly disappointed. Mother Artemis, can you please bring these cubs to Camp Half-Blood for now, as they would only interfere in this quest, or better yet, can you bring them to the hunt for now? I know my sisters will raise them right. Naruto prayed to Artemis. Somewhere in America, Artemis and her hunters had just set up camp on top of a cliff overlooking the vast wilderness. It was such a shame man no longer cared for such sights, just the things he could make from destroying things like these.
Artemis had just ordered her hunters to set up camp when her son's prayer came through to her.
Cubs? Artemis thought as she focused her godly vision to see where Naruto was and saw that he had 2 lion cubs with him. Seeing this, she simply snapped her fingers and the lion cubs appeared at her feet, still asleep. Zoe, Phoebe, come here, Artemis shouted out for her hunters. Hearing their names called out, the 2 huntresses kneeled in front of Artemis. What is it, milady? Zoe asked, being the second in command of the hunt for a long time now. My son Naruto sent us these lioness cubs to raise till he can meet with us once again, Artemis said as she pointed at the sleeping cubs at her feet. At this point it took all the self-control they had not to squeal at how cute the cubs were. Please take care of them, I leave them in your hands, Artemis said as she walked into her tent, leaving the cubs with the 2 huntresses.
I see, well I better take this one and thou shouldst take the other, Zoe said as she picked up Saber in her arms while Phoebe took Nero.
Needless to say, it was going to be fun raising them for a few months before Naruto came to get them. Back to Naruto. Seeing the cubs vanish in a flash of light, Naruto thanked his mother and promptly fell asleep, his head leaning on Annabeth's head, which was leaning on his shoulder. Grover, who was still awake, was startled by the flash of light and went to investigate, only to find his 3 companions fast asleep, with Percy drooling on the antelope as he was using it as a pillow. While Annabeth and Naruto were sleeping against each other like a very close couple, but Grover knew better and thought it was nice that the 2 siblings were close to each other. Seeing nothing else to do, Grover found his own sleeping spot on top of a few crates where he too fell asleep. The next day, the 4 members of the quest were woken up abruptly when the truck stopped suddenly and they all banged their heads against something. Did we arrive yet? Percy asked, feeling a bit grumpy at the sudden awakening. Shush! Annabeth chided Percy as she and Naruto heard voices approaching the trailer of the truck. Hey, what you gonna do with share Mike? They heard a gruff man ask. I dunno, maybe pay for a whole lot of hookers, hee. The man identified as Mike answered lecherously. He nice, come on, we gotta check the merchandise first, the first guy said as the demigods could hear them fumble around with the locks of the trailer. Annabeth and Naruto instantly used their items to turn invisible while Percy and Grover hid as well as they could. After a few seconds, the trailer doors finally opened and the 2 men stepped inside, looking at the lion and the antelope. Hey, where's the cubs? Those fetch big bucks, the first guys exclaimed. How should I know? You were the one who locked them up, Mike shouted back. And just before they could attract any attention from people outside, they fell down unconscious, with both Naruto and Annabeth coming out of invisibility right behind them, knocking them out at the same time.
Come on, I don't think we can ride here any longer, Naruto said as he got off the trailer, helping Annabeth down.
Yeah, just wait, I'll just set them free and mark them so they can find the wild again, Grover said as he let the antelope and lion go and watched as they ran past Percy, Annabeth and Naruto without turning to look at them.
Well, at least they'll be free, Naruto commented as they all got of the trailer and started walking who knows where.
Hours later they found out they were in Las Vegas, and on the casino and hotel side no less. Hey guys, why don't we check into a hotel just overnight for now? Percy said as he was feeling tired from all that walking today. Yeah Naruto, we could use some rest for now, Annabeth said, pitching in her 2 cents as well.
Fine, but not that one, Naruto said as he pointed out to the building that said Lotus Hotel and Casino. What, why not? I don't see anything else around here, Percy whined.
Because that is the den of the Lotus Eaters who will entrap you with their hospitality. Another is that you lose all sense of time there. A few hours in there may already mean days out here, Naruto explained, getting a shocked look from Annabeth. How do you know this? Annabeth asked. I got drawn in, I didn't come out till a month later, Naruto answered. Oh, so where should we go then? Annabeth asked.
Hop on, Naruto said as he formed the Vimana, the same gold and green ship he made during the Capture the Flag game. Whoa, that's awesome, Percy said, never having seen it yet, just hearing about it was cool, seeing it was even better. Annabeth and Grover were in similar states as they had heard how it looked like from the other campers.
Well, come on, don't worry about a thing, I'll go slow so you won't fall off and the mist will cover it up, so don't worry about mortals seeing us, Naruto said as they noticed it only had one chair and Naruto was sitting on it. Quickly moving over to the ship, they came aboard, finding a spot to sit while Naruto offered Annabeth to sit on Naruto's lap. Come on, you can sit on my lap, Annabeth, it's a far better view from air, Naruto offered as Annabeth moved towards him. It wasn't that she wasn't cautious, but she trusted him not to do anything, seeing as he was raised by the hunt he wouldn't be perverted like other men. Sure, Annabeth said as she sat on Naruto's lap, ignoring the look of jealousy Percy had on his face.
Does he like me? Annabeth questioned when she saw Percy's face.
You know, Annabeth, if he does prove himself worthy, I'm sure Mother would approve, even if she will still hate his guts, Naruto said softly into Annabeth's ear. Was he reading her mind? How? Annabeth asked in bewilderment as the Vimana started to move slowly towards Santa Monica. The look of curiosity on your face as you looked at Percy, Naruto explained, getting a blush from her. Oh, Annabeth stuttered out. The view is quite nice. It must be lovely to see this a lot, huh? Annabeth said as she looked at the night sky when they passed over a forested area where the stars was more visible, like an innumerable amount of them staring and winking down at them. Yes, it is a nice view. I just hope I can show her someday, Naruto said, the deathly quiet. Not even Annabeth, who was near him, couldn't hear him properly. Naruto was then brought back to the thoughts of his sister, or should he call her by her name now, since he clearly was developing feelings for her more than that of an elder sibling. Yes, in his time with the hunt he had grown close to her, and in time hoped that he would be able to express his feelings to her and hoped she would do the same. Unfortunately, Hercules had broken her trust before and was unwilling to trust men easily again. Hey Naruto, there's a hotel over there, Annabeth said, bringing Naruto out of his reverie. Oh, let me drop us in a forested part first, Naruto said as he moved the Vimana toward a desolate area where the demigods could get off easily. After getting off, the three demigods went and got a room at the nearby hotel where they would then rest their tired bones, preparing to receive the gift of Poseidon that he had prepared for Percy. Tomorrow. It was late afternoon when they had received the gift from Poseidon, who had given it to a merman to give to Percy. The merman said these beads, when crushed, would take them to Maine no matter where they were when they crushed it. So now here the demigods were walking towards Hollywood, the entrance to the underworld just behind the DOA studios. So Naruto, have you done anything interesting during your travels? Annabeth asked curiously to pass the time, since the Vimana would take them there in just under an hour. Normally it would take minutes, but since Naruto had passengers he couldn't go at top speed this time. I guess you could say that the lands outside the domain of the Greek pantheon are great, Naruto said, getting their attention, Percy and Grover scuttling over carefully to listen to Naruto. Okay, spill, Annabeth ordered, making Naruto chuckle at her blunt nature. Haha, since you insist. Well, there are a few places I had fun. One was in Ireland, where I shared a mug of ale with the immortal boundary witch Skaithach. Boy, was that fun, Naruto said with a happy sigh, remembering the taste of ale and company. Skaithach was a woman who was eternally in her prime. She had long black hair which fell until her lower back and had eyes as black as the night sky. Though it was her personality which Naruto liked. She had a spitfire personality, much like his sister, but he could not pursue a relationship with Skaithach due to him loving another, though Naruto still spent a month studying under Skaithach. Boundary witch. What's that? Percy asked. A witch who exists in the boundary of dimensions can only be visited by the gods. Those with magic or humans she deems worthy, Naruto explained. I see. Anything else? Annabeth asked, intrigued. She might have to buy another notebook at this rate. Naruto had given her so much knowledge and had just been 3 days. Yeah, I also visited the clock tower in London to study some magic there as suggested by my birth mother. The classes there are headed by higher rank mages. I myself took a few classes and am recognized as a wizard marshal in the clock tower, second only to the director, whom only mom knows what he or she looks like. I share my rank with 2 others, the old vampire Kischer Zeltrech Schweinorg and Bartholmeloy Lorelei. Man, those guys were fun to hang with, Naruto said. Who are they? Grover asked this time. The director, as I said, has been the head of the Magus Society for a long time. Only mom knows who it is or has seen the director personally, as orders are handed to me, Zeltrech and Lorelei, via magic, so we never see who and what the director is. Zeltrech is an old vampire who has mastered the art of dimensional travel even better than the gods. He has 2 students right now, Tasaka Rin and Luviegelida Edelfelt. Lorelei, in a word, is strict, though she does have a softer side she shows to me and only me when she's not busy with her work or vampire hunting, that is, Naruto said. Vampires are real? Percy asked. Yes, in fact there was almost an outbreak a few years ago if the Magus killer didn't shoot down the plane, Naruto said sadly. I see. That must be an interesting world, Annabeth commented. It is, though, also dangerous. After all, the Magus Society is at odds with the church, who sees our magic as heresy, Naruto said. So not all that fun, huh? Any other places you've been to? Annabeth asked. Well, I've also been to Fuyuki City in Japan under the orders of the Magus Association to locate and train one Emiyashuru before bringing him back to the association as requested by the heiresses of the Edelfelt and Tasaka clans, who wish Shuru to become their bodyguard, Naruto said. And before you ask, when we leave after finishing this quest, you might have a chance to meet them when I pick up my traveling companion, Naruto said to Annabeth. Who is it going to be? You never said a name, Annabeth stated, remembering that fact. You'll see, Naruto said teasingly, making Annabeth pout a little and Percy blush at seeing Annabeth's pout. We're here, Naruto said after a few minutes as they got off in front of the DOA studios, since there were no people about so they didn't have to worry about witnesses. Entering through the back door, it immediately took them to a front hall with an elevator at the back with a balding man in a suit listening to some old radio that had to be tuned. The hall was full of souls as well, full-body apparitions sitting on chairs as if they had been there a long time. 03 new deceased. How did you die? The bald man asked. We died in a bathtub together, Percy said without thinking. All 4 of you? That's a big tub. Oh well, I guess mortals really build everything then, the bald man said. Cut the crap, Karen. I'll give you a drachma for each of us and I'll get you a new radio if you take us to Lord Hades right now, Naruto ordered, tired of beating around the bush. Oh demigods, huh, and the son of Hecate, what a surprise, especially you, son of Hecate. I expect you to make true to your word, or when you do come here for good I'll keep you in the waiting list for 3 centuries. Are we clear? Karen said, suddenly interested at the thought of money. Yeah, I'll get you your radio. Now let us be if we have a deadline, Naruto said as Karen nodded and started to lead them to the elevator. And if any of you touch my radio I'll double your waiting time, Chiron threatened the spirits in the hall before the elevator doors closed. Contemptible dead, always trying to change my radio station. Come on now, no time to waste. Hop on, Chiron said when the elevator reached its destination, opening up to the beginnings of a river with a boat attached to the pier.
Come on guys, it's safe, Naruto said as he boarded the boat, reluctantly followed by Percy, Annabeth and Grover. It was a few minutes into the boat ride when Percy took note of the various pieces of trash floating on the river: a book, a doll, a clock and so on.
Hey Karen, why is the river so polluted? Percy decided to ask to sat his curiosity. It's filled with the dreams and hopes of mortals that they either gave up or abandoned quite a lot of times. Let me tell you, mortals never
see things through to the end most of the time, Karen said, sighing disappointedly. Don't worry about it too much, Percy, Naruto said, reassuring Percy, who looked troubled at this point. We're here demigods. If your friend didn't offer to change my radio I would have left you with Cerberus instead of here in front of Lord Hades's palace, Karen said as he let the demigod step ashore before sailing back to the elevator shaft and his radio.
Well, let's get to it then, Naruto said as he approached the castle doors and knocked a few times before it opened all of a sudden. I guess that's our invitation, Percy said dryly, which caused Annabeth to slap the back of his head, muttering things about stupid comments.
Enough, you two, it seems we have been summoned already, Naruto said as he stepped through the doorway, finding himself at the throne room of Hades.
Why have you come here, demigods? Hades asked in a serious tone, which scared Percy, Annabeth and Grover.
There was Hades seated on his throne with torches on the sides of the walls, adding to the eeriness of the situation. We are here to ask if you have the master bolt of your brother Lord Hades. Naruto said in a humble tone. His bolt? What the devil do I have use of that thing? Hades said, offended. But you could use it to start a war. Percy added in before he saw both Naruto and Annabeth glaring at him to shut up. War, war, you think I want war? Have you seen the fields of the asphodel? Have you seen the fields of punishment? I have no need of war. It would only make my job worse and all the more unbearable, and you dare think I want war? Hades ranted, hearing enough from Percy.
Ah, now I see you wished to start a war, didn't you? Hades said when he sensed a specific energy coming from Percy's backpack. What are you saw? Percy was cut of. Enough games, I know you're hiding the master bolt in your pack, now out with it. Hades said as he told Percy what he had sensed. But I don't have anything. Percy said as he checked his backpack, only to be shocked when he saw that the master bolt of Zeus was indeed inside.
Aha, you see, a liar too you are. Guard, bring me the prisoner, Hades shouted out to the guard.
Although Naruto at first found himself wanting to kill Percy to get over with his troubles, something bothered him. He had checked Percy's pack when they had left camp, and the only place where they had gotten anything was. Lord Hades, wait please, I believe this is a mistake, Naruto pleaded with Hades. Speak, son of Hecate, Hades said, wanting to find out why his demeanor had changed slightly. My lord, we received that specific pack that Percy now wears from one son of Zeus, Heracles, Naruto said, cursing the man's name out. Are you sure? Hades asked. To be sure. Yes, Lord Hades, and as I was informed by the Furies, I am also certain that he has your helm as well, Naruto said. I shall see if you are telling the truth, Hades said as the guard brought in Percy's mother. Percy, Mom. The two reunited, shared a hug before Hades coughed loudly to get their attention. Since the son of Hecate seems to think Heracles has taken my helm, let us depart to Maine, and if you are lying I will take all your souls, Hades said as he transported himself, the demigods, Percy's mother and the Furies to the beach in Maine. Only to find Heracles leaning against his bike as if expecting their appearance. Finally caught up to me, Heracles asked proudly. You damn fool, do you know what you have done? Hades yelled out to Heracles. Yeah, I'm taking the gods down, Heracles answered snidely. You arrogant pompous ass, I will have you in the fields facing the worst punishment I can think of, Hades said, losing his temper. These demigods are on a quest to retrieve your helm, so you cannot interfere with me, Heracles said snidely, holding up Hades's helm in one hand. Before Hades could say anything, a burst of light appeared behind Naruto. Numerous golden circles lined up the sky behind him, each and every circle had a weapon pointed at Heracles. Finally betrayed the gods and showed your true colors, huh? I have been waiting for this, mongrel, Naruto said in his golden armor, bursting with anger as the weapons behind him launched at Heracles, only for him to bat most of the weapons out of the air and dodge the rest, showing just how powerful he was compared to when he was a demigod. That all you got, brat? Heracles said as he smashed down a spear aimed at him, only to get a small dagger thrown at him from the gate, which exploded in golden light upon impact when Heracles tried to bat it away. Hey Trix, let's see you face this, Heracles said as he released more of his divine energy, raising all his skill stats. 1. Heracles stood straight after his burst of power, hefting his kanabo onto his shoulder, vanished in a burst of energy and reappeared over Naruto's head in a strike that would surely cave his head in, only for Naruto to jump back to avoid the blow. Unfortunately, only for Naruto get pushed back by the force of the impact and blinded by the dust that went with it. Using this as an opportunity, Heracles dashed forward to slam his kanabo into Naruto's midsection, only for his strike to be blocked by Percy. Not bad, demigod, but not good enough, Heracles said as he easily overpowered Percy and sent him flying backwards, dropping Riptide at the feet of Heracles. This is yes, it is my old sword, how nice of you to return it, Heracles said as he replaced the kanabo on his back and gave Riptide a few test swings. Don't you dare touch that blade, Heracles heard as he saw Naruto rise up from the rubble wielding a two-edged blade with a golden shine to it along with a handguard. A.N. Durandal from DXD. If you check, Gilgamesh has access to Durandal in the Gate of Babylon. However, I prefer the design of Durandal from DXD, so that's what I chose as its form here. Giving a battle cry, Naruto lunged forward, locking blades with Heracles, who found himself on par with Naruto's speed and strength. You've improved, brat, though I'm still better, Heracles said as with another burst of divine energy his stats went up once more, overpowering Naruto, who was hard-pressed to defend from Heracles' relentless attack.
That all you go, demigod, and here I thought you were going to have your revenge for that nymph. But I guess I overestimated you a lot. Don't worry, after this I'll be sure to show her your carcass as I pay her a visit. After all, not even Artemis can protect everyone in her
hunt, Heracles said with an implying tone which all the more angered Naruto. I guess you really are far beyond redemption, mongrel, so here I now pass judgment, Naruto said, standing up from the rubble dispelling Durandal. Judge me, I'm a god, what can you do, huh? Heracles said enraged. Ten no Kusari. Naruto shouted as golden circles appeared around Heracles and proceeded to bind him in place. What witchcraft is this? Let me go, Heracles yelled as he struggled with his bindings. Rulebreaker. Naruto shouted as he brought forth a strange dagger with a zigzag-type blade and stabbed Heracles on his chest, and as it did the dagger faded away. Hey, was that it, fool? You'll have to do better, Heracles said with a taunting smile. Fool, that belonged to my distant niece, the sorceress Medea, whose dagger can nullify all contracts, though with you being divine it will only take away your godhood temporarily to feel this pain which I will inflict upon your hide, Naruto said as he took a few steps back. You brat, you will pay for this humiliation. I will kill you. You hear me? Heracles raged. Koudanu. Naruto chanted as multiple orbs of purple energy appeared on the outline of his body, and just as it appeared began launching bolts of pure magical energy at Heracles, who yelled in pain from the hits. Just as the dust cloud cleared, Naruto saw that Heracles was barely conscious and heavily bloodied. Oh, is that all the greatest hero has to offer me? I guess I made you pay after all, Naruto said tauntingly to Heracles. Fuck you, Heracles spat out. With what I will take what makes you a man after all, Naruto said as he slowly moved towards Heracles with Riptide in his hands. Enough, Naruto, the battle is over, Naruto heard Hades say as he approached the two with his helm in hand. Sigh, very well, Naruto said reluctantly. Worry not, he will be punished, but for now come Naruto Uzumaki, son of Hecate, and Perseus Jackson, son of Poseidon, we have a meeting to get to, Hades said as he snapped his fingers, sending himself, Naruto, Percy, and a still-chained Heracles to Olympus, while sending the Furies back to the underworld and Annabeth and Grover back to the camp. Percy, Naruto, Hades and a still-chained Heracles appeared in the middle of the council in Olympus. Hades. Why is my son in chains? Zeus roared out as soon as he saw Heracles in chains. Nice to see you, brother, Hades said sarcastically as he moved towards the back near the hearth where Hestia was seated. The two eldest of Kronos' children were always close to each other and didn't mind each other's company. Well, are any of you going to answer me? And where is my bolt, son of Poseidon? Zeus continued to rant while Percy bowed to his father, and Naruto forced himself to bow to Zeus first, though everyone could see he was straining to bow respectfully to Zeus. Father, calm down, I believe they will explain in a while, am I right, Naruto? Athena said, calming Zeus down slightly. Indeed, mother. Lord Zeus, Percy is not the thief, rather it was Heracles who openly claimed to oppose the gods, Naruto explained as he raised the master bolt for Zeus to take. Zeus then took his master bolt back from Naruto as he glared at Percy. And you, boy, why do you not bow before me first like this one? Zeus said threateningly while Naruto's mothers glared at Zeus for not using his name. It is only natural the boy differs to his father first, Poseidon said offhandedly. Well, that doesn't explain why my son is in chains, Zeus continued. As I have just said, Lord Zeus, that son of yours is the cause of all this problem. He stole your bolt and openly proclaimed his opposition to this council, Naruto explained, trying to remain calm as he spat out the word son like a curse. So you accuse my son? I should have you killed, brat, no matter how well connected you are, Zeus threatened as he prepared.
The other gods didn't look too happy as they all stood in defense of Naruto while Naruto himself discreetly opened the gate of Babylon ready to draw a weapon in a moment's notice.
I will not let you touch my son, Artemis said as she drew her bow. So will we, Athena and Hestia said while flaring their divine energy. Not cool, Dad, not cool, Apollo said as he stood by Artemis. Hey, leave him alone. Aphrodite stood up and glared at Zeus. If he dies I will lose my entertainment, Dionysus said. Kid fight likes a real warrior, I can't let him die yet, Ares said. He has the best weapons around, Hephaestus said.
I will not let you kill him, Hera and Demeter said, shocking everyone that Hera would defend him. And I will not let the ally of my son die, Poseidon said.
Seeing everyone stand against him, Zeus had no choice but to back down for now. Fine, very well, but Heracles will receive no punishment, Zeus declared arrogantly.
No, he will be punished. You are biased, her husband. We will punish him, Hera said with much anger in her voice. Receiving nods from the whole council, it was decided Heracles was to be punished.
Hey, nothing you do will make a difference, old hag, Heracles said, taunting Hera. Omi, who said I will punish you? No, I leave that to Naruto, he seems to have the power to fade you as Hecate told me, Hera said, shocking the other gods. Fade, how can a demigod hold such power? He must be killed before he turns against us, Zeus stammered out.
He is the most loyal of demigods, a real king of demigods. I would give him the title of the king of heroes, in fact, Hera said, offhandedly ignoring Zeus's rant.
Lady Hera, are you sure? Naruto asked meekly. He didn't like using his treasure like this. Yes, I want you to use the Aya that Hecate spoke of. I know it can only be wielded by you, and as such I wish to see its power. Fear not, I will not let Zeus harm you. So show us your power, champion of Olympus, the king of heroes, Hera answered. Very well, Naruto said as he snapped his fingers, creating an illusory flame that consumed all, forcing the gods to close their eyes. And when everyone opened their eyes, they saw that they were no longer on Olympus but out in the desert plains, the reality marble of Ionian Heteroi without the army of Iskander. Where are we? Athena asked. This is the world I generated from my reality marble, so I won't destroy Olympus as I make Heracles fade, Naruto said as the gods saw that Heracles was a bit far off from them, still restrained. This is power, the power of Aya, Naruto said as he brought out a weapon from his gate of Babylon. It was golden in color and shaped like a key of some sort. Twisting it as one would twist a key, numerous red lines shot out of it and into the sky in a geometric-like pattern before it all collapsed back into the key, generating a red orb that floated above Naruto's outstretched hand. As the orb moved upward, dropping a blade as it moved upward, the hilt and guard were golden in color whilst holding several red rune-like figures on it, and the guard was fashioned like a rapier-style weapon. The blade itself was not a blade but a cylindrical shape, looking like it was meant to bash one's opponent rather than cut. The black cylinders had red lines on it much like what had appeared earlier, and the tip of the sword was a golden crown shape that was pointed for stabbing, much like rapier. Bending his sword arm backwards while the three cylindrical parts of the blade revolved in opposite directions, releasing waves of red energy which seemed to grow the energy build-up inside of the blade, easily surpassing their own divine energy. Reaching the blade reached sufficient enough power, he prepared for his attack. Inuma, Elish, Naruto shouted out as a maelstrom of red primordial energy released from the blade, whirling faster and faster until it reached Heracles. No! Heracles yelled out when the red energy reached him and consumed him entirely, and once the wave had passed through him, the yell stopped. Every god present was shocked, including Percy. There was no trace that Heracles had ever existed in the first place, not a shred at all. Zeus, seeing this, fell to his knees with tears in his eyes. Finally, that bastard of a minor god is dead, Hera said snidely as Naruto released his reality marble, sending them back to Olympus seated while Zeus was bawling out in front of his throne. My son, Zeus sobbed out. Oh, get over it, we never wanted him to become a god anyway. You rigged the voting anyway, Hades said. Damn you, Hades, you planned this, didn't you? Zeus said, accusing Hades, who simply rolled his eyes at this. Oh, grow up, brother, I didn't do anything, Hades said snidely. And before Zeus could retort, Hera butted in. Now you see the potential of our champion Zeus, more dependable than Heracles and more powerful than you, so if you don't start leading properly I will ask him to fade you as well, Hera said, threatening Zeus, who looked to Naruto in horror. Indeed, Lady Hera, I will help, Naruto said, glaring at Zeus. Watch your back, not everyone can keep watching you, Zeus said with tears still in his eyes as he flashed out of the council. That brother of mine, he really should have been the god of theater instead, Poseidon said. Well, the council is over, I suggest we leave, Hera said after sending a grateful nod to Naruto, which he returned flashed out of the council chamber followed by all except for Poseidon, Artemis, Athena and Hestia. Poseidon took Percy to his side of the council room to talk, while Naruto was approached by his mothers. Seeing them again brought happiness to Naruto's heart as he hugged each one of them tightly, which was returned. I am proud of you. You managed to control your anger better than before, Artemis said to Naruto. Indeed, we are all proud of you, Hestia added. Thanks Mom, Naruto addressed both of them. Oh, and Naruto, when you take Annabeth out with you, please take her to Athens. I know she has wanted to see it firsthand and not from a book, Athena said. I know I will, Naruto said, answering her. Oh yes, have you chosen a traveling companion yet? Artemis asked, confused. Not yet, I couldn't choose between either saber, caster or rider, Naruto said to his mothers as they nodded in understanding his problem. I'm not sure if I can take Medusa with me, she seems happy staying over there with her current contractor as per her new punishment. With Arturia we might get along well, but because I closely resemble Gilgamesh she might hate me, and with Medea it would feel awkward being with my distant niece who is older than me, Naruto explained further. Well, just know whoever you choose I will support your choice, after all I raised you and I trust you with women, Artemis said, hugging Naruto, easing his worry slightly. Thanks Mom, Naruto said, hugging back. Well, that's all the time we have for now. When you are done getting your companion and showing young Annabeth around, I want you to come to my hunter's camp. They have missed you much, Artemis said sternly. Of course Mom, I will, Naruto said with a nod. Well then, this is see you later, Athena, Artemis, and Hestia said as they kissed his forehead and flashed away. Yeah, see you later, Naruto said with a smile as he turned towards Percy, who looked like he had just finished with his talk with Poseidon as well. Naruto, where do we go from here? Percy asked as he approached Naruto. Follow me, Naruto said as he was in a good mood. He had a slight skip in his step. Confused by Naruto's demeanor, Percy just decided to follow, deciding not to ask. Naruto led Percy out of the council and through the plaza where there were vendors for all sort of things, though he didn't have time to browse as Naruto was walking quickly through the halls, eventually reaching the end, which seemed to be an elevator. Another elevator, Percy exclaimed. Well, if you prefer stairs, Naruto started. No, elevators are fine, Percy said, waving his hands defensively. The two demigods stepped in the elevator when it opened, and as there were in, Percy decided to ask. Is this the only way to Olympus? Percy asked. No, you could teleport here, but you are not a magician nor a god. You do not yet own a Pegasi, so that too is out of the question, Naruto said as he explained to Percy the different ways of getting to Olympus. Finally getting out of the elevator, Percy saw that he was inside the Empire State Building, having been inside once before. Following Naruto as he went to the front desk, he saw the clerk rise and bow to Naruto. A pleasure to see you as always, my king, the clerk said. Think nothing of it, Dan, keep at it, who knows, you might be promoted one day, Naruto said as he left the lobby followed by Percy. King? Percy asked. Yes, weren't you listening to Lady Hera? Naruto said as he waited for a cab to hail. Oh right, Percy said sheepishly. It only took them a few minute wait to hail a cab which took them to Camp Half-Blood. And as they arrived they could see the campers had assembled just below the hill of the Tree of Talia. And as their figures could be seen they heard Chiron shout out, Hail Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon, leader of the quest, and hail Naruto, son of Hecate, Artemis, Athena, and Hestia, champion of Olympus and king of heroes. And as soon as those words were uttered the whole camp bowed before the two, making Naruto smile slightly and Percy to be embarrassed at the attention. The celebration had gone well. It started off with the burning of funeral shrouds.
Annabeth's was the traditional Athena cabin's shroud, which was beautifully designed with symbols of Athena.
Naruto's was made by the Athena cabin as well, which was golden in color, adorned with symbols from Hecate, Artemis, Athena and Hestia. Percy's, on the other hand, was made by the Ares cabin, which was an old torn rag with drawings of dead stickmen littering it and the words loser written all over it. Needless to say, he was happy to see it burn. After the burning, the camp held a customary fireworks celebration of their acts, which amazed everyone to see how detailed Naruto's snapshots were.
At the same night, Grover had finally been allowed to look for Pan on his own and wanted to leave as soon as possible.
"Are you sure you have everything?" Annabeth fussed over Grover. "Yes," Grover answered with slight annoyance. Now sis, let him go, he will be fine," Naruto said as he placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder.
Relenting, Annabeth simply decided to wave goodbye along with all their friends who knew Grover as they watched him leave camp borders.
"Enjoy tonight, Annabeth, tomorrow we leave as well," Naruto said. "Tomorrow? Isn't that too soon?" Annabeth asked.
"No, it's the best time tomorrow, so we shall leave as well," Naruto said. "Oh, okay, good thing I didn't unpack yet," Annabeth said. "Good night sis, don't sleep too late," Naruto said as he retired for the night, proud of his accomplishments.
It was the next day of the celebration that Naruto and Annabeth left for the lands beyond the west after saying goodbye to their cabin mates in the Athena cabin, as well as Chiron and Dionysus, who allowed them to leave due to Naruto's status. "So where are we going first?" Annabeth asked from her spot on Naruto's lap. Why was she seated there this time, you wonder? Well, it was to fully optimize the speed of Vimana to lessen travel time.
Probably London or Ireland," Naruto said, still deciding since they had a bit of time till they reached the European areas.
How about Ireland first? I remember you saying something about going there for something," Annabeth offered. "Oh right, yes, thanks for reminding me, I almost forgot," Naruto said with a smile as he picked up more speed towards Ireland.
It took them only about an hour or so to reach Ireland from wherever they were, and they had moved along at a leisure pace once they saw land, allowing Annabeth to take in the beauty of the place.
"Wow, this place is amazing," Annabeth said in rapt awe at the nearly preserved Ireland. It had seemed nature was still a part of the community, not much buildings, but it was nice to see that nature so well kept here.
"Indeed, a shame the West has lost all touch with nature, huh?" Naruto commented as they neared a mansion overlooking the sea by a cliff.
"Here's our stop, Macremitz Manor. Please mind your manners and hold your questions as much as you can," Naruto said as he landed the Vimana near the manor. I'll try. What are we doing here?" Annabeth asked as she got off with Naruto's help. "We're here to pick up my first companion and to get you started on your magic training," Naruto said as Vimana dissipated into golden dust. Magic training I can learn?" Annabeth asked, shocked. "Yes, did you think I would leave you defenseless in these lands? After all, here you barely have any demigod abilities, just your advanced strategy planning is all you have along with your learning curve. Other than that, you have no other gifts of the gods this far out in the lands beyond the west. Only I retain my powers since I'm the son of the goddess of crossroads, allowing me to keep my powers," Naruto explained just as a few people rushed towards the two. "Master Naruto, what an unexpected pleasure. Lord Macremitz is indoors, shall I bring you to him?" a well-dressed man asked Naruto. "Indeed, please show us in," Naruto answered with a slightly respectful tone. "And who is your company?" the man asked once more. "My step-sister Annabeth. Treat her as you would me," Naruto said. "Very well, Master Naruto. Welcome to the Macremitz estate, Madam Annabeth. Come, my lord is waiting," the man said, leading the way into the mansion. Stepping inside, Annabeth was fascinated by the grand architecture of the place, as well as the fact it seemed the insides were filled with servants. Numerous butlers and maids lined the walls and bowed as Naruto and herself entered the hall. "This way, young master, I leave you to your business," the man said as he stopped before a huge set of double doors. Stepping behind Naruto, Annabeth watched as he opened the door without much effort and walked into a room the size of half the camp. "Welcome, Naruto, it has been too long since you have last visited," an elderly man said. He had graying hair, most of which was still a maroon in color. He was dressed in a dark brown suit, a head taller than Naruto. "Lord Macremitz, indeed it has. How have you been?" Naruto asked with a slight bow of his head. "I'm doing well, my boy. And who is this? Is this her?" Lord Macremitz asked. "No, this would be my step-sister Annabeth, the daughter of Athena," Naruto said, explaining to Lord Macremitz. "It's a pleasure," Annabeth said, remembering high-class mannerisms. "Oh no, the pleasure is all mine. Young Naruto rarely bring any of his family this far out," Lord Macremitz said, kissing the back of Annabeth's hand. "So what is your visit for this time?" Lord Macremitz asked Naruto sternly. "I'm here to honor my deal with you. In exchange for Guy Bolg, I would take your daughter with me to explore the West," Naruto said, reminding Lord Macremitz of their deal. Oh yes, now I remember, please follow me, Bazit has been expecting you for quite a while now. Lord Macremitz said as he led them to an adjoining room. The adjoining room was half the size of the previous one, and this time, instead of an open hall with just a table and a few chairs, this was filled with gym instruments from barbells to punching bags. There was even a boxing ring in the center of the room. Over here, please follow me, Lord Macremitz said as he moved to the further side of the room where they could hear someone working out. Finally seeing who it was, Annabeth saw a woman in her mid-20s to early 30s with the same maroon-colored hair as Lord Macremitz, though she was dressed in a black tank top and biker shorts along with a pair of sneakers. Bazit, we have guests, Lord Macremitz said, getting the attention of the girl. Oh hello father, I was busy, I didn't hear you enter, Bazit said as she finished what she was doing and stood up to wipe her face with a towel and take a drink from her water bottle nearby. Oh Naruto, it is a pleasure to see you here, Bazit said, not realizing he had seen her working out, making her blush slightly. It's good to see you too, Bazit. I want to introduce you to my sister Annabeth, she will be accompanying us till we reach the west, Naruto said as he introduced Annabeth, who shook Bazit's hand. Well, are you ready or should we wait for tomorrow? Naruto asked inquiringly. If it does not bother you, I would prefer to leave tomorrow instead, Bazit answered. No problem, I want to begin Annabeth's reigning after all, Naruto said to Bazit before turning to Lord Macremitz. Is there a spare room we may borrow? Naruto asked. Yes, I will have someone show you, and I will also send a servant to tell you when it is time to dine, Lord Macremitz said as he summoned a servant before heading back to the large room. See you later, Bazit, Naruto said as Bazit nodded in response and got back to her own training. Following the servant who led the two into a smaller room filled with books, Naruto turned to look at Annabeth sternly. Annabeth, there are some books here that contain their own magic and can kill you just by opening them, since you were just a beginner. Do not read anything other than what I give you, understand? Naruto said with a serious expression on his face. Yeah, I get it. Who was that girl back there? Annabeth asked as she sat down and watched as Naruto got some books together. Oh, you mean Bazit? Well, she's an old friend who taught me how to use her clan's magic, quite effective I might add. You may believe it or not, but I have yet to win a fisticuff against her, Naruto said, shocking Annabeth. You haven't won a fist fight against her, is she that strong? Annabeth said in shock. The man who beat Heracles couldn't beat a girl. Yeah, without weapons I couldn't handle her at all. She has more experience and skill than I in hand-to-hand combat, Naruto explained as he set down a few books in front of Annabeth. I see, Annabeth said shakily just as she took hold of the first book. What's this about? Annabeth asked as she started reading. I wanted you to start with the basics of magic, like unlocking it and sensing it, as well as a basic spell, the Gander Shot, Naruto said as he left Annabeth to read before moving to a secluded part of the room where Annabeth couldn't see him. I know you're there, Mom, Naruto said as he stared at a bookcase. Just he said that the bookcase shimmered and vanished, and in its place was a woman shorter than him by a head with long red hair easily reaching her ankles. This was Naruto's mother, Hecate, in her Kushina form, as she liked to be in when she was around him. Oh my dear sweet baby boy, how are you doing? Hecate asked as she brought him into a hug. I'm doing fine, Mom, how about you? Naruto said, still hugging her. At this point the two separated and Naruto could see the seriousness in Hecate's eyes. I told you not to use Aya until you became a god, even though you have the blessing of chaos, same as with Gilgamesh. The fates feel it necessary to balance things out, Hecate told her son seriously. What did they do? Naruto asked in worry. Oh, nothing to us anyway, more like to Heracles. They have deemed him too early to die and he will reform in about a year or two's time, Hecate said sadly. She knew how much Naruto wanted to kill the man only for his victory to be turned into a hollow one. But that's not all, they have also sealed away the use of Aya until you reach godhood in 2 years' time, Hecate said, calming Naruto slightly. At least they let us off light, Naruto said, still disappointed from his loss. He could practically hear Heracles taunt him from the beyond. Enough of this serious stuff, it's getting too depressing. Now have you told her yet your feelings? Hecate asked her son. No, not yet, I was waiting for the right time, Naruto said, looking at the floor. He really hated how cowardly he was in these sort of things. Don't worry, why don't you try this year when you visit the hunters? I know your mothers and I will help you, and most likely Lady Aphrodite will as well, Hecate said, soothing her son's worry. But what if she rejects my feelings? What if she still doesn't? Naruto never finished his mini ramble as Hecate slapped him straight across the cheek, making him fall to the ground. Enough of that. What if you are my son? I did not raise you to be a coward, did I? Hecate said, slightly angry. No, but, Naruto started but was cut off. Stop, you know it's like the mortals say these days, it is better to have loved than never to have loved at all. Just share to her your feelings. If she accepts them, then all is well. If she rejects them, then look elsewhere for happiness. It is that simple. It is do or do not understand, Naruto? Hecate said as she kneeled down to his level before engulfing him in a comforting hug that he had not felt in a while. Thanks, Mom, Naruto said as he hung on to her like a lifeline. You're welcome, my son. So you're teaching her magic, huh? Which one? Hecate asked as they both stood up. I plan on her becoming like Rin and Luvia, Naruto answered simply. Ah, I see. I hope she doesn't inherit their personality, Hecate said, nodding in approval. Well, that is my free time for now. See you in a few days, my baby boy, Hecate said before she kissed his forehead before vanishing once more. Yeah, I will, Naruto said softly as he went back to see Annabeth's progress, and to his shock she had already read through the 2 books she got her and she was now practicing the gander shot. Put more energy into it, Annabeth heard a woman say from behind her, only to see Bazit standing there behind her wearing a suit similar to her father's. Thanks, Annabeth said as she did just that, and she managed to pull off her first successful gander shot. So Naruto, are you ready for our rematch? Bazit asked as she faced Naruto, who was now near the 2 women. Yeah, we will have it in the clock tower to show them that magic is not just about spellcasting from afar but also in close-range combat like ours, Naruto said as he collected the 2 books to return back on the shelves. Rematch? Annabeth asked seriously. Oh, that's right, you didn't know Bazit and I have spars occasionally to improve. So far our score is her 12 to my 4 inches, Naruto said sheepishly. Hey, he was still a person with some pride, and the fact he won only 4 matches out of 16 was embarrassing to say the least. Hey, I hope you improved or they may have to name me a wizard marshal, Bazit said tauntingly. Yeah, I guess I should practice a bit before the match, Naruto said. Master's dinner is ready, a servant said as she entered the room. Well, ladies, shall we? Naruto said, offering his arms, to which Bazit and Annabeth took. The 3 friends composed of Naruto, Annabeth, and Bazit had left the Makremitz mansion in the morning. They were traveling via Vimana over to London to visit the clock tower where they will receive Naruto's final traveling companion. So Naruto, have you decided which servant you're choosing yet? Bazit asked curiously as she watched the scenery before her. Nope, not yet. I couldn't decide who to choose yet, Naruto said as he leaned his head onto his hand. Servant? I thought you were getting a traveling companion, Annabeth asked. Yeah, they are called servants technically, but the one I choose will serve as my traveling companion as asked by my mother Hecate as she worries for my safety, Naruto explained, and before Annabeth could ask anything Bazit begun to explain the servant classes. Yes, here are about 7 servants: saber, archer, lancer, rider, caster, berserker, and assassin. Though the servant classes don't matter this time, rather Naruto is worried about who they are. Am I right? After all, servants are the souls of legendary heroes. Legendary heroes like who? Annabeth asked, sounding excited by the prospect of being able to summon such beings of power. Well, there's King Arthur for one. There was also Gilgamesh, Lancelot, Achilles, and a whole lot more, Bazit said, trying to recall the other servants she remembered. Whoa, really? Can I meet them? Annabeth said excitedly, only to get a shake of heads from both Naruto and Bazit. No, they are only spirits temporarily summoned to this world by the power of the 3rd magic. The only reason I can summon one is because Mother allowed me to, Naruto said as he tried to remember who were his other choices for a servant. So who are you getting? Annabeth asked curiously. There's a few choices I have. I'm still deciding on who I want as a companion, Naruto answered simply. Oh, can I at least know the choices? Annabeth said, eager for more information. No, Naruto said simply, and watched as Annabeth cutely pouted while Bazit was trying to hold her laughter back at Naruto's blunt answers. Well, don't worry about it too much. After all, we're nearing the clock tower where we will find you a more suitable teacher for your basic magic before you head back. After all, Naruto will only summon his servant 2 days from now after an exhibition match with me and some classes he has to appear in, Bazit said, trying to cheer up the pouting girl. Lessons? What kind? Annabeth asked, her curiosity piqued once more. Magic lessons from a teacher specialized in your field, probably someone from the Department of Mineralogy, Naruto said as they neared London. By this point Annabeth was too much in awe of the scenery. Below them was the city of London, holding such an appeal of both its ancestral form and modernized times that it blended together to form such a beautiful scenery before them. Whoa, I wonder if this is why Naruto always travels via Vimana. Bazet thought to herself as she was also in awe of the view. You just didn't see this kind of thing from a plane or satellite. It was amazing. Well girls, hold on, I'm going to land now, Naruto warned as he steered the Vimana over the clock tower before allowing the girls to jump before he himself did. As the trio landed on the roof, they took note of two other people there, a woman with short red hair and an old man wearing an old aristocrat suit much like a vampire from a Castlevania game. Hey Naruto, long time no see brat, the old man greeted first. Yeah, whatever bloodsucker. Good to be back Zelrech, Naruto said with some slight animosity before shaking the hand of Zelrech. Uzumaki, welcome back, the red-haired woman said. Nice to see you too Bartholomew, Naruto said, giving a curt nod which she returned. Well, what are you two doing up here? Naruto asked the two mages. Well, you see, the director wanted us to handle the class with the two heiresses, Zelrech said while rubbing the bridge of his nose. What? Those two again? What did they do this time? Naruto asked in shock, having to handle those two again. He'd rather not if at all possible. Those two destroyed another classroom, and as such we have been selected to handle their remedial lesson as well as their punishment. Bartholomew answered curtly with no emotion attached. Not again. I refuse to have to teach those two upstarts, Naruto whined while moving his arms into an X shape to symbolize his refusal. The director thought so, and so has allowed you to make a more permanent contract to whatever servant you summon, meaning she will remain in this world even if you cancel the contract. Seals this boon links her life force to you, so she will only fade when you do as well, Bartholomew explained. Arg, fine, where are the two runts? Naruto gave up resisting when he realized it won't get any easier on him. Follow us, Zelrech said as they headed for the stairwell. Bazet, show Annabeth around please, I'll find you guys later, Naruto said to Bazet as he followed his fellow wizard marshals. Stairwell, okay guys, what really happened? Naruto asked seriously, having figured out that it was too much to gather the three wizard marshals for a pair of rowdy students. There has been a development in Fuyuki City where we have sent the two students to begin their two classes with me. I sent them to gather up the 7 servant cards. Unfortunately they succeeded, however what concerns me is that the ley lines in Fuyuki are still unstable at the moment even after all the servant cards have been collected, Zelrech said, explaining the situation. So why is it you are here, Bartholomew? Don't you have some vampires to hunt or something? Naruto asked, now confused as to why Bartholomew Lorelei was here. I was sent to monitor you two in case the both of you go overboard with whatever method you guys deem necessary to finish the mission, Bartholomew said, simply not stopping her steps. If that is so, where are we headed now? Naruto asked. To fetch some items we need, such as airplane pilot. While not as efficient as your Vimana, I hate flying on board that contraption, Zelrech said, annoying Naruto with his last comment. And just what is wrong with the Vimana? Naruto asked irritatedly. It has no security safety measures, Bartholomew answered nonchalantly as they entered a doorway which was linked to an airfield nearby. Higher-up mages often use these doorways to lessen travel time so they can reach their mission designates faster. At the other side of the doorway was a private hangar that mages used, and so no one on the other side was shocked when mages appeared out of nowhere. Ah, can I help you three? A pilot asked as he approached the three wizard marshals. You may, we need a plane to Fuyuki City right away, Bartholomew ordered the pilot. Very good, please follow me. The pilot bowed slightly and led the three to a small but fast private plane. Please make yourselves comfortable, we'll take off in a few moments, the pilot said as he left the three mages in the cabin while he went towards the cockpit, as it was one of those planes one could pilot by themselves. So what are we doing now, Zelrech? Naruto asked in a professional tone that left no room for nonsense. Oh, we'll simply investigate the ley line, then head back here before any of my wayward students realize I was there, Zelrech said as he stroked his beard. Fine, nice plan, dragging me all the way out here only to be sent back. You realize this is a bit much, don't you, Bartholomew? Naruto commented. Indeed, but unfortunately this old scamp managed to earn slight favor with the director for this favor. Bartholomew said, glaring at the old vampire. Hey, now calm down, we're all friends here, right? Come on, stop being so high-strung and make out with Naruto or something. Zelrech said, backing up from his two companions, leaving them glaring at him and slightly blushing at his insinuation. Oh, shut up, you damn vampire. Naruto glared at Zelrech while Bartholomew simply glared at him. Oh, getting defensive, or we don't tell me you two are actually. Zelrech never got to finish as the take of procedure had just begun, sending him flying towards the back compartments just as the plane started to ascend to the clouds. That's what you get, Zelrech, it's called karma, look it up, you might learn something. Naruto quipped as Zelrech managed to regain his footing and stood up to head back to his chair, only to be sent sprawling on the floor once more when the plane balanced itself out in midair. I hate you too, I really do. Zelrech said as he finally managed to get back to his seat via crawling back to his seat rather than attempt to stand up again. Same here, old man, same here, Naruto replied as he leaned back into his chair, relaxing for the journey. Hours later, we're here, or are you finally dead? Naruto said as he shook Zelrech awake. You won't be rid of me that easily, boy. Zelrech said as he rose up from his chair to see both Naruto and Bartholomew already awake. Oh, you guys are ready, well then let's go. Zelrech said, snapping his fingers, teleporting the three towards a cave near the Ryudo temple where the ley line was located. Now what? Bartholomew asked, still irritated she had to babysit Zelrech, not so much Naruto since she was on good terms with him. We do this, Zelrech said as he held his arm as far out as he could from his body and focused his prana into it, scanning the ley line for the moment until the light faded from his hand. Well? Naruto asked, curious as to what Zelrech found out. Nothing too serious, well then I best be off, Zelrech said with a smirk as he teleported out, leaving Naruto with Bartholomew. Damn, that old man should have known it was one of his pranks, Naruto said as he led Bartholomew out of the cave to call on Vamana, knowing that Zelrech already commandeered the plane out of Fuyuki. Well, come on, Naruto said as Bartholomew nodded and hopped aboard the ancient craft. Seeing that his companion was off, he started to take off at high speed, knowing that Bartholomew could hold on to the ship using magic anchored to her feet. Been a while since we had a solo trip, huh, Lorelei? Naruto asked fondly. He was only allowed to use her name when the two were alone, which was more than what anyone else got from her. Indeed, how are things in the West? Lorelei answered with a wistful small smile. It's good, not as much excitement, but it is fun, Naruto admitted. I see, have you at least told that woman you love her yet? Lorelei asked with her version of a teasing smirk on her face. Why does everyone keep asking me that? Naruto asked with a tick mark forming on his forehead. Because you have all told us before and you have yet to make a move in how many years you accepted your feelings for her, Lorelei said. Shay number, I haven't met up with her yet, Naruto answered, looking away from Lorelei. Sigh, you know I may not act like much of a woman, but I do. Most women don't like to be kept waiting, Lorelei said, giving her advice. I know once I'm finished with my business here I will just take my sister to Athens for a short trip, then I'm off to my mother's camp where I will see if she feels the same, Naruto said, outlining his plan to Lorelei. You better, because if the next time you come here and you still haven't said anything to her I will punish you, Lorelei said seriously while gripping a riding crop she got out from somewhere. I won't expect anything less from you, Naruto answered honestly. It took them a few more hours before they got back to London Clock Tower before the two went their separate ways. Looking for Annabeth's and Bazzett's magic signature, he found the two had taken room in his office in the clock tower while he was there. Opening the doors to his office, he found the two still awake and seated on chairs talking to each other, only to stop when they noticed his arrival. What took you so long? Annabeth asked as she stood up from her chair to glare at Naruto for his tardiness. Well, you see, Naruto began. This was going to be a long explanation. Naruto and Annabeth's trip to the clock tower was cut short as Bazzett was sent on a mission by Zelrech to retrieve the 7 servant cards from the Tasaka and Edelfelt heiresses. So all that was left for Naruto was to summon his servant, then he and Annabeth were off to Athens. So here they were, standing in the middle of an empty room with a magical circle drawn onto the floor. So how does this work? Annabeth asked. Simply by invoking upon the Grail a wish for a servant. Normally people use catalysts, however that is done for summoning a specific servant. I am simply calling upon the Grail for a random servant my mother kept in its template. Normally this wouldn't be possible since the Grail was destroyed, but being the son of the goddess of magic I am allowed to summon at any time any servant in the Grail. Naruto explained. Grail? You don't mean the Holy Grail, do you? The Holy Grail from the King Arthur stories? Annabeth asked, not sure if she heard him wrong or what. Yes, the one and the same. That Grail, however, it became tainted some years past and had to be destroyed, and as such it no longer has an effect on this world, but me and my mother can still call upon it to use its magic. Naruto elaborated further. Ah, I see. So do you have a choice in this selection thing or not? Annabeth asked. I do. It will summon a servant of my choosing if I wish, but since I cannot decide it will merely summon a servant closest to me or similar to me, Naruto said as he began the invocation, making the magic circle light up and flare in the middle of the room. An oath shall be sworn here. I shall attain all virtues of all of heaven. I shall have dominion over all evils of all of hell. From the seventh heaven, attended to by three great words of power, come forth from the ring of restraint, protector of the balance. Naruto invoked as he poured out his prana into the magic circle, causing it to activate. It split into two parts. One part lay on the floor while the other steadily rose to the ceiling, and just as he finished his invocation, a burst of smoke filled the room, blocking the vision of Annabeth and Naruto temporarily. I am servant Saber. I ask of thee, art thou my master? Annabeth and Naruto heard a stoic voice ask, stoic but definitely female in nature. And as the smoke cloud cleared they could see her visage clearly now. She was adorned in a blue noble dress with a white underpart. On her legs were greaves protecting her feet up to her shins, with two plates to protect her legs. On her chest was an iron plate to guard her chest, and on her arms were arm guards. Her left arm guard had only 3 slots for her fingers: her thumb, her index finger, and her last 3 fingers. This was probably to help her wield her sword better. On her right arm guard was a more complex arm guard, as it had slots for all her fingers and was most likely to allow for stance changes during battle. Her face was an angelic one, her green eyes which pierced the soul combined with her blonde hair which was tied behind her head as not to hinder her movement and yet at the same time provided her an astounding beauty, while some of her blonde locks framed her face. All in all, she was the embodiment of both beauty and warrior at the same time. I ask again, art thou my master? Saber asked as she still had her eyes closed and had yet to open them, though when she did she came upon the visage of Naruto. Naruto himself had styled his hair back, and because of the Kyuubi no longer being in him, his whisker marks had vanished and had left him red eyes. Adorned in dress pants and a button-up shirt, he was the spitting image of Gilgamesh. You dare summon me, Auo? Saber reacted violently as she drew out what appeared to be an invisible sword standing at her guard. No, I apologize. Though I may look like him and possess all his abilities, I assure you I am not Gilgamesh. Allow me to introduce myself, Saber. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, son of the goddess Hecate, adopted by the goddesses Athena, Artemis, and Hestia. Naruto introduced himself with a bow. I see, so you are my master this time around. But how, may I ask, is this possible? I believe I destroyed the Grail fully the last time I was summoned? Saber asked, dropping her sword to her side but not dispelling it. No, you did indeed destroy the Grail, but both me and my mother Hecate can summon servants still, and it was on her request I summoned a servant. It was just by chance I summoned you instead, Naruto explained to Saber. I see. Well then, since there is no war, one shall serve you till such time my services are no longer needed. Saber pledged, dispelling her invisible sword. I place my trust in you, Saber. Naruto returned the gesture. Okay, I feel left out here. Who are you? Annabeth asked Saber. Does she not know, master? Saber asked Naruto, ignoring Annabeth's question at the moment. She is unaware of your identity. I will leave that to your discretion if you choose to reveal it. Oh, and please call me Naruto. None of this master thing, okay? Naruto answered. Very well, Naruto. So now what? I am unused to being summoned without any goal in mind, Saber said. Hey, excuse me, who are you? Annabeth asked, once more irritated at being ignored. I have not yet deemed you worthy of my name. For now you may call me Saber. Saber introduced her class name to Annabeth, who looked a bit irked at not knowing who she was. Can I get a hint? Annabeth pleaded with Naruto, using a cute face only for Naruto to lightly chuckle. No, Annabeth, just wait and prove yourself to Saber, then she will tell you. Oh right, Saber, this is Annabeth, my adoptive half-sister, a daughter of Athena. Naruto introduced Saber to Annabeth. Nice to meet you. Saber bowed curtly. Well then, now that I summoned you, let's get on with this trip. Naruto said, motioning for the two women to follow him. They ended up following him to the rooftop of the clock tower. Naruto, what are we doing here? Annabeth asked while Saber looked at Naruto expecting an answer as well. Well, you see, before we went out here I promised our mother Athena that I would show you Athens before heading back to the west, and since we barely have enough time because of the restriction of the fates, we will only be able to fly above it and enjoy its scenery for a while before heading back to the west, Naruto said as he prepared to summon Vamana. Just as Vamana came out, he felt Annabeth hug him from behind. Thank you, I always wanted to visit Athens, Annabeth said with some tears in her eyes. It's fine, after all, what kind of brother would I be if I didn't spoil my sister once in a while? Naruto said, patting Annabeth on the back. Well, thanks anyway, let's go, I'm itching for the view already, Annabeth said as she hopped aboard the Vamana with Saber following and then Naruto. Hey Saber, you look like you've seen this before, Naruto commented when he saw that Saber was staring at the Vamana's design as the Y took off for Greece. Indeed, I have seen Gilgamesh use this craft during the Fourth Grail War, though it was destroyed by Berserker shortly afterwards, Saber noted out loud. I see. Well then, can you tell me of some of your exploits during the wars, Saber, if you don't mind? Naruto asked as they traveled to pass the time. I don't mind, Saber said as she began telling her tale of the once and future king who had returned to the world to fight for the Grail, as well as the story of a broken girl who was crushed by her own ideals. By the end of her tale, Annabeth had figured out who she was and had felt sorry for her legend did her no justice at all. Though this was fine with Saber, as she was glad her legend still inspires people even if they got many facts wrong. Naruto himself was angry at the people at her time for burdening such a young person with such ideals. It went against his own code of kingship, after all, in which the people should support the king as well, not dump all their problems on them. Needless to say, she got his sympathy. Before anyone knew it, they had arrived over Athens, and due to restrictions placed by the fates, they could not enter just yet and may only view it from a bird's eye view. Play Kishi Ounohokori. Whoa, this is an amazing sight, Annabeth said as she looked down below. Below them was the city of Athens, the city which was dedicated to Athena in the height of the Greek Empire. You could clearly see that while the city was upgrading slowly with the advancements in technology, you could not help but be drawn to the historical sites like the amphitheaters, the old buildings that had yet to be torn down or were being used for museums or landmarks. It was a nice view even in Saber's opinion. Circling around the city slowly so that Annabeth would be able to take a good look at her mother's long-lost city, Annabeth cherished the sight of it, so did Naruto. End song. After circling a few times over the place, they had left for the west once more, with Annabeth fast asleep on Naruto's lap, tired from taking notes as well as enjoying his view of Athens. Naruto, where are we headed now? Saber asked. To the west, Saber. You see, when the Greek Empire fell, the gods did not fall with them, rather they moved where the most influential force is, and right now it's in the west, so that is where they are at the moment. It also where their children as the demigods are also bound never to leave unless they to leave or areas sent on quests beyond their reach, so it is where we must eventually return to, Naruto explained. I see. Well then, I assume we are heading back to this camp your sister talked about? Saber asked, remembering Annabeth talking about a camp of some sort. Yes, though only to drop off Annabeth. You and I are headed towards my mother's hunt, though not before acquiring you some more functional clothes to fit in with the times, Naruto said, to which Saber nodded. She indeed needed to find clothes suitable to fit in the area she would be staying in. It only took a few more hours to reach Camp Half-Blood and drop off a still sleeping Annabeth in the Athena cabin. Naruto left her a letter saying that he will return for the summer camp and bid farewell once more to Chiron and Dionysus before taking off towards New York. Naruto landed in Central Park since it wasn't that late yet and made sure to manipulate the mist to ensure that Saber's armor was hidden until they could reach a clothing store. They went through several shops before Saber picked out her outfit. Saber had chosen a pair of black dress pants and shoes along with a white long-sleeved button-up shirt and a silver trench coat to go with it, though she also get one in blue and black, for which Naruto paid. Now that Saber was appropriately dressed, Naruto took her to a more secluded area to summon Vamana to continue their journey towards the camp of Artemis the Hunt. It didn't take them long at all to reach the hunt as it was nearby. Saber could see that they were about to settle in for the night, with the campfire still burning and all the tents erected and the campers gathered around in groups, some near the fire, some near the tents. Saber also took notice this was an all-female camp. Hey guys, it looks like brother has arrived. Saber heard a young girl shout as she saw the memorable golden craft of Naruto which was imprinted on their minds. Landing a fair distance away from the camp to dispel safely, Naruto and Saber walked towards the camp only to be greeted halfway by the women who occupied the camp. "Nice to see you, brother. I see you finally summoned your companion," Saber saw a tall woman say. "Indeed, it's been a while, huh, Phoebe?" Naruto said with a smile as he went to hug her, which she returned. "Naruto, is that you?" Naruto heard someone call out after he had separated from Phoebe. This woman had long silky black hair with a circlet on her head. Saber could also sense she had some form of charisma on her, much less than hers in Naruto, but it was there like as if she was descended from a noble family.
Her name was Zoe Nightshade, one of Artemis's first hunters and the closest hunter to Naruto besides his mother.
"Zoe?" Naruto stuttered out. "Yes, it is I, Naruto," Zoe said with a smile. Seeing her for the first time in a long time, Naruto rushed forward and brought her into a hug, which she returned with the same force. Unknown to the two, everyone else knew that the two had repressed feelings for each other and had started a betting pool as to when Naruto or Zoe would express their feelings for one another. It was quite a popular pool that even some of the gods and goddesses had joined in. Releasing each other from the hug, Zoe took this time to see how much Naruto had changed. He was now around her height and his red eyes were still as entrancing as ever. Naruto, on the other hand, was overjoyed to see Zoe once again, and so here he was taking in her appearance only to see she was as
beautiful, if not more so, when he saw her last. A cough brought the two out of their reverie. Standing there with a smirk on her face was Artemis.
"If you're quite done staring at each other, I wish to greet my son," Artemis said, making Zoe and Naruto blush slightly and making Zoe turn away, making the other hunters laugh at her situation.
"It is good to see you again, my baby boy," Artemis said, hugging Naruto, making some tears of joy come out of his eyes. "And it is good to see you too, mother," Naruto said happily. Saber stood watching this scene with a soft smile on her face. There was nothing more beautiful for her than a mother's love for her child. "Naruto, you should know that I have been talking with your other mothers and they agree you should tell her how you feel now before things get worse. With rumors of the awakening of Kronos, things will only get worse. I suggest you find some time to tell her before you have to leave for the summer," Artemis said softly into Naruto's ear, to which he nodded too. "I know, Mom, I just need time to find the right moment," Naruto said as he separated from the hug. The last few months with the hunt before summer was bound to be both stressful and fun for our new king of heroes. It has been a few days since Naruto had arrived at the hunt and he was helping out along with Saber in the routines and tasks. The hunters had known Naruto long enough to trust him fully, and Saber was female, so they trusted her right away.
Things went as normal as could be, with Naruto often joining both Phoebe and Zoe on a hunting trip by themselves. Though somehow Phoebe would get separated from Naruto and Zoe, leaving them in the woods alone with each other, only for her to reappear much later. Unknown to the two, Phoebe had placed her bed during this winter half of the year, and so here she was doing her best to ensure that the two get as much alone time together as possible. She almost succeeded to, if she wasn't distracted by watching the two, that she didn't notice Saber trailing the group. Flashback. Phoebe had managed to get herself separated from Naruto and Zoe once again, leaving the two in the middle of the forest, lugging behind them dinner in the form of a large grizzly bear. "Where do you think she went?" Naruto asked Zoe. "I have no idea. I think thy sister has gone off to scout ahead," Zoe replied. "Hey D, do you think we can get TT together tonight?" Naruto managed to stammer out weakly. What was that? I did not understand what thou has just said," Zoe said, not understanding what Naruto had said due to the stutter and his weak voice in asking. "You whoa," Naruto exclaimed as he tripped over a root that suddenly appeared before him, causing him to stumble, and Zoe, who was side by side with him, fell along with him. They fell into a rather precarious position, with Naruto on the bottom and Zoe on the top, with barely an inch between their faces. Staring into each other's eyes, both of them started to blush profusely at their closeness, feeling a strange feeling. They moved closer to each other, their lips almost in contact, only for them to be interrupted by a cough. "If you are planning on doing what I think you're doing, I suggest you change venue, as the forest is not a place for such an act." Naruto and Zoe turned to see Saber there with a slight flush on her face, glad she had managed to find the two after getting lost herself. Unknown to the three, Phoebe was mentally cursing in her mind at her ruined plan. The two were already in a compromising position and were about to kiss, then Saber just had to come out of nowhere and ruin the scene. Flashback end. Though it was not just Phoebe who tried, there were also the other hunters like Dakota, for example. She was one of the older hunters who joined after Zoe. Flashback. It was their turn to cook dinner for the hunt, and Naruto was known for his good cooking skills even without relying on his adoptive mother Hestia's skills. In fact, if he chose, he could run a 5-star restaurant by himself if he wished. But back to our story, here was Naruto and Zoe along with Dakota preparing dinner near the campfire. They were preparing the bear meat. They had gotten into a kind of barbecue for easier consumption and easier means of eating, since it was hard for them to acquire proper utensils being in the wild and all that. Not to say they didn't know how it was, just they rarely went out to the real world to dine at a fine establishment. Now here they were preparing dinner, only for Dakota to suddenly realize they had forgotten something. "Oh darn, Naruto. Zoe, we ran out of marinade," Dakota said to the two. "That's not good." "Well, there is a town nearby, I'll just buy some," Naruto said as he started his trip, only for Zoe to go with him. "I shall accompany thee," Zoe said as she walked alongside of him. Both of them completely missing the smirk on Dakota's face as she was standing in front of the marinade, which she hid from the two to get them to go somewhere together alone. "You are crafty one," Phoebe commented as she saw what Dakota had just done. "Well, I had to be, you know it is hard to get those two alone in a camp," Dakota said, slightly defensive. "Well, I guess I'll help and keep Saber busy," Phoebe said as she went to look for Saber to try and distract her. As Naruto and Zoe neared town, they saw that there was actually a fair of some kind being held, as they could see stalls of all kinds on the street all over the town. "I guess we came at the right time, huh Zoe?" Naruto asked his companion. "Yeah, I guess we did," Zoe said as she went with Naruto into town side by side. As they passed by stalls, they could see all sorts of things being sold by the vendors, though one stand did catch Zoe's eye, which seemed to be a photo booth stand, which Naruto saw. Zoe, did you want to try that? It won't take too long after all," Naruto asked Zoe, who was now sporting a blush at being caught longing for something. "Sure, if you'll join me," Zoe stuttered out, which Naruto heard. "Sure, I will be happy to join you," Naruto said as they went to the photo booth, taking a few pictures together, with the last one being a surprise on Naruto's part as Zoe leaned in to land a chaste kiss to his cheek just as the shudder went of capturing the moment forever on paper, and their hearts making both of them blush at Zoe's sudden bold action. Stepping out of the booth with a blush on their faces, Naruto paid the owner and collected the photos, and just then he saw that the stand also offered a locket to store photos, so he decided to have their last photo framed, which he then gave to Zoe, who accepted with a smile on her face, giving him a chaste hug before separating to go buy the marinade for their dinner. Unknown to the two was that Artemis was watching the whole thing with a smile on her face. Along with her was Phoebe and Saber, who they had just explained the situation to. "Well, at least it improved, right?" Phoebe asked. "No one in particular." "Yes, it did. They will eventually grow closer from this incident before he has to leave," Artemis said as they continued to watch the pair, making sure nothing happened to them while they were in town. And nothing happened after that. All they did was buy some marinade and walked back to camp, though they were holding hands up until they could see the campfire. Flashback end. It was also after that incident Artemis went and told Naruto's other mothers of the development, and they too had a copy of the photo made for some teasing material later on. Though the fun did not end there, it also continued on to when Naruto and Saber had a spar to keep up their skills with a blade. Flashback. Saber was dressed in her battle armor while Naruto was dressed in his golden armor. Both of them were in a forest clearing with the hunters and Artemis watching from the sidelines, observing how this would go later on during the match. Both servant and master kicked off from the ground at the same time, causing flashes of silver and gold to pit against each other, both unyielding in their strikes. Though it was clear Saber had the advantage, as not even Naruto knew the true length of her blade, not having seen it yet out of its sheath of wind, while Naruto was using Durandal, the very sword he used against Heracles. Both of the two kings went at each other in a beautiful dance of blades slashing at each other as the other tried to counterattack or dodge. It was only a few minutes into battle before Saber managed to disarm Naruto of Durandal. "Yield, Naruto, I have won," Saber said with a smirk on her face. It had been a while since she had a battle this long. "Yeah, I guess I lost, Saber," Naruto said with a smile on his face. With Saber for a sparring partner, he was bound to improve his swordsmanship. "Nicely done, Saber. Please help my son up. I wish to have a word with him," Artemis said, applauding the match, as were all the hunters. Helping Naruto up, she immediately moved to talk to some of the hunters she had grown accustomed with while Naruto had a talk with his mother. Well Naruto, I believe it is almost time for our annual game of hunting. Have you chosen a partner yet? Artemis asked her son. You see, like other camps, they too had fun when they could, and they often had a hunting contest once a year where they would split into teams of 2 and hunted for the biggest game. The winner of the contest would get a few days leave into the human world, sponsored by Artemis herself, to allow her hunters to at least keep up with the times. Not yet. I was going to ask Zoe, but I have yet to find the time, Naruto answered meekly. Well then get to it, there's only a few days left, so hop to it. I believe in you, Artemis said as she left her son with a few words of encouragement. Flashback end. It had been a few days since, and Naruto had yet to bring it up to Zoe because he was nervous in trying to come up with a way to ask her. Little did he know that Zoe was facing the same predicament in wondering how to ask him the same question. This all ended, however, when the two bumped into each other on the 4th morning after the announcement of the hunt's annual game. This is it, I suppose, they both thought at the same time. Zoe W, would you be my partner? Naruto, would you be thine partner? Naruto and Zoe asked at the same time, shocking each other. I would be glad to, Zoe, Naruto said with a smile, knowing that Zoe was having the same thoughts as he was.
Aw, thank goodness, with you on thine team it is surely our win now, Zoe said, rather proudly confident in Naruto's hunting skill combined with her years of experience. They were bound to be the toughest competition in the game.
It took only a few hours to spread to the other hunters that Naruto and Zoe had now teamed up, and some had dropped from the game, opting to watch the chaos unfold before them.
Game day. It was night as the game specified, where all the teams would have to use their skills in hunting to track down any prey to bring back to the hunt, which would serve as their food source for quite a while. So here now was Naruto and Zoe looking throughout the forest for something to hunt, and to their luck they found a rail of a rather huge bear. Following it to a cave, Naruto and Zoe creeped in stealthily and killed it in its sleep. The two then proceeded to drag it out, only for them to see its massive size when they finally exit the cave, seeing clearly for the first time in the moonlight.
Naruto, can thou seal it for now? I doubt we will make it back in time if we have to drag its corpse, Zoe asked Naruto, who nodded in affirmation, sealing it in the gate of Babylon for now.
Seeing the deed done, the two raced back towards camp, where they saw a grinning Artemis waiting for them.
Seeing as you're back already, I think you've won, yes? Artemis said with a knowing smirk, which was confirmed when Naruto took out the massive bear from the gate of Babylon.
All right, just settle down while we wait for the others to return, yes? Artemis said as she motioned to a log on which they sat waiting for the other competitors.
As they waited, they saw that other groups brought back a rather large snake, a few bears, some panthers, and a hawk. Okay girls, settle down, as most of you probably expected the victor of this year's annual game is Naruto and Zoe, Artemis announced once all the hunters have returned, causing the camp to cheer in happiness for the two. It wasn't they were expecting to lose or anything, but when you're against the oldest hunter and the son of Artemis, it was kind of expected for them to win.
And as such, the two of you may have tomorrow to spend in the human world, so for now let us all rest, Artemis said, and at that all the hunters retired to their tents, with Naruto and Saber headed towards their own tent.
The next day, both Naruto and Zoe were confounded. Both had expected this, but neither had any idea on what to do for the day. Say Zoe, do you have any place you want to go to today? Naruto asked. I have no plans for this sort of thing, perhaps thou knows what to do, Zoe said in response, not having left the hunt even temporarily in the past.
I guess we could go see what the stands have to offer us, Naruto said, seeing that the stands from before were still up and open. I believe that best, Zoe said, following Naruto into the crowd. And so the two had begun to look around the town for something to do, finding a few stalls that they found enjoyable. They tried their hand at a shooting game where the goal was to shoot a lineup of 7 cans with the 7 bullets found in the gun they gave you. Needless to say, both Naruto and Zoe won the grand prize, which was a consolation prize of $1,000. After which the two went to a noodle stand for lunch, to which Naruto fell in love with the noodles as soon as he tried it, much to Zoe's amusement. For the evening, the broadcaster announced that there was to be a firework display later that night, so in preparation both Naruto and Zoe left the site of the town to summon up Vimana to get a better view of the night sky, eventually settling down on a portion of the side of the Vimana awaiting the firework display. Play, I see the light, all those days watching from the windows.
All those years outside looking and all that time never even knowing just how blind I've been. Hey Zoe, I have something to tell you, Naruto said, steeling his nerves for what he was about to say. Yes, Naruto? Zoe asked, moving closer beside Naruto, close enough that their fingers were almost touching. You see, for a while now I have come to realize that my feelings and emotions for you are no longer what one has for a sibling. I have realized it has evolved, Zoe. My feelings for you are now one of love and affection for you, the kind one man gives to a woman of his choice. And you, Zoe, I know it is wrong for such thing to occur, but I have nothing but utter love and adoration in my heart for you. Now I hope you can accepting my feelings, Naruto said as he looked at his Zoe with his eyes which were now filled with a trembling emotion and fear of rejection as compared to his usual confident eyes. Even his body reflected his thoughts as his body shook at the thought of rejection. Now I'm here blinking in the starlight, now I'm here, suddenly I see standing here, it's all so clear. I'm where I'm meant to be. Calmly Zoe put a hand on Naruto's cheek, bringing back his attention on her. I know, Naruto, for I have felt the same for thou. At first I feared it, for it is what had caused my fall many years long past. But now I realize you are the one I have always wanted, the one who will never leave me, Zoe said to Naruto, who gently took the hand she placed on his cheek into his own soft hand. And at last I see the light, and it's like the fog has lifted. And at last I see the light, and it's like the sky is new. And it's warm and real and bright, and the world has somehow shifted all at once. Everything looks different now that I see you. Gently moving closer to Zoe, Naruto brought her into a warm hug, one he had been waiting to do for so long now. Thank you. Thank you for accepting these feelings of mine, Zoe. I was afraid you would have rejected them, Naruto said in through tears as he cried lightly on Zoe's shoulder, who placed a comforting hand on his back to calm him down. All those days chasing down a daydream, all those years living in a blur, all that time never truly seeing things the way they were. Now she's here shining in the starlight, now she's here suddenly I know. If she's here it's crystal clear, I'm where I'm meant to go. Shush, Naruto, I have been holding that fear too, but you are a part of Milady's hunt. We have no fear of being removed from it, and even if we were, I would stay by your side always, Naruto, Zoe soothingly to Naruto. And at her words the two backed off from the hug to stare at each other's eyes, staring at the other with no care for the world before them. And at last I see the light, and it's like the fog has lifted, and at last I see the light, and it's like the sky is new. And it's warm and real and bright, and the world has somehow shifted all at once. Everything is different. Now that I see you, now that I see you, and as if something between the two snapped, they drew closer to each other, eventually connecting their lips for a kiss. Both enjoying their kiss, Zoe was feeling the warmth of Naruto's body pressing against hers, while Naruto was enjoying the coolness of her body, which was only contrasted further by the warmth of her mouth and tongue when they kissed into full force. The couple stayed like that for a full minute before separating, each with a light blush on their cheeks, both happy at now being open with each other's feelings. They were brought out of their musings when the fireworks began coating the skies with many colors and lights that the new couple was happy to watch side by side, with Zoe leaning on Naruto, who brought his arm across her shoulders, drawing her closer to him. All in all, it was a beautiful sight to behold the new couple, who were as if now celebrated by the town, a lovely sight seen by the four goddesses, the mothers of Naruto, who looked down fondly at the scene. It had been a hectic few months for Naruto, having finally confessed to Zoe his feelings and having to deal with the teasing of the other hunters and his mothers at how long it took him to get to that point. It took all Naruto and Zoe had not to burst into flames from their embarrassment when they found out everyone had been betting on them, from the hunters to the gods to even Chiron in Camp Half-Blood. All in all, however, both Naruto and Zoe were happy that they had finally confessed to each other on that fateful day, and their union was even approved of by the three virgin goddesses along with Hecate. Aphrodite, however, had to be held off by the four goddesses before she could mess with the relationship. So now here was Naruto and Saber on board Vimana as they traveled back to Camp Half-Blood for the summer camp, having finished their winter camp at Artemis's hunt. Naruto, are you sure we couldn't bring Zoe along? Saber asked Naruto, remembering the tearful parting of the two who had promised to see each other later during the winter half of this year. Yes, while I am a part of the hunt, Zoe holds a more important role there, being its second in command, so her duties belong there, Naruto said sadly. Couldn't she take a break or something? I could clearly see you two do not wish to be apart, Saber noted to Naruto. No part of a relationship, Saber is also learning to keep responsibilities and duties while still holding on to the relationship, so for now we must be apart, Naruto said somberly. I see it must be hard. Saber said more to herself than to Naruto. Yes, it is hard, but it is worth it in the end, Naruto said with a soft smile on his face. Oh, we're here, Saber, let us disembark, Naruto said as he landed the Vimana in an unused space in the middle of Camp Half-Blood. And as soon as they got off, they were greeted by the sight of Chiron, who heard the commotion and exited the big house to greet them. Ah, Naruto, welcome back to Camp 1. Assume this is your companion? Chiron greeted. Yes, I am Naruto's servant. You may address me as Saber, Saber said with a curt bow of respect. Ah, I heard of you from Mr. D. Come, he is expecting you, Chiron said as he led towards the big house. Naruto and Saber then proceeded to follow Chiron into the big house to see Mr. D in his usual choice of clothing taking a sip out of his Diet Coke. Damn brat, what took you so long? It cost me a favor to your mother since I placed my bet too early, huh? Next time move faster, you lazy brat, Dionysus said with a slightly irritated tone as he looked at Naruto. Che, I don't need to hear this from you, Naruto said gruffly as he turned to leave. Oi, listen first, in a few days Chiron is being replaced by you because he has taken the blame of poisoning the tree of Talia, so by the vote of the council you are to be temporarily the camp director alongside me, got it? Dionysus said half-heartedly. What, someone poisoned the barrier tree? Which bastard did that? Huh? Naruto roared angrily, knowing how important that tree was to Annabeth. While we cannot point fingers, we believe it to be Luke Castellan who reneged after you and Annabeth left camp. We believe him to be under the influence of the Titan Lord himself, but all we can do is speculate for now until actual proof is found. Until then I will remain out of the camp. Once Percy returns and you will take over my job. Fun, isn't it? Chiron said jokingly. What, you expect me to watch over these peons? Naruto asked angrily. Yes, Brad, now don't worry your pants off, I'll give you a hand from time to time, Dionysus said, not really comforting Naruto. Yippee! Naruto said sarcastically. If that is all, I will head to my mother's cabin before anything more happens to me, Naruto said with Saber following him out. Only for the two to stop and turn around to look at Chiron. Where is Annabeth? I don't feel her presence at all, Naruto said. Oh, she left to go get Percy. They should be here by tomorrow, I think, Chiron said to Naruto, who nodded in understanding. Leaving for his mother's cabin, Naruto entered with Saber, who drew many looks from the campers present. Ignore them, Saber, we will introduce you later, Naruto said comfortingly, knowing Saber didn't like to be the center of attention too much. I know, Saber said with a nod. And at that they entered the cabin of Artemis, same as always, except when they entered Naruto's room the bed was somehow bigger than before and there was another adjoining room with Saber's nameplate on the door. I better go see this, Naruto, Saber said as she entered her room, while Naruto was distracted by the letter neatly hidden in his pillow. Only just a bit of it was showing, which is why he took notice of it. Grabbing it, he opened it up to read. Dear Naruto, by now you probably noticed that your bed is bigger than before. That is because I modified it to fit two people. Both you and Zoe will no doubt share this bed at one point when they come over to camp, so I got this in advance. She still has her regular bed with the other hunters, but knowing both of you, this will come in handy. P.S. There is a gift from your uncle Apollo in the bedside drawer. Do not be alarmed. P.P.S. Do not throw it out. P.P.P.S. I know it will be impossible to halt the feelings, so when you do engage, please use protection. I'm too young to be a grandmother. I love you, my little king. Love, mother. Feeling a sense of dread wash over him, Naruto opened up his bedside drawer to confirm his fears. Inside was a whole box of condoms. What the heck? How did uncle convince mom to keep it in here? Anyway, Naruto thought to himself in bewilderment, only to realize moments later that if Artemis was like other mother, they would like grandchildren at one point, and most likely Apollo exploited that fact on Artemis and got her to allow him to give his gift. Closing the drawer quickly as he opened it, he chose not to dwell on it any longer and left it for the time he would actually need it. Deciding to leave this matter for another time, he quickly took his place on his bed and rested for dinner to camp. Dinning Pavilion. Hours later, it was not as crowded as usual since the other campers had yet to arrive, and it was only the year-rounders who were here minus Annabeth, who had gone to fetch Percy. Campers, listen up, we have a new camper joining us. She will be with Naruto in cabin 8. Please welcome Saber, Chiron announced to them. Saber? What kind of name is Saber? A person from the Athena cabin asked. It's my class name until I deem you worthy of knowing my real name, Saber said politely. And just how will you deem us worthy, huh? An Aries camper asked. I will be the judge of that, Saber said simply. Oh yeah, think again, all myself worthy. The Aries camper shouted, taking her words the wrong way, and so he charged at her with the sword he had on him. Only for Saber to grab the sword before it even reached her, countering the hasty attack. In fact, it was so quick that everyone except for Naruto, Chiron, and Dionysus noticed at once, while the rest only saw it till the Aries camper had passed Saber as if he cut her down, only to realize he had no blade in hand. Seeing this, all the campers looked back to Saber, who had the sword in her hand. Your attack was too hasty and cheap for a swordsman. Shall I re-educate you? Saber said with a serious face just before she proceeded to spank the Aries camper over her knee with the flat of his blade. Have you learned your lesson? Saber asked when she was done. Yes, please don't do it again, the Aries camper all but begged. After that, the rest of the dinner went without a hitch, leaving everyone to their own devices before the trumpet call for lights out went all over camp. The next morning, everyone was woken up wide awake by the sounds of steel clashing against steel resounding through the morning aria. Everyone left their respective cabins to check what on earth was making that sound, only to see Naruto and Saber in their respective armors clashing in the middle of the camp. Gold versus silver, red versus blue, king versus king. It was a sight to behold, as both contestants both stayed their ground, unyielding in their strikes, both seeking an end to their deadlock. Finally, as fate would have it, both have reached an impasse, choosing to jump away from one another to recover their breath and to plan a better form of attack. Ha! Both Naruto and Saber yelled out their battle cry as they charged at each other once more, clashing with their respective blades swinging in motions that would seem fast even for a demigod. Naruto had found an opening, choosing to exploit it. He aimed for a downward slash, only for Saber to evade and attempt to cut him in half, only for Naruto to parry her strike quickly before launching his own attack, forcing her to back off. Saber, who had just been forced backwards, began to focus her prana on her blade, initiating her skill Prana Burst, which has a heavy devastating power if used to hit an opponent, but Saber often tended to use it as a boost for her strikes since she was strong enough. And so, seeing this, Naruto held his sword in a guard formation to take the brunt off Saber's attack, being too fast for him to evade at all. And so, as their balds collided with Saber clearly overpowering Naruto, the unexpected happened as Naruto allowed his body to flow with her strike, effectively opening her back to attack, as she was too fast to evade or dodge since she was moving in a linear motion, with a downward slash allowing Naruto to get behind her and hold his blade to her neck. I win, Saber, Naruto said, panting, tired from their spar. Indeed, Naruto, shall we call it a day? Saber said, panting as well. Whoa, that was awesome, a camper yelled out as the whole camp clapped at the performance. Yeah, and we will have Naruto as our camp director so we get to learn from him, another added on. Hold it, I don't know if it was formalized yet, but if it is, I will do my best to teach you something, Naruto said, tired from his spar. All campers nodded at this and headed off to their respective duties or activities for the day. Naruto, come quickly, you have a guest, Chiron said as he galloped over to Naruto from the big house just as Saber went back to the Artemis cabin. What is this about? Naruto asked Chiron, only to receive silence as he followed the centaur to the big house. As soon as he entered the big house, he could see Mr. D with his jaws hanging open, blatantly staring at the other person who was in the room. She had 2 golden fox ears on her head along with pink hair which split into twin pigtails which went until slightly past her shoulders. She had a single fox tail coming from the tailbone just above her, but she had a small black lady's hat on the upper right side of her head. Her hairpins, which held her hair in a pigtail style, were like flowers in design green with a hint of white. Her clothes was a provocative choice. She had on a black corset which was connected to her black sleeves, exposing her smooth shoulders and a huge part of her breasts, leaving very little to the imagination. Connected to the corset was a black cloth connected to it by the sleeves to cover her neck. Also connected was a pair of black frilly mini shorts, and in between her corset, her neck brace, and her shorts were golden belts and buckles one might find in a bondage dungeon. She had a pair of slightly see-through knee socks and black high-heeled shoes. A.N. Tomomo's alternative costume. Tomomo, what are you doing here? Naruto asked in surprise, not having heard from her in a while. Naruto, it's so good to see you again. You don't call, you don't write. It's sad I don't see you as often anymore since they let me out of the seal, you know. We used to be so close, we were joined at the hip, or in our case gut, Tomomo said rather playfully as she hugged Naruto into her bosom, getting a jealous look from Dionysus and surprisingly Chiron. "Yeah, I miss you too, Tamamo. What brings you here?" Naruto asks, wondering why she had appeared now since she was kept busy by his mothers. "Oh, I have something to tell you. Lady Athena and Hestia want you to accept the position temporarily for your benefit." "And Lady Hecate said I can stay with you for now," Tamamo said happily as she hugged Naruto again, getting excited at the fact she can stay with Naruto for a while. "What? You'll stay with me?" Naruto yelled, shocked that his mother agreed to this. "Yes, why don't you like me anymore? After all the times I spent by your side as a child, all the times I had cooked for you and looked after you when you were sick, does none of that matter to you anymore?" Tamamo asked with some tears forming in her eyes. "No, I don't mind, I'm just shocked. I thought Mom would have kept you busy a lot longer before giving you a break," Naruto said, calming his childhood companion down. You see, Tamamo was actually the Nine-Tails spirit who was sealed into Naruto by his father. It was later on they found out that she was tricked by the Shinto deities occupying Naruto's home dimension into attack in the hopes of molding a child of destiny, only for it to backfire on them when Hecate took both Naruto and Tamamo out of their dimension, and because Hecate was the only goddess who could travel through dimensions, they could not follow her to retrieve either Naruto or Tamamo. It was a year after Naruto had been dropped off in Artemis's hunt that both Hecate and Artemis delved into Naruto's soul to destroy the Kyuubi who had plagued Naruto his whole life and caused him misery, only to find a pink-haired fox goddess who had been tricked by the gods and sealed into Naruto. Unable to move, unable to see the outside world, simply stuck inside the seal, waiting for the day for her jailer to release her or her own death. So it came to the two goddesses' surprise when she saw them and begged them for either her death or her release. It was then that Hecate entered her mind and saw her pain and anguish and relayed it back to Artemis, being a young goddess by their standards still pure and untainted, so she was placed under Artemis's protection as well as Hecate, and they unsealed her from Naruto's soul. And from then on had dedicated herself to serving the two goddesses as a courier of sorts, sending messages back and forth between the two. Aside from that, she was also unofficially Naruto's caretaker when he was younger, playing with him and cooking for him when the other hunters were too busy to do so. As Naruto grew, their relationship became as close friends, while her relationship with the hunters were quite good as well, as they did all they could to make her feel at home, since she was very uncomfortable with other men aside from Naruto. Now here she was in front of Naruto once again after a long time apart. "That's good to hear. I thought you had gotten tired of me. Now where is this servant I heard your mother said you summoned?" Tamamo said, switching back to her bright and happy personality. "Follow me, Tamamo. She is in Mother's cabin, but first let's show you around the camp first, huh?" Naruto said, offering his hand for Tamamo to take, which she did. And just as Naruto and Tamamo left the big house, Chiron and Dionysus released a sigh of relief. "Any longer I wouldn't be able to control myself," Dionysus said as he drank his coke. "Indeed, then the wrath of Naruto's mothers would be upon us, not to mention his own as well as the hunters who had grown attached to her," Chiron replied with a sigh. It was hard being a grown man with needs and desires, especially with Tamamo in the room. But control had to be taken, as touching her meant the worst death for a man, especially with the support she had. Back to Naruto and Tamamo, the two were walking through the camp as Naruto gave her a tour, drawing stares from the male campers and jealous looks from the female campers. By the time the two had reached cabin 8, it had circulated around the camp that a fox girl had joined them and was with Naruto. Deciding to spare Tamamo a lot of questions, Naruto led her to Artemis's cabin to meet Saber, who Tamamo was eager to meet. "Saber, we're back," Naruto called out as he entered cabin 8. "Welcome back, Naruto," Saber replied as she entered Naruto's sight. "Who is she, Naruto?" Saber asked, her voice becoming a bit rigid at the sight of a potential enemy. "Calm down, Saber. She is one of my precious people. Her name is Tamamo. She has been with my mother's for a while, so you didn't meet her yet," Naruto said, calming Saber. "Hiya, my name is Tamamo. Nice to meet you. I hope we can get along," Tamamo introduced herself. "Indeed, my name for now is Saber. Nice to meet you, Tamamo," Saber said curtly. "Come on, Tamamo, let's find you a bed," Naruto said as he walked around the cabin for a spare bed, only for a flash of light to appear and a second door to the left of Naruto's room appeared with her name plaque on it. "Never mind, I guess Mom gave you your own," Naruto said as Tamamo rushed in to check what kind of room she had gotten. From the doorway, Naruto could see that it was a light green in color with a queen-sized bed, a wardrobe inside, as well as a shelf stand for whatever Tamamo wanted to put on top. Needless to say, Tamamo felt at home as she lay down slightly tired from her day's travel. "Want to join me, Naruto?" Tamamo asked as she stretched around a bit before she relaxed into the bed. "No thanks, you just rest first, Tamamo," Naruto said as he slowly closed the door as not to disturb her. Seeing nothing else to do, he went towards his own room for a short nap until lunch. Only for the lunch horn to roar out a few minutes later, much to Naruto's annoyance. Getting out of bed, Naruto woke Saber up, who had also fallen asleep, then went to wake up Tamamo, who was already fast asleep. Seeing this, he left her alone for a while, knowing she would eat later for dinner instead. Seeing nothing else to do, both Naruto and Saber made their way toward the dining pavilion where everyone else was gathered. "So Naruto, have you decided if you will take the position of camp director after all?" Kairon asked Naruto as soon as he entered. "Yes, I guess I will take the position for now until you can return. After all, it is the king's duty to rule over his subjects, is it not?" Naruto said in response. "Hey, don't let it get to your head, brat," Dionysus said as he took a sip of coke. "Yeah, they'll be thanking me anyway, since you were going to choose Tantalus, who wouldn't help them at all," Naruto retorted back. "Touché, kid, touché," Dionysus said, taking another sip of his coke can. "Campers, may I have your attention? As most of you know by now that Talia's tree has been poisoned, and with the camp barriers weakening, the gods have to blame someone for this mess. Since the real culprit has yet to be found, I have to take the blame and leave camp for a while," Kairon said, earning a cry of outrage from the campers. "Campers, please wait, I'm not yet done until we find who I have to be replaced, and by the popular request of the gods, Naruto will take over for me until the real culprit is found," Kairon said, finishing his announcement. "Indeed, I will. I'll be sure to try. You guys all right?" Naruto proclaimed. "Well, if it's Naruto, I'm sure we'll be fine. Yeah, we might learn something more." These were some of the sayings of the campers who accepted the leadership change for now. Saber herself was feeling jealous that Naruto had himself a few loyal subjects, even though they rarely met him, and yet they were already that loyal to him. It brought back to her mind the time she had as a ruler, where everyone she ruled eventually turned their back to her and abandoned her. "Hey Saber, are you alright?" Naruto asked Saber when he saw her facial expression darken slightly. "Yes, thanks for your concern, it was just a few old memories popping up," Saber answered with a thankful nod. "Well, if you have anything you want to talk about later, I'm always available," Naruto offered with a reassuring smile. "Thank you, Naruto," Saber replied. "Hey Naruto, since you are taking over, what will we be doing?" an Athena cabin member asked. "Good question. Since I'm not allowed to teach you magic, I'll simply see where you each need to improve, so I'll have all of you fight me by tomorrow to see what I have to train you in," Naruto said, answering the question. "Ah, I see. How about the camp activity?" the same camper asked again. "Oh, we'll be doing something I found amusing to watch. I'll be bringing back the chariot races," Naruto said with a grin on his face. "What, but those were banned because they were too dangerous," a camper complained. "Well then, don't join. If you feel too scared, join," Naruto said, simply causing the camper to quiet down. "Well, if that is all, I will see you by dinner," Naruto said as both he and Saber stood up and left for their cabin before Tamamo awoke. There were no incidents throughout the day until dinner came, when Tamamo joined them for dinner. This caused all the male campers to have a massive nosebleed at the foxy beauty before them, while Kairon and Dionysus sported matching blushes. "Guys, this is Tamamo. She is protected by my mothers, so please treat her with respect," Naruto said, introducing Tamamo to the campers. "Hiya, it's nice to meet you all. I hope we get along," Tamamo said in her usual bubbly attitude. "Help! Bulls are coming." A yell cut them off from any further talk as a camper came running down the hill, warning the other campers. "Saber! Tamamo! Let's go," Naruto said commandingly as the trio went towards the hill. Only to see that they were being overrun by Colchis bulls who were breaching through the camp barrier. "Tamamo, defend the campers," Naruto ordered as he began to charge at the bulls with Durandal and Guy Bolg in hand, along with Saber and her invisible blade. "Curse! Frigid heaven!" Tamamo chanted, and just as she did, all the bulls who were in a state of attacking froze, encased in a block of ice, making it easier for other campers to stab them, quickly fading them into golden dust. While Naruto and Saber finished of the stragglers who had not been frozen. "Damn it, Prissy, what the hell are you thinking bringing that thing here?" Clarice shouted at the sight of a young Cyclops enter with Percy and Annabeth. "Clarice, any problems here?" Naruto asked as he, Saber, and Tamamo neared the arguing group. Yeah, Percy brought a Cyclops into camp, Clarice exclaimed as she pointed to the young Cyclops. Seeing the young Cyclops, Naruto brought a hand to his face in exasperation of Percy's luck of doing things incredibly brave and stupid at the same time. Percy, what have you done now? Naruto exclaimed in disappointment. He thought Percy would have improved while he was gone. Apparently not. He set his expectations too high, it seemed. Hey, Tyson's my friend, he is not like the others, Percy insisted for the Cyclops, proving he did indeed know him, while Annabeth skipped further away from Percy and Tyson. You are not going to win any popularity points at this rate, you know that, right? Naruto asked, making sure Percy knew the full ramifications of his actions. I don't care, I'm not letting you hurt Tyson, Percy insisted. Very well, but you are responsible for him. Then if he does anything to harm the camp, you will be punished for it and we will kill him. Understood? Naruto asked. Yes, I will take responsibility, Percy said firmly, making Annabeth sigh and Clarice shake in rage. Hey, are you really gonna allow this? You of all people should be killing it regardless, Clarice said, making a fuss. I know, but I guess I'll give Percy the benefit of the doubt. As long as he is claimed by Poseidon as a vassal or something, then I won't do anything, but if he goes unclaimed by 2 days I will kill him, Naruto said seriously. Hey, who made you boss? Percy asked irritatedly at Naruto, who seemed to be acting like he was the boss of the camp now. Chiron and the gods did. I am now the temporary camp director, Naruto said with a serious face. Oh yeah, how about her? Percy said, pointing at Tamamo. If you wish to fight her or accuse her or bully her, be my guest. Let us see what kind of punishment my mothers will devise for you not to do any of that. I will make life hell for you while you are here. Naruto threatened, his eyes burning even more than usual. Wait, Chiron's quitting? Annabeth asked. Not really, I suggest you see Chiron for details. I am not in the mood to answer questions right now, Naruto said as he headed for his cabin, followed by Saber and Tamamo. With Percy bringing a Cyclops into camp, him taking over the director's duties, what will happen next? A Sudan quest? Who knows? It was an uneventful morning for Naruto as he was preparing for all the grief that would happen upon him once the camp realizes he allowed Percy to bring a Cyclops into camp, albeit a young one, but a Cyclops nonetheless. Good morning, Naruto, I hope you slept well last night, Saber asked as she entered Naruto's room for her room, which was connected to Naruto's. Yes, Saber, I slept well, thanks for asking, Naruto answered with a smile on his face. Well, we best wake Tamamo for breakfast. I am sure she is quite hungry, Saber said. Yeah, we didn't get to finish dinner last night, Naruto replied. Walking over to Tamamo's door, Naruto knocked 3 times. Tamamo, are you awake yet? Naruto asked as he stood outside the door. Just as he asked, Tamamo's door opened to reveal Tamamo, who was sleeping in a kimono which had gotten loose at some parts, revealing a lot of flesh to Naruto. Turning away slightly with a light blush on his cheeks, Naruto spoke quickly. Tamamo, breakfast will soon be ready, we best be going. Sure thing, Naruto, Tamamo said, noticing the slight blush on his cheeks. Why is he blushing? Doesn't he have Zoe already? Tamamo thought to herself. Nay, Naruto, why are you blushing? Tamamo decided to ask bluntly. It's your attire, it's too improper to wear around a guy, alright, Naruto said, still refusing to look Tamamo in the eye. Oh, sorry, but this is my sleeping clothes now, Tamamo said with a large smile while scratching the back of her head. I see, well, please get dressed, we have to leave for the dining pavilion in a few minutes, Naruto said as he left Tamamo to get dressed. I'm ready, Tamamo announced as she finished getting dressed. This time she was in her old priestess outfit. It was a blue kimono. Tamamo's original costume. Very well, let us go, shall we? Naruto said as he exited the Artemis cabin along with Saber and Tamamo. Arriving at the dining pavilion, the trio saw that all the campers were glaring at Tyson and Percy. Releasing a sigh, Naruto did his best to defuse the situation. Hey, sit down and mind your manners. Same goes for you, Percy. Tyson, since you are not claimed, you don't get to sit anywhere just yet, so stand up and come to front for now, Naruto said in a commanding voice which everyone followed except for Percy, who did so reluctantly. Naruto. Why is there a Cyclops inside the camp borders? An Athena cabin member asked. The Cyclops? It is here because Percy chose to befriend it. I honestly will kill it myself should it not be claimed at all, Naruto said seriously, making them all nod in understanding. Naruto was also a son of Artemis, and it was in his nature to hunt monsters, and allowing one to live must be agonizing for Naruto. And just then a bright flash of light appeared over Tyson's head, revealing him to be claimed by Poseidon. I see, so Poseidon claims his other sons, the Cyclops, huh? Well then you may sit with Percy, Naruto said, motioning for Tyson to sit with Percy, who seemed relieved at the moment. Hey Brad, don't you want to tell them your plans for the camp activities? Dionysus reminded Naruto while sipping on his coke, which was starting to grate on Saber's nerves. Sigh, very well if I must. Pay attention you guys, for the rest of the week, since the magical barriers have begun to fail, we will cancel for now the Capture the Flag games and replace it with an afternoon event, the chariot races, where 2 cabins will pair up and race against the other pairs. You can go solo if you wish, and at night I expect some of you to be alert and aware. At night lights out is same as always, but if you hear sounds of battle, do not hesitate to leave your cabin to fight. In the morning I will find a way to train all of you, and since you are all tired out from the sudden attack last night, I will allow you a break today and you will all fight me and Saber tomorrow instead. Naruto announced, getting a relieved sigh from the campers, who thought he would push through with his sparring match today. What? Percy asked, confusedly, clueless as usual. Don't you talk to anyone else in camp, Percy? I will take over training you guys, so I need to know at what level you guys stand, so I will be fighting you all tomorrow when you have all recovered, Naruto explained. Alright everyone, feel free to relax for today. By tomorrow your tour training starts, Naruto announced, making everyone shiver at what Naruto had planned for them. After Naruto's announcement, all the campers dispersed and went about to relax for the day, and all that was left in the dining pavilion was Percy, Tyson, and Annabeth. Hey Naruto, what is going on in camp? First Chiron is leaving, then now you're in charge, what next? Percy asked as he, Tyson, and Annabeth approached Naruto, Saber, and Tamamo. Exactly how you said it, Percy. Chiron is accepting the blame of Talia's tree being poisoned until the culprit is found, and I'm in charge until he returns, Naruto said simply. I see, and why can't you accept Tyson? Percy decided to ask. Does Seaweed Head Naruto is the son of Artemis. He is trained to hunt and kill monsters. The fact he tolerated Tyson long enough is amazing. Annabeth answered for Naruto, not liking Tyson in the slightest either. Well, if that is all, I have to watch over the camp now, Naruto said as he stood up along with Saber and Tamamo. Seeing neither Percy nor Annabeth had anything further to say, they exited the dining pavilion. Inspecting the camp, they could see all the campers were doing various things as usual. The Hephaestus cabin was busy in the forges as usual. The Ares cabin was practicing with their weapons as usual. The Hermes cabin was somehow sedate as they were conversing with the Demeter cabin. The Apollo cabin was nowhere to be seen, which was strange. The Athena cabin was littered around reading, writing and whatnot. The Aphrodite cabin was sunbathing as usual, with the exception of their leader Selena, who was talking with Clarice. All in all, the camp seemed peaceful if it weren't for the dying atmosphere that seemed to permeate the camp thanks to the weakening barrier that not even Naruto could strengthen. Suddenly an idea came to Naruto as he retrieved a violin from the gate of Babylon. Placing it against his neck, preparing to play, Naruto closed his eyes in preparation, missing the raised eyebrows from Saber and Tamamo. Play Kishio no Hokori. The calm, serene sound produced by Naruto's playing washed over the camp. Almost instantly everybody had stopped to listen to it. The clanging in the forges had stopped. The Ares campers stopped in their practice to listen to the music. The Hermes cabin simply relaxed to the music even more. The Demeter cabin stopped tending to their crops to listen as well. The Apollo cabin came out of their cabin to see who was playing such a masterful piece. The Athena cabin also stopped doing their thing to listen and appreciate the music. The Aphrodite cabin had actually fallen asleep to the music. The satyrs and nymphs were enjoying the song, swaying to its beat, with some satyrs joining in with their reed pipes. Even Dionysus had stopped drinking his coke to reminisce about happier times he had in life. The song was magic into itself, bringing peace into the borders of the camp during these stressful times. End song. By the time Naruto was done and had opened his eyes again, he saw that the whole camp had their eyes on him, staring at him in awe and wonder. What? Naruto asked a bit nervously. Wow Naruto, I don't recall you being able to play a musical instrument. You were really good at it, Tamamo commented. Indeed Naruto, it was a good piece to listen to, Saber added. Hey Naruto, can you play for us some more music? A camper asked. Seeing no reason to refuse, Naruto obliged and played for them a few more songs till it was time for dinner. Short time skip after dinner. In the Artemis cabin, Naruto was given a talking to by Tamamo. "Hey Naruto, have you ever considered taking more than one mate? I mean, if you were allowed?" Tamamo asked Naruto nervously. "More than one, huh? If I was allowed, yes, maybe, but I don't want to hurt Zoe. She's my most precious person. I don't think I can continue to live if she started to hate me," Naruto said with a sad face. "I see, thanks for answering, Naruto," Tamamo said, giving Naruto a comforting hug, knowing that Naruto had gotten slightly worried with such thoughts running through his head. "Thanks, Tamamo," Naruto says with a grateful smile on his face as he heads toward his room. "So I still have somewhat of a chance with you, huh, Naruto? I guess I should speak to Lady Artemis and Zoe first about this." Tamamo though to herself as she fell asleep. The next day, the whole camp was getting ready with all their armors and weapons in the arena as they awaited Naruto and Saber. They did not have to wait long as Naruto arrived in a few minutes, followed by Saber. "Are you guys ready?" Naruto asked as he materialized his golden armor, followed by Saber, who materialized her silver armor. "Yeah, we're as ready as we'll ever be," a camper answered for the group. "I see, well then come at us," Naruto said as he and Saber materialized their weapons. At this, the campers rushed at the two kings. They tried to rush the two kings, but only to get pushed back by the strength of Naruto and Saber's counter. The next batch to attack was the Ares campers, who were summarily beaten quickly by Saber and Naruto, who were expecting this and dodged their first strike by crouching low, and as one unit jumped and turned inward, slashing the Ares campers' unprotected backs. Another camper tried to stab at Saber from the side, only for Saber to grab the spear and slash at the camper's armor. Naruto, on the other hand, had just finished taking care of the rest of the Ares campers when they tried to blindside him, only for Naruto to materialize the Gate of Babylon to shoot blades at them, striking at them with proper accuracy, leaving them immobile. Seeing the Ares cabin out for the count, the Hephaestus and Hermes cabin decided to band together with the rest to plan, while the Apollo cabin rained arrows down on the two, who simply dodged or blocked the arrows. By the time the arrows have stopped, all the campers have begun to charge at the same time, figuring they had more chance as a group than individually. Too bad Naruto and Saber were far from normal people who would fall from such odds and could overcome such odds instead. "Strike air!" Saber yelled out, blasting everyone backwards, knocking out the weaker campers and blasting back the rest of the campers. "Whoa, what was that?" a camper yelled put as he stood up. "It doesn't matter, we don't retreat," another camper cried out as the survivors stood up to charge at the two kings once again. "My turn, Gate of Babylon," Naruto said as he summoned a wider gate presenting more weapons than before. Launching it quickly at speeds a few could see, incapacitating more than half of the survivors. "Is there any left who wishes to try again?" Saber said, her blade at the ready. "We shall not stop until we cannot move," a camper said as he continued to charge at the two kings. This seemed to inspire at least 10 more campers to charge with him. "Impressive valor," Saber commented. Just as the 11 campers neared, Saber and Naruto held their ground as they decided to face the 11 with pure swordsmanship skills. Dodging the first camper, Naruto slashed at the other 3, who left their guard open, while Saber incapacitated the first charging camper, leaving another 7 left. 2 more tried to blindside the kings again, while the 5 attacked from all sides, only for Naruto and Saber to jump up, causing the group to accidentally to stab each other, instead ending the match. "It's not over yet," Percy shouted as he charged at the kings, still surviving somehow, only to be knocked out by Saber as soon as he neared the 2. "Well, I guess that's it," Naruto commented as he watched all the campers writhing in pain, holding their injuries. "Tamamo, please heal them," Naruto asked Tamamo, who was watching from the sidelines. "Okay," Tamamo agreed as she began to heal the camp using her magic. When Tamamo was done healing the camp and they were wide awake, Naruto began his assessment. "Okay, we'll begin our training tomorrow. We need to work on your teamwork and speed as well as strength training," Naruto said as all the campers nodded. "Please rest up for tomorrow," Naruto said as he, Saber and Tamamo left the campers to recover from their injuries. It was a hard day for the campers of Camp Half-Blood as they were now undergoing the harsh torture from Naruto that he calls training. Percy was being trained to fight smartly and as such was fighting the Ares campers all at the same time while doing their own training from Naruto. Tyson on the other hand was being forced to wield heavy weapons such as clubs and war hammers to great speed until Naruto was satisfied with the speed of his attacks. The Demeter cabin, due to not being the most war-faring of the camp, were simply trained to wield knives to at least defend themselves. The Hephaestus cabin, led by Charles Beckendorf, were mastering their weapon of choice since Naruto knew it was hard for them to wield simple weapons and Heavy relied on their weapon of choice. So Naruto simply allowed them to master their weapon under his supervision. The Ares cabin on the other hand was learning to wield all kinds of weapons from spears to swords to daggers. While Clarisse was being trained by Naruto to master her spear as well as pick up a secondary weapon which she chose, which was an axe. The Apollo cabin was being trained to wield swords as well, since once their volley of arrows run out they have to move to close combat, which they were most vulnerable at. The Hermes cabin was trained in the art of sabotage. Naruto taught them how to plant traps in the battlefield as well as how to wield their weapons better. The Aphrodite cabin on the other hand had the hardest time of all, being forced by Naruto and Selena to actually train in what Naruto had tried to teach them, which was knife handling. Due to most of the cabin being female, they were flexible enough to handle knife techniques, and since they constantly carried around a pouch of some kind, they could carry their weapons wherever. Sadly, only Selena took Naruto's teaching well and kept a weapon on her person at all times. The Athena cabin however took Naruto's teachings well, which was how to handle battle tactics on the fly while using whatever they had on hand to either win or run away. It took Naruto a while to beat their pride out of them before it got them killed though, as they would often face certain defeat rather than run away. Needless to say, they had their pride beaten out of them quickly. As for Annabeth, she asked for extra lessons on how to wield her knife, which Naruto obliged her, teaching her some assassination moves should she be able to sneak up on opponents with her invisibility hat. And the Dionysus cabin simply was too small that Naruto just taught the two members to wield swords, since the two members were peace-loving people and preferred to stay out of combat. At the end of the day, you could see the whole camp glaring at Naruto for the rigorous hell they have been through. Naruto did not let them stop until he was sure they got what he wanted them to learn. Alright, I know you guys have been through a tough day, so for tomorrow just do some light exercises and continue doing what I taught you today, and for some good news, we will be having the chariot races the day after tomorrow, so I hope you guys have found a partner or at least finished your chariot already. Please relax for the rest of the day and enjoy your dinner, Naruto announced over dinner in the pavilion. Hey Naruto, what about the camp border patrols for tonight? We're kinda tired out from your training. An Ares camper asked what everyone was wondering about. Oh, leave it to me for tonight, just rest for now. I know you guys trained hard for today, so for tonight I will handle the border patrol, Naruto answered, getting relieved sighs from some of the campers. Hey Naruto, what about Talia's tree? Can't you do anything about it? An Athena camper asked. Sadly, I cannot do anything about it, as the camp barrier is something not even I can power alone with my magic. It needs something to constantly power it, and as such not even I can do anything about it, Naruto said with a downcast stare at the floor. Hearing this, the whole camp became slightly more gloomy. If not even Naruto could power the barrier that kept monsters out, what would happen to them once it fails completely? Seeing the downcast looks of the camp, Naruto continued on with his announcement, hopeful that his next bit of news would cheer them up somewhat. Though after the chariot races I guess we could issue a quest to look for something to help the camp, Naruto said in an offhanded tone that everyone caught, boosting morale slightly. Wait, you can do that? An Athena camper asked. Yeah, since I am the camp director I can pretty much do anything I like, except anything that might bring harm to you guys, except for quests and training, Naruto explained, getting nods from the camp. Well, you guys better prepare for the chariot races tomorrow. I can't wait to see how you guys do at it, Naruto said as he left with Saber and Tamamo. Are you sure that's what you're planning? I've known you since you were a child, Naruto. I can tell you have something planned already, Tamamo said as the three of them entered the Artemis cabin. So you noticed that, huh? Well, I guess I can tell you guys I plan to have the winner of the chariot race tomorrow head for the Golden Fleece. And that I will call someone to take over for a while as I make my way to Circe's island, Naruto said as he entered his room. Why didn't you say anything to those campers then? Saber asked, wondering the reasons for his secrecy. Because they wouldn't react well to who will replace me, and that no one is receptive of my sister at all, Naruto said, answering Saber's question. Why won't they like who will replace you? Who is it anyway? Tamamo asked this time. It's Medusa, Naruto said quietly, causing Saber to raise an elegant eyebrow at this. Why her? Isn't she a monster? Saber commented. No, not anymore. I was allowed to break her curse somewhat and had her punishment lessened, so right now she is as normal as you and I, Naruto said, explaining. So when will she arrive? Tamamo asked. Tomorrow after the chariot race, Naruto answered, getting a glare from Tamamo in response. And you didn't think to tell me that my friend was coming over? Tamamo said with an angry huff. Sorry, it slipped my mind, Naruto said with an apologetic look on his face. Well, it better not happen again, Tamamo said with a slightly angry look on her face. Okay, well, we better get some rest for tomorrow, Naruto said as the two women nodded their heads in agreement, heading to sleep as well, leaving Naruto with his thoughts alone. Phew, at least I didn't mention how I was also planning to leave Tamamo here with Medusa. Well, I guess she wouldn't mind that much, right? Naruto thought as he headed to sleep, not realizing that Tamamo was reading his mind at that moment to keep an eye on him. Oh, I mind, Naruto, I mind a lot, Tamamo said as she chuckled darkly, planning something for Naruto, making him shiver in his sleep. The next morning, you could see the happy mood of the campers as they rushed to prepare for the chariot race being held today. Everyone was running around with tools and weapons, making their finishing touches on their chariot. Percy was with Tyson on the Poseidon chariot, being pulled by a couple of horses, and the chariot itself looked brand new, obviously being recently crafted by Tyson since Percy was useless at such things. The Hermes cabin, led by the Stoll brothers, were using an old out-modeled chariot that was really rusty and covered in dust, obviously not bothering to even have it repaired or at least cleaned. The Apollo cabin was obviously going to use a golden chariot that was annoyingly reflecting the sun's rays in all directions, distracting everyone, leading Naruto, Saber and Tamamo to wonder if Apollo had planned this out so his cabin would win. This team was led by Lee and some other Apollo cabin member. The Ares cabin, on the other hand, seemed to be using a battle-ready chariot lined with weapons that you could practically wound yourself by leaning on the chariot, and it was colored like that of blood spilled on the chariot. It was led by Clarice and some other Ares camper. The Hephaestus cabin was being led by Charles and another stocky member of the Hephaestus cabin. They had a fully automated chariot that was being pulled by mechanized horses. It was like a metal mecha chariot if you think about it. The Athena cabin was led by Annabeth and one of her other siblings in the Athena chariot, decorated in owl symbols all over. The other cabins chose not to participate in the race as they either had no chariot or no time to build one on their own, since the whole Hephaestus cabin was busy upgrading their own. Alright campers, line your chariots up, it's time for the race to begin, Naruto shouted out as the charioteers followed his instructions and lined up across the starting point set by Naruto earlier. He had spent all morning setting up a decent enough racetrack that would challenge the racers while having to deal with the attacks from other campers. Now you guys know the rules, right? No killing is all, and no debilitating injuries as well. Other than that, have fun, Naruto announced to the racers, who nodded at him in agreement to his rules. Now let the race begin, Naruto roared out as he allowed the race to start. At the start of his mark, the campers rushed their chariots forward, with the Apollo cabin easily taking the lead, only for their chariot to suddenly flip over as the reins were apparently cut beforehand. Obviously it was the work of the Hermes cabin, as no one else would use an underhanded tactic like that. It was then that their old rusted chariot seemed to fall apart. It seemed Taish was not fond of them trying to increase their chance at winning at all, and therefore caused their rusted chariot to finally fall apart as the reins snapped in half and the part connected to the horses simply broke off, sending the Stoll brothers into the dirt. With two teams out, the other racers put more effort into their racing, with the Hephaestus chariot in the lead, followed closely by the Ares, Athena, and Poseidon chariots. The race began to get more violent. The Ares chariot, led by Clarice, began throwing spears at the Athena and Poseidon chariots, forcing its occupants to deflect the spears sent at them. "See ya at the finish line, Princess, Prissy," Clarice shouted out as her chariot passed theirs and went side by side with the Hephaestus cabin. Seeing new competitors, Charles prepared to throw some Greek fire at the Ares chariot, only for him to be halted by the appearance of the Stymphalian birds coming straight at his chariot, causing them to go off course and crash into a tree. "Damn birds," Charles cursed out as he recovered from the crash. "Stymphalian birds. Percy, we need to get to the big house," Annabeth yelled out as she jumped onto Percy's chariot with a plan in mind, leaving her cabin maid to halt their chariot and run back to the other campers to guard against the birds that had suddenly appeared. "Naruto, how did the birds get here? I know the barrier isn't that weak yet," Tamamo asked as she burned a few birds here and there. "I have no idea, but I have a feeling they were summoned inside the barrier by someone," Naruto said as he shot down the birds using his Gate of Babylon. Just as he said that, loud music started coming from the big house, disorienting the Stymphalian birds enough, making it easier for everyone to finish them off, turning them into giant Stymphalian bird feathers as the reward for killing them. Well, I guess that ruined the race. Thank you, Annabeth, for your smart thinking, Naruto said, making Annabeth blush slightly at the praise as she and Percy rejoined the other campers. It was nothing, Annabeth said with a blush visible on her face. Well, now that is over, and although the race was not finished, the racer who reached the closest to the finish line was the Ares Chariot Cabin, so the winner of today's race is the Ares Cabin led by Clarice. Please meet me after dinner to meet with the Oracle, Naruto announced, making the Ares Cabin yell in joy. Hey wait, I want to go on this quest too. I have a feeling I need to go on it, Percy yelled out, dampening the mood, making almost everyone glare at the boy. Sigh, Percy, now is not the time for outbursts at all, and you already went on a quest last year. Learn to give others a chance as well. You are not the only camper here, Percy. Others want to go on a quest as well, Naruto said, reprimanding Percy at his outburst. Yeah man, you already went last year. Pipe down, will ya? A camper added to Naruto's statement. Hey, I need to go on this quest. One just need to. Alright, Percy yelled, insisting on what he wanted. Percy, I am an easy person to talk to, but I will not tolerate your blatant disrespect for authority. Chiron may put up with it, but I won't, so apologize for that statement or I will give you a punishment, Naruto said, glaring at Percy's lack of respect. Hell no, I am not apologizing for this, just let me tag along on the quest, Percy yelled out, sealing his fate. Very well, if you insist, Percy. You will be cleaning up the dishes for every meal for a week, Naruto said, making Percy pale slightly but obviously still not backing down. Nobody wanted to wash the dishes as they were handled by the nymphs and satyrs, who washed them in a really strong detergent that stung demigods' hands at the slightest contact. Hey Naruto, did I come at the wrong time? A voice called out behind Naruto. Turning around, he saw a woman with long plum-colored hair that easily reached her ankles. She was wearing skinny jeans and a tight form-fitting sweater that showed of her curves, and on her face were a pair of glasses. All in all, she was a sight to behold. Medusa, you're early, but it is no problem at all, Naruto said with a smile as he hugged her. Medusa? Did he just say Medusa? A camper asked out loud, causing the whole camp to come to arms against the newcomer. Calm down, I can explain, Naruto said as Saber and Tamamo approached him, making sure nobody tried anything against Medusa. This was bound to be a really good talk with the campers, Naruto thought to himself as he prepared to explain himself. Alright guys, settle down, I'm only going to repeat myself once. Now settle down and listen up. Yes, this is Medusa, and no, she is no longer considered a monster. You see, I encountered her once before, and I noticed from her legend she was wrongfully punished, so I broke the curse planted upon her, and being the adoptive son of Athena, I was allowed to do so. However, Athena instead changed her punishment but allowed her to keep her human form. Though that is not to say she is any less dangerous than before. In fact, I would say she is even stronger, seeing as myself and the hunters of Artemis have trained her to hone her prowess in battle. Plus, she still has her eyes of petrification, which no longer turns you into stone but paralyzes you, and only those with some level of magic can resist it. Right now Medusa is here because I have asked for her to help me in keeping an eye on you guys. My mother's allowed it, so no complaining. Oh, and if any of you guys try to harm her, you will be cursed by my mother's as well. She is under the same, if not more, protection than Tamamo, Naruto said as he brought Medusa up to the front with him in the dining pavilion. Okay, I guess we can accept that if you vouch for her, though what will she help us with if she is going to be an instructor here? A camper asked, echoing the thoughts of everyone there. Oh, I will be in charge of your arts and crafts class as well as the new course Naruto implemented we plan to call survival class. Boy, does that answer your question? Medusa answered for Naruto with a slightly seductive tone to her voice, making guys slightly insecure. What? What kind of class is that? The same camper asked again. A special one where you fight against an instructor we will swap out once in a while to get you used to fighting different opponents, Naruto explained. Whoa, can we even survive that class? Another camper asked. Yes, if you train yourself. It is only a once-a-week thing though, Naruto answered. Whoa, if we get that class one, guess we can catch up to the heroes of old pretty quickly, huh? A camper commented. Yeah man, this is great even though we will be beaten into the ground, another commented out. Yeah, well, enough of that, you're dismissed until dinner time, so please head out, Naruto said with a wave of his hand dismissing everyone else. Well Medusa, I hope your trip here wasn't too difficult, Naruto asked now that they were alone excluding Saber and Tamamo. It was a piece of cake, all those monsters were nothing, even Echidna was nothing, all thanks to your training Naruto as well as that of your sisters. I can take care of myself pretty well now, Medusa said with a bright smile on her face. That's nice to hear. Well, have you finished what mom was asking you to do yet? Naruto asked sadly. Don't worry about it, you freed me from my curse, this punishment is nothing compared to that, so it's all right, Medusa said, bringing Naruto into a hug. Huh, so they let you out at last, huh Medusa? I really have missed you, Tamamo said, greeting her old friend. Yeah, it sure has been a while, huh Tamamo, Medusa said, returning the greeting. Though I have no idea who you are, Medusa said, looking at Saber. My name is Saber, I am Naruto's servant that he has summoned, Saber introduced herself. Ah, I see, so you're the servant he summoned. Well then, please take care of him well, he is bound to get into so many dangerous situations, Medusa said, looking at Saber. Indeed, I have noted such behavior in Naruto, Saber said in response. Oi guys, I'm right here, Naruto commented, getting slightly irritated they were talking about him when he was right there. Oh, you were here, Medusa said offhandedly. Hearing this, Naruto got a tick mark on his head at being ignored. I was always here, you know, Naruto said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Ah, okay then, since you're here, where will I be staying? Medusa asked, taking notice of that point. There is a spare bed in Tamamo's room, I believe. You don't mind sharing, right? Naruto said, pointing out that fact. No, I don't mind sharing with Medusa, Naruto, not at all, Tamamo said with a wave of her hand showing she was really fine with it. Okay then, so why don't you get some rest first Medusa, it will be some time until dinner, Naruto offered kindly. Oh well, I guess I'll take that offer, see you later Naruto, Medusa said as she entered Tamamo's room followed by Tamamo herself. Oh, I guess it's just you and me, huh Saber, Naruto said. Indeed, Saber said curtly. Well, shall we go check on Percy's punishment? Naruto asked with a hint of amusement in his voice. Of course, it would be prudent to check on him to see if he is doing his punishment right anyway. Come to think about it, why did you stop him from going on that quest in the first place? Saber agreed as she followed Naruto to the cleaning area. It was because the boy needed to learn some lessons after. It would not be good to allow him on every single quest just because of who he is. I want other campers who have trained to go on quests as well, that way everyone has a chance to prove themselves, Naruto said with a soft smile on his face. Though by the time he arrived at the washing area, what he saw gave him a tick mark above his head. There was Percy slacking of talking with Annabeth and Tyson, ignoring the whole bunch of dishes piling up behind him. Growling slightly at the sight of Percy slacking off at his punishment, Naruto began to trek forward, stomping as he went, attracting the attention of the three demigods. So it seems that not even a punishment can keep you disciplined, huh? I will have to think of a better punishment for you then. Since you have not even cleaned a single dish since I have left you, I will have you cleaning dishes for a week, and I expect them cleaned after every meal. And after that I will give you another for being lazy at even your punishments, Naruto said sternly with a fixed glare at Percy, which he returned in kind. What the hell, man? I don't have to listen to you. Chiron is the director, not you. I'm just trying to help the camp. Percy yelled out his complaint, finally reaching his breaking point. He was not expecting Naruto to be picking on him at all. Sigh. You damn fool, it matters not if Chiron is in charge or I. Fact of the matter is he left me in charge. If you cannot accept that, then leave the camp. And if I hear that you are trying to smuggle your way onto the quest without Clarice actually accepting your aid, I will give you a far harsher punishment than that of what I had already thought of. I will not tolerate your insubordination any further than this. Do not push your luck, Naruto said with a final glare at Percy, which unnerved him to his soul, making him step back in fear, while Annabeth and Tyson felt as if they were paralyzed in fear that they could not say or move to defend Percy at all. Moving away from the group to clear his mind, Naruto left Percy, Annabeth and Tyson there standing as he left for his cabin. Releasing a sigh of relief at his departure, Percy felt relief wash over him. Damn him, I will find a way to help Grover and rescue camp, then when Chiron will help me once he returns, Percy thought bitterly as he began to clean the dishes, as he didn't want to push his luck with Naruto, as irritated as he was. Dinner time. All the demigods were anxious by this point, all eagerly waiting for Naruto's announcement. All right, it's time for what you guys have been waiting for. Clarice, daughter of Ares, rise. Go and get your quest from the oracle. Naruto said with such a loud voice that carried such emotion and feeling, leaving no room for complaints or arguments from the audience, even Percy. Once Clarice has left for the Oracle, Naruto turned and faced the demigods before him once again. Now for all of you, please understand that not everyone is ready for a quest, nor are all of you ready for one. So do understand it if you are not chosen to accompany someone on a quest or are chosen for a quest. Even though you are not leaving the camp borders, there are some things you can do for them to help. You can guard their home, their place to belong. You can ensure that they return back to you all. Finally, your support, your prayers for their safety is enough for them to carry on. The will of you all shall carry them to victory. So do not despair if you are left behind. Even from here you can give your support, Naruto said proudly and with such charisma that the whole camp listened to his speech. Even the dryads and the satyrs joined in to listen to him, drawn in by the power of his words alone, and by the time he finished his speech it left the whole camp speechless for a second before erupting in cheer which resounded throughout the whole camp. Even Dionysus cracked a grin at the speech given by Naruto. However, not all people were happy. The only one who was hating the words said by Naruto was Percy himself, thinking selfishly that he was the only one who was capable of doing quests. Most likely as an after effect of being the lucky guy able to finish the first quest given to him without training and much experience, making him very proud of himself. This, however, did not go unnoticed by Naruto and Saber, who were well versed on giving speeches to large crowds. They could see those people who felt out of place or disagreed with them. I really have to break you out of that high horse you have gotten yourself on there, Percy. It will lead ultimately to your downfall, Naruto thought, shaking his head at Percy's attitude. Hey Naruto, I got it, the quest from the Oracle, Clarice said from behind, breaking Naruto out of his thoughts. And so what did she say? Naruto asked, curious as to the lines of the Oracle this time. I will sail an iron ship with bones, I will find what I seek and get it, that's all I can remember anyway, Clarice said, hiding the more sinister part of the prophecy given to her. Are you sure that's all? Naruto said with a slightly heavy stare at Clarice, feeling that she was hiding something from him. Yeah, that's all I can recall. She was speaking a weird English after all, Clarice replied, lying through her teeth. Well, if that's all, then please choose your partners for the quest, Naruto said loudly, grabbing everyone's attention to the now present Clarice, bringing the whole camp's attention to Clarice to see who she will choose for her quest. Can I choose for both you and Saber to accompany me? Clarice said with a slight pause to her voice. While indeed strange, yes, you can. That is what several people have failed to notice, is the fact that you may ask anybody in the camp to join you on the quest, as it takes precedence over everything else, Naruto said with a slight explanation. So will you accompany me? Clarice looked happy at this but still wanted to be sure that he really was going with her. Indeed. Now for the rest of you, please look after yourselves and don't worry too much, as Medusa will still remain with you as well as Tomomo until I return to relieve them, unless Chiron comes back earlier than that, Naruto said, calming them before they could complain about his absence from camp while he went on the quest. Hey, first you banned me from going, now you go instead. What the hell are you doing? You went on last year as well, Percy shouted, unable to hold himself back. Sigh, first I didn't influence her decision at all, and second, if she chose you I wouldn't have stopped you from going. What I stopped you from doing was leading the quest, particularly the way you are right now. You aren't fit to lead a quest, much less go on one. Naruto finished with a glare at Percy, making him flinch back this time as Naruto's eyes were beginning to bleed red from his anger. Since you cannot even comprehend how much of a failure you seem to be making of yourself, it seems I have no choice but to do this, Naruto said as he let his magic energy burst out. Daismuse 2 Atlanta, Binding of Atlas, Naruto shouted out as a magical sigil erupted from him, striking Percy. Hey, what was that? Percy asked in a somewhat calm voice. Oh, that was just to bind you to the camp, to keep you from having any bright ideas from sneaking out, Naruto explained, ignoring the outraged look on Percy's face. Well, that's enough drama for now. Everyone please go back to your cabins, and you Clarice please prepare for tomorrow. We leave at sunrise, Naruto ordered out, making everyone disperse from the dining pavilion. Sigh, this will be most troublesome, especially if I have to make my detour to Circe's island, but oh well, family is family after all. It was early morning and the sun has yet to rise over Camp Half-Blood, and yet already 5 people were already awake and about. Naruto was the first to awaken, meditating as usual to control his magical stores. Saber was simply staring off into the distance, preparing herself for battle, reminiscing of times past. Medusa and Tamamo were also awake but were opting to take a bath together, to which they invited Naruto to join them, earning them a blush from Naruto along with a refusal from him. Clarice was in her cabin grabbing a few weapons for herself before going off to meet Naruto and Saber at the docks. It would be a few minutes before the sun has fully risen, signaling that the quest team meets up at the docks of the camp. "Good morning, Clarice, did you sleep well?" Naruto greeted Clarice as she approached him and Saber. "Yeah, I did. Hey, I kinda got this dream from my dad and he gave me some things we can use for the quest. Should we use it now?" Clarice said as she explained to Naruto and Saber the dream she had along with the items she got from Ares. "Save it for some other time. Who knows when those might come in handy again, but for now we will use my means of transportation along with some undead crew to fulfill prophecy," Naruto said as he prepared to summon the Vimana once again. "Wait, you can summon the undead? I thought only the children of Hades could do that?" Clarice asked, shocked she had known of his proficiency for magic, but she wasn't aware that necromancy was part of it. "Yes, I can do so as well as my mother Hecate, however it is not a skill we use often because it can clash with the realm of Lord Hades and cause conflict between my mom and Lord Hades," Naruto said, and just as he finished speaking a low rumble could be heard from underground. Skeletal hands burst from the ground like something one would in a horror movie. Once the skeletons have emerged from the ground fully, the girls could see them in full view. They were exactly like how one would picture a skeleton, somehow kept together without any tendons, and the face rather than a skull was a huge gaping mouth that belonged to a carnivore of some kind. A.N. Castor's skeletons from F.S.N. UBW. Whoa, that is freaking cool. Clarice couldn't help but comment out her thoughts mirrored by Saber. Hey, it was a cool thing to have an army, but to have an undead army was even better. "Well, come on, we're burning daylight here, let's get a move on, shall we?" Naruto said as he was now seated on the Vimana's throne chair waiting for his two traveling companions to come with him. Eventually boarding the Vimana, Clarice and Saber took flanking positions beside the chair of Naruto, unable to sit anywhere on the Vimana without risk of falling off. Seeing this, Naruto created some chairs that magically stuck to the hull of the Vimana for Clarice and Saber to sit on, earning nods of appreciation from the two. "Hey Naruto, can I ask you a question? Why did you leave Percy at camp? Not that I'm complaining or anything, it's just that nobody would do that, especially since he was a son of Poseidon and Chiron kinda did favor him," Clarice asked with curiosity a few minutes into the trip. "He was being a bigger brat than usual, he should know better by now that not everything will go his way just because he wishes it or thinks it. I should have known better than to expect a good acceptance from Percy anyway. It seems that his first quest had gone straight to his head, clouding his better judgment." Naruto scoffed out. He really did expect this to happen, especially when everyone had praised the boy a little too much after he finished the last quest, since the one before Percy's failed miserably. Clearly the boy has no respect for authority. Why was it not addressed earlier than this? Saber chimed in, interested in the subject as well. If Percy was like this since his first quest, why had no one rectified it at all? Yet this troubled her somewhat. Was the camp so inept as to allow a camper to become this rebellious? In her time such acts were not permitted at all and were punished severely. Not that I hold anything against Chiron, but he prefers to let it be unless it comes to the point that other campers would actually be harmed from it, is my guess, but I could be wrong. It is also a factor that his father Lord Poseidon is a powerful deity and no one save a few would dare oppose," Naruto said calmly, answering Saber's question. "I see. Well, hopefully with your punishment I hope his personality improves. After all, it creates divisions with a group if one person refuses to follow certain rules and hierarchy," Saber commented, with Naruto and Clarice nodding to her words. "I hope so to Saber. I really hope he improves, or it will be a huge pain if he doesn't," Naruto said, resting his head on his fist. A few minutes Naruto, Saber, and Clarice felt a shiver run through their bodies as they passed closer to the Bermuda Triangle, or better yet known to them as the Sea of Monsters. "What was that?" Clarice asked Naruto as she felt the shiver run through her body. "A magical barrier cast over the area. Don't worry, it's nothing to worry about," Naruto said as they proceeded onwards to their destination. "A magical barrier surrounding what exactly?" Saber questioned. "The Sea of Monsters," Naruto said calmly, his face not betraying any emotion at all. "I see, so we have arrived at our destination," Saber said as she looked onwards, spotting a few islands up ahead. "Yes, however we have a few pit stops first," Naruto said. "Pit stops? I thought we were here for the fleece only?" Clarice asked, confused. Yes, we will first be visiting my stepsister in the area, Naruto said, earning him the stares of his traveling companions. You have a sister? Clarice asked incredulously. Please explain to us clearly, Naruto. Saber added in before Naruto could reply to Clarice's question. Yeah, my sister from a long time ago, the daughter of Hecate the Bewitcher of Men, the Sorceress Circe, Naruto said as he gave his sister her introduction. Regardless of what she has done, she was his sister and he was proud of her. After all, she was feared by a lot of people that enchants heroes, making demigods weary of her, and that was a good thing for Naruto. Are you sure we should be going to see her, Naruto? After all, she does have a reputation for turning men into pigs, you know. Clarice asked with a raised eyebrow. After all, it was not that surprising to her that Naruto had such family. Yeah, she won't be turning me. We have a strong bond. After all, I just have to drop off some of her gifts from Mom, then we'll be off to Polyphemus's island. Naruto said with a smirk as he sped up the Vimana towards Circe's island, which came up on sight. It took just a few more minutes for them to land on Circe's island. From their vantage point, they could see that all of the residents of the island were women. Brother. So nice of you to come. I haven't seen you in quite a while. They all heard a voice come from the crowd. It was a woman with dark-colored hair, a pair of green eyes a shade or two darker than Percy's. Circe, always a pleasure to be here. I hope you have been well? Naruto asked as he greeted his ancient sister with a hug, which she returned. Of course, brother dear, I hope the outside world has been entertaining to you. After all, I remember how you were such a child who was easily bored by anything not related to you, Circe said with a teasing grin on her face. Please don't mention it. After all, what could possibly be more interesting than family? Naruto retorted, to which Circe had to nod. Indeed, brother dear, though enough of that. What are you doing here? I was informed you were taking care of that daycare camp, Circe asked with a teasing smirk on her face. It seems Mom told you, huh? Anyways, she told me to drop off some of her gifts to you since it was on my way to the fleece. After all, Naruto said as he presented her with a parcel he had gotten from Hecate. Oh my, it seems Mom got me the potions I asked for, huh? Thanks for bringing them, bro, Circe said as she hugged her brother after getting the parcel. Now do you want to rest a bit before going on your journey, or are you leaving right away? Circe asked. Actually, there is one other thing. Lady Hera has asked me to get Hyla and Reina out of your island as she believes them to have some part in the future to come, Naruto said in a whisper which only Circe could hear. Nodding, she gave him her consent and left to go get the girls Naruto asked for. What was that about, Naruto? Clarice asked as she raised an eyebrow at the secretive actions of the siblings. Nothing for you to be worried about. Don't worry about it, Naruto said, trying to distract them from the subject. Seeing Naruto trying to change the topic, Clarice and Saber decided to drop the subject. Hey, if Naruto said they didn't need to be worried, then they really didn't. It just must be one of his secrets is all. A few minutes later, Circe came walking back towards them with two girls in tow. Naruto, these are the ones you asked for, Circe said as she presented the girls to him. Both of them looked similar in appearance, hinting they must be related to one another. One was around 16 with piercing black eyes and glossy black hair. This was Reina. The other girl was also around 16 with a darker shade of black eyes, and her dark-colored hair was longer than Reina's. This was her sister Hyla. Girls, say hello to my brother Naruto, Circe commanded to the two sisters. Hello, Lord Naruto. The two sisters greeted and bowed, only to be stopped by Naruto himself. None of that now. I believe you are wondering why I asked for you two, yes? Well, suffice to say, Lady Juno has requested your presence elsewhere, Naruto said, and as he did brought out two peacock feathers from his pocket and handed them to the girls. Those are from Lady Juno. They will take you to where she wills to take you. Do not ask me where, for I cannot disclose the location at the time, but rest assured you will be safe. Naruto explained the use of the peacock feathers as the two sisters looked at each other, then back to Naruto and nodded their heads to him in thanks. Thank you, Lord Naruto. We will do our best to please Lady Juno, the two sisters said before they used the feathers and were teleported to their locations set by Juno. Well, sister, I will be off now. Take care of yourself, Naruto said as he hugged Circe one last time before he left once again. Yuta, brother, I know Mom worries about you, and from what I can foresee of the future you will face Heracles again, and whether or not the outcome will change is unknown to me as well, Circe warns Naruto, who simply accepts the warning with a nod. Parting ways, Naruto headed back towards the Vimana where Clarice and Saber were waiting for him, having gotten bored of waiting for Naruto to conclude his business. Can we go yet or do we have more reunions to go? Clarice asked, slightly put off at the delay for some action, making Naruto chuckle. No, we can go now and get that bloodlust out of your system. It should be interesting to watch at the very least, Naruto said as he got back on the Vimana, steering it towards the island of Polyphemus. They had just landed on the island of Polyphemus and they were now situated on the very top of his cave home. Hey Naruto, with your firepower and all, why are we still out here and not in there killing him already? Clarice asked Naruto, who was sitting at the edge waiting for Polyphemus to emerge from his cave. You should learn to savor victory, Clarice. Polyphemus is easily dealt with, especially with my help, so why not wait and savor the moment? Besides, the view of this island isn't so bad at all, Naruto said as he looked at the island view, which was quite remarkable, a real holiday spot, if only there wasn't a large cyclops and man-eating sheep, that is. Fine, I hope he won't take too long getting out of his cave then, I hate waiting, Clarice said as she reluctantly sat down as well, while Saber continued to stand staring into the distance of the island before something caught her eye. Naruto, isn't that the fleece on that tree over there? Saber pointed out as she directed Naruto and Clarice's attention to the tree some distance of. Yes, it is good eye, Saber, Naruto said as he spotted what Saber was pointing to. It was a tray surrounded by the man-eating sheep, and on its lower branches lay the golden fleece itself. Should we not go acquire it now? Saber asked. Not yet, let's take care of the Cyclops and then locate Grover, he should be somewhere on this island, Naruto said as he stood up all of a sudden. What is it? Clarice asked. It seems the Cyclops is awake, prepare yourselves, Naruto said as the gate of Babylon formed behind him and weapons started to emerge from it. Following Naruto's lead, Saber and Clarice drew their respective weapons and waited for the Cyclops to emerge from his cave. They didn't have to wait long when a rumbling sound could be heard as they saw Polyphemus emerge from his cave. Once Polyphemus had fully emerged from his cave, Naruto shot one of his swords at Polyphemus, stabbing the Cyclops in the arm, very nearly stabbing the arm off. Who's there? Show yourself to Polyphemus, the Cyclops raged as he spun around to look for whoever stabbed him. If you cannot discern who I am, then you must have lost more than your sight, Cyclops, Naruto said, glaring at the Cyclops. We'll take care of this, Saber said before Naruto could say anything, and rushed at Polyphemus, who was too slow to avoid her and so took a heavy slash to his chest. Jumping into the fray, Clarice used this opportunity to stab her spear into his already wounded shoulder, effectively severing the arm of Polyphemus. Ah! Polyphemus cried as he gripped his stub of an arm. Eventually letting it go, he turned around looking for a boulder to throw at the people who attacked him, only for his hand to get stabbed. Through pinning it to the boulder he was about to throw, courtesy of Naruto. Do not think you can forget about me, old Cyclops, Naruto said as 3 more swords launched out of the gate of Babylon and impaled the Cyclops on the chest, pushing it near the brink of death. Any last words? Naruto asked mockingly as he launched a few more blades, eventually stabbing through Polyphemus enough times that he exploded in a burst of golden dust, not even leaving a reward or trophy behind. That was a letdown, Clarice said as she relaxed now that Polyphemus was dead. Indeed, one would think an ancient evil to be stronger than that, Saber added as she moved towards Naruto, who was at the mouth of the cave. What is it? Do you see something? Clarice said as she moved towards Naruto, who was staring at something inside the cave of Polyphemus. Moving to where Naruto was, Clarice struggled to contain her laughter. Inside she saw Grover the satyr was dressed in a wedding dress of all things. Since he was asleep, Naruto took this opportunity to take several photos with his camera that he had hidden in the gate of Babylon. Saber herself couldn't hold her amusement as well seeing this kind of thing, so she could be heard giggling as well at the sight. Once Naruto felt he had enough fun, he proceeded to reseal the camera and wake Grover up by nudging him with his foot. Whoa, hold it, I'm trying to sleep here, Naruto. Clarice. Thank the gods you found me, that Cyclops would have eaten me, Grover started to rant as soon as he woke up, almost leading to another laughing fit from his rescuers. Excuse me, but who are you? I don't think I've seen you before, Grover asked when he finally took note of Saber standing before him. My name is unimportant for now, but you may address me as Saber. Saber introduced herself with a curt nod. I see, well, not that I'm not grateful or anything, but why are you guys here? Grover asked, confused as far as he knew he was only here because he was captured by Polyphemus, not a reason for others to be in the Sea of Monsters. Oh, Clarice got a quest to find the golden fleece, it led us here. Naruto explained briefly as he pointed over to where the golden fleece lay at the branches of the tree. Okay, how are we supposed to get there? Grover asked once more when he noticed the meat-eating sheep surrounding the tree. Leave that to me, Naruto said confidently as the gate of Babylon formed once more behind him with weapons all aimed at the sheep. A few seconds later, almost all the sheep were either dead or dying from the stab wounds inflicted upon their person. Finally, a few seconds later, all the sheep were dead and the pathway to the tree was clear. Well, that was quick, Clarice said dryly, a bit miffed that she didn't get to kill the sheep. It'd be far better than for us to take our time to kill them. We're on a limit after all, Saber said as she started to walk alongside Naruto, who moved towards the golden fleece. Moving towards the tree, the group saw that it was like a skinned sheep except that it was golden in color and the head was nearly intact, so were the hooves, and it lay sprawled across the tree's lower branches. Well, what now? Clarice asked as she got the fleece and held it up so Grover could help her carry it. We leave as easy as that, Naruto said as he brought out the Vimana once more, allowing everyone on board before lying of towards Camp Half-Blood. Naruto, if you're here, then who's watching the camp? I know Chiron was going to choose you to lead, so what are you doing here? Grover asked, concerned. He was pretty sure that Naruto should be at camp protecting everyone else.
I found a temporary replacement to watch them for a while. Don't worry, their power should easily protect the camp until we get the fleece to them, Naruto explained as the Vimana neared the beach of Maine. I see. Well, who did you get as a replacement? Grover asked, curious as to who Naruto chose.
Medusa, a new champion of Athena and Tamamo no Mae, a favorite of Artemis, Naruto said as they passed over the city, headed off to Camp Half-Blood near New York. Medusa? How is that possible? Both Athena and Medusa hate each other? Grover asked in fright. Medusa hated demigods enough that she would turn the whole camp into stone statues if given the chance. Taking a deep sigh, Naruto began to explain to Grover what had happened over the past few weeks. He was gone from camp. So let me get this straight, you freed Medusa from her curse, then explained to Lady Athena, so her punishment would be lessened. Then a friend from your past came as well, and now both of them are watching over camp. Add to that, if anyone harms Tem, they will be cursed by your mothers. Is that about right? Grover said with a sigh, receiving a nod from his compatriots. You are one unpredictable guy, you know that, Grover said blankly. He shouldn't even be surprised anymore. After what more could be more shocking than releasing a curse of a monster? Oh, if only he knew. We're here, Naruto said as he saw the borders of Camp Half-Blood surrounding the wooded area, and just beneath him were hordes of monsters all encroaching upon the camp.
Clarice, get of here and set up the fleece. Me and Saber will hold them up for you, Naruto ordered as he landed the Vimana a short distance from Talia's tree.
Don't die on us, will ya? Clarice said as she took off with Grover to place the fleece on Talia's tree, hoping to regenerate the field that kept monsters out in time to help Naruto and Saber.
Don't worry about that, child, we will back them up, Clarice heard two voices say as they passed by her, making her look and see that it was Medusa and Tamamo who spoke and were now helping Naruto and Saber keep the monsters from reaching camp. Sounds of battle could be heard intermixed with the war cries and death bellows of the monsters as Naruto's group engaged them in battle. Flashes of gold could be seen as weapons flew from Naruto's gate of Babylon, impaling monsters as they drew closer. Sounds of sword striking flesh could be heard as Saber cut through the enemy's defenses, all the while protecting Naruto and Tamamo from harm. Rider's stakes could be seen impaling monsters left and right as she moved around the battlefield, adeptly striking then retreating, causing havoc among the enemy's ranks. All the while Tamamo protected the group by casting spells to guard them, bolstering their powers as well as finishing of a stray monster or two with a fireball. The once massive horde of monsters was now down to just a few members. All were now cautious as to how to approach the four who guarded the camp. Even though it seemed that the four guardians were slightly out of breath, it is still possible for them to lose the fight. Just as they were about to charge at the camp one last time, suddenly the earth began to shake. The skies seemed to light up even though it was nearly evening. Looking at the distance, they saw that the fleece had been placed upon the tree protecting the camp and its barrier was erected once more. Seeing this, the monsters scrambled away before it became fully active, but not all were able to get away in time. The unlucky few who had taken too long to run away had been incinerated by the barrier, rendering them nothing but a pile of golden dust. It seems Clarice got it up in time, huh? Naruto said as he tried to regain his breathing.
Well, I guess we'll be leaving tomorrow if you're back already, Tamamo said sadly as she looked up at the starry sky. I guess so, but don't worry, once Chiron comes back I'll try to visit you and Medusa more often, Naruto said as he hugged Tamamo.
Let's head back to the cabin, I want to take a bath, Saber said as she was the dirtiest of them all. She was covered in the blood of the monsters. She was the only one of them who really had to fight at such close range that their blood had stuck to her. Unlike Naruto, Medusa, and Tamamo, who were really long-range fighters unlike herself.
Sure, let's head back, I'm feeling tired myself, Naruto said as he was feeling quite tired himself, using the gate multiple times in one day, as well as fighting in a long battle against multiple creatures. Strong he may be, but he was still mortal in that he felt tired after pushing himself quite a bit. Are you feeling tired? Perhaps you want me to give you a bath or a massage, Naruto, Medusa said from behind Naruto, startling him at her closeness to him. How on earth did she get behind him without him noticing at all was a mystery he does not understand. Perhaps some other time, for now all I want to do is rest, Naruto said as he headed for his cabin. Things were bound to look up for Naruto, right? Only the fates knew what was in store for the days to come. The end. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.